Alright. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Smelly? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy, huh? It's not looking good.
Not counting gang violence. Great. Not counting gang violence. Great.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, immediately unconscious. I think it clearly hit an artery. Might have hit his spine too. Yeah, it's not looking good.
Not counting gang
That's that's pretty fucking horrific, man. Ah, shit. Yeah, say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Man. Why do I even bother streaming on KIRK? It's bad. I don't know, man. That's pretty scary stuff. Rerum Novarum reports that he's died. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, it's not looking good. I mean, just
Not counting gang violence.
just based on this, immediately unconscious, just probably hit an artery. He probably. I've heard conflicting reports. I've heard some that he's in critical condition, and Rerum Novarum's reporting that he's passed. Apparently, according to GNN, been pronounced dead. Apparently, according to
Yeah,
Dan
I think
Bilzerian.
it cut out. Yeah, a friend of mine that's close to the family said he didn't make it.
That's horrible. So he didn't make it.
That's what they said.
Most likely not. Look at the video. The entrance wound is huge. Like, look at the hole that it leaves in his neck.
Just look at how much blood he's losing immediately.
Dan, have you got any other information?
No, that's all I was told was that he didn't make it. Yeah, I think it cut out. Yeah, a friend of mine that's close to the family said he didn't make it.
I mean, the scary thing is, man, like there has been, as we've all seen, an uptick in political violence. Even just within the past few years. And although we don't quite know what the motivations of the killer are yet, I think we can probably deduce what they are. Just based on who Charlie is, the event. regardless of political ideology, though, this is just not how we should be doing things. It's indicative of I would say the collapsing civility in our country. We have to worry about political assassinations now becoming the norm. That we live in a third world country. What's it's like, what's moral or civil about this? There's nothing. It has nothing to do with political ideology, left, right. This is not how we should be doing things. This is deeply evil. I disagreed with Charlie on a number of things. I didn't like the direction I thought that he was pushing the conversation in. But, of course, I absolutely disavow violence. I disavow political violence, especially. And I would never want to see him murdered. And this is just very tragic. And I don't necessarily want to politicize it, but it is political in nature. Just due to who Charlie was and, what the likely motivation is. Just terrible, man. Just terrible. Major liberal influencers are begging supporters not to celebrate Charlie Kirk's shooting. And this kind of highlights the glibness of the left. They've been cheering on political violence for years now. Openly. They've had a monopoly on the media, they've had a monopoly on social media and the enforcement of policies on those platforms. Recall how a lot of leftists were calling for all Trump supporters to be lined up and shot, things of that nature. That one comedian that had a prop of Donald Trump's severed head. This has been a long time in the making. They've been stoking the flames and they've been making excuses for left-wing extremism and violence. And it's this is the result of that. The individual taken into custody was not the shooter, according to the New York Times. Yeah. Apparently, the police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter, university spokesperson. So it wasn't the old guy. Video post on social media shows the moment Charlie was shot, and the seconds leading to the incident. Kirk was asked questions about mass shootings in America. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America in the last 10 years? Person asked, counting or not counting gang violence? Praying for him? Yeah. Everyone should say a prayer, of course, for Charlie and his family. This is just terrible. closing the campus, securing things in place. Oh, he was gonna actually debate Hassan. And you know, it's funny, like Hassan has been one of the people that have been subtly, not so subtly calling for violence. You know, it's people like him that create the environment for these things to happen. People like Hassan Piker calling for violence, making excuses for violence, and like glibly making these comments, making excuses for political violence that suit his interests. It's just awful. But apparently he has passed away, according to Dan Bilzerian, who apparently knows a guy that's close to the family. So the suspect is still at large. I think this was the guy that was taken into custody, but I don't. We'll have to wait to see. We'll have to see how this develops and who the shooter is. Yeah, mixed signals from virtually every source. Like, I guess Breitbart was reporting that he was alive. This was 15 minutes ago. Breitbart's reporting he's alive. So Rerum is now retracting that he is dead.
Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh my God.
Wait, Cody, go, run. Oh.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Get down.
Just terrible, man. Democratic Party leadership in Congress, alongside the governors of the major Democrat states, have come out and condemned political violence and called for prayers for Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is reportedly in surgery at this time. Mixed signals from multiple sources. Many say he is in critical condition. Others say he is alive. Seems like he is alive and not dead. So that's good. I say a prayer for Charlie. And apparently this was not the alleged assassin. Or this is not the assassin. Why does the political party that controls all three branches of government do something to stop all these horrible crimes happening? This is their big chance. What are they waiting for? Well, they might. This might precipitate that. We'll see. But this, this kind of stuff is happening. It's at the point where it is like, it's the same thing with the Ukrainian girl on the subway. It's been a lot of talk and not a lot of action. Like, it was like Trump put out a tweet yesterday on Truth Social about that. Saying the murderer of the Ukrainian woman should should be executed, something along those lines, capital punishment. It's like, you're the president. You are the president. You are in charge. You know, you've got control. Slight majority. Like, what is? I thought we could just do things now. So, but even then, the Associated Press reports that the shooter has not been identified and is still at large. Yeah, I just think there's just no room for calls for violence. All this like rhetoric you see from a lot of these influencers and a lot of like media companies, media outlets, it needs to be toned down. Like, they've really set the stage for this kind of vitriolic hostility. It's like for years they stoked the flames. They stoked the propaganda, the fear mongering. And there's been such a double standard for right wingers and left wingers. It's like Hassan goes on his stream all the time and makes subtle, not so subtle calls for political violence, and he's still on the biggest streaming platform. And celebrates when, you know, his political opposition gets censored. Utah Speaker Mike Schultz confirms Charlie Kirk is dead. It's going back and forth. It's just going back and forth. Dude, who the fuck is putting a fire emoji? What the fuck is wrong with people? It's going back and forth. Anyone surprised at what happened to Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention? Go anywhere. Reddit, Twitter, etc. You'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. Until it's addressed for what it is, things like this will continue to happen. And that's true, man. I've seen it. We've all seen it. You know, it doesn't take like an advanced algorithm to find these fucking people calling for violence. And it goes totally unmoderated. It goes total, and so it's like, on one hand, they censor people for being like racist or anti-Semitic. Yet people are openly calling for violence against conservatives, or anyone really, but especially conservatives. And that shit just flies under the radar. That doesn't get addressed. It's like Nick Fuentes' docs remained up for days on Twitter. You could probably still find it on the internet. You could find it on Reddit, I'm sure. So as far as I'm concerned, these platforms are totally complicit in the violence. You know, will this precipitate some kind of policing or some kind of deeper moderation or censorship on social media? Single shot from a campus building 200 yards away. It's a professional. Yeah, I mean, it was
Not counting gang violence. Great.
it sounded like it's far. It sounded like it didn't come from the immediate crowd. Not sure exactly where it came from, but it was a pretty distant shot, and a single shot too.
Not counting gang violence. Great. Not counting gang violence. Great.
I don't know. I don't know how far the shot was then.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
Might actually be within 100 yards. There's an immediate report,
Counting gang violence. Great.
so it can't be that far. Surely it shouldn't be that hard to catch the guy. So, yeah. Here's the close-up clip. I don't think it's looking good, to be honest.
Not counting gang.
Yeah, it does sound pretty close. The other video didn't sound as close. Actually, now that I think about it,
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
like it sounds further here, so it might actually be closer to the mic. Further from this video.
Gang violence. Great.
Here it sounds, and because you have to remember, right? Well,
Not counting gang violence. Great.
so this is a closer video, probably from up here somewhere. We can actually probably look for this hat in this shirt. I think like around here. I can't quite find the shirt. But it sounds a lot closer in this. Doesn't sound high caliber, but hard to tell on the mic. Yeah, it's difficult for me to tell. Around 200 yards? That's what I heard.
Great.
It's just the report sounds so different from here than from here.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great. Gang violence. Great.
I want to say maybe it comes from the right.
Counting gang violence. Great.
I can't really tell. So maybe in one of the surrounding buildings. There's sound delay in the close-up video.
Gang violence. Great.
Is there? It doesn't sound
Gang
like
violence. Great.
it. Sounds immediate.
Counting or not counting gang violence. Great.
And it seems like it's coming from the right because everyone's instinctual reaction is to look to the right.
Oh my god. Go run.
So maybe it came from one of the buildings. Because, again, the report was immediate, so I doubt reverberation from the building would confuse the acoustics, so... The shot comes off from the right, and they immediately look to the right. I think it probably came from somewhere over here. And that kind of tracks because he was hit on that side of the neck. Apparently they have not found the killer yet. They thought the one of the guys they detained turned out to not be the shooter. I still remember Charlie's famous deleted tweet about sending 80+ buses full of patriots to Washington, D.C. for the January 6th riot. I'll always cherish his amazing contributions to the GOP. Can you not be fucking glib about this? What's wrong with you? The man just got shot. He could very well be dead. This is part of the problem. No fucking self-awareness, man. It's not. Yeah, it's not that old guy. Bring him. Tamko, senior politics contributor for Deseret News, implies that Mike Schultz personally told him that Charlie Kirk is dead. No official confirmation from any news sources, but it doesn't look good. I mean, seriously, dude. You watch Charlie Kirk potentially get murdered in cold blood, and you're gonna like glibly say, oh, this is what he gets for January 6th. People like you are why this shit is happening. People like you being glib about political violence is why this shit is happening. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? I swear. No self-awareness, no decorum. Just cheering on violence, just cheering on murder. That's disgusting. Cannot confirm that the report by Deseret News. We are simply reporting that what is being reported by reputable sources. CBS, quoting an official with Turning Point USA, says Charlie Kirk's condition does not look good. All these sources are gay and lie-pilled. Yeah, dude, they're just going back and forth. We're just gonna have to wait. I've heard reports that he was dead, according to somebody that's close to his family. Other reports that he's in critical condition. Other reports that he's alive, that he's in surgery. Now that it doesn't look good. I mean, he's probably in the operating room. And if he is dead, they might be attempting resuscitation. So it's going to take a minute before we get anything official. It's still developing. Yeah. Yeah, it's shit like this, man.
I don't have to sweeten my delivery to make it work for Todd. I mean, who is Todd?
Like, these people are fucking evil. Like, these people are legitimately fucking evil. It's like, the question is, are you pro-life? Are you pro-humanity? Or are you pro-death? Are you pro... Like, it's not... These people are just unhinged, man. And there's so many people like this. Yeah, same girls that watch Dateline. Yeah. I mean, you wonder why this shit's happening. The glibness, the lack of care for human life. It's totally fucking disgusting. You're my boy, but I respectfully disagree. Everybody needs to watch this because it could have been you, could have been me, could have been any one of us exercising the First Amendment. You all need to know what our enemies want. They want this for all of us. They want our children growing up with dead fathers and raped mothers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's truth to that. I mean, you scroll up and you see how people are cheering this on. Same girls who send love letters to serial killers? Real. I mean, dude, it's like... Yeah, I have to agree with Sam Hyde. But... as far as I'm concerned, AFPAC 5, Fuentes Rally, 3 or 4... You know, all that should just be... Cancelled. For the foreseeable future. I mean, this is just ridiculous, man. Like, look at this shit. Unfucking believable, man. People have no humanity. Yeah, it is tragic. Yeah, they actually believe in this shit. People are fucked in the head, man. Yeah, this was not true. This is not the shooter. Shooter's still at large. Feels like a nightmare. One of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I feel absolutely gutted and devastated. Pray for Charlie Kirk's soul, his young family, and for our country. The violence, this hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ now more than ever. Real. So real. It's unfucking believable, man, that people are cheering this shit on.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no.
Are we serious, right? This could have been a supporter shooting a gun off in celebration. Seriously? The response tempts me to say TND. I never liked Charlie, but he is human and a father. Too many whites are dying. Now, we cannot give in to our worst impulses. We cannot, like, we are not the animals. These people want to be evil. These people want to... It's like, again, you're either pro-life, you're pro-humanity, or you're pro-death. You're anti-humanity. You're anti-life. Simple as. We are not... We disavow violence. Do not be an emotional person. Think critically and don't lose your moral compass. We're not fucking animals. We don't condone this shit. We don't condone senseless violence. We're anti-violence. We want there to be peace. We don't want there to be death. Never forget that. Never forget what we're fighting for. Never forget what we believe in. Don't let these people drag you to hell with them. That doesn't mean we roll over and take this shit. Clearly there needs to be some justice, but do not give in to the most violent, sensational impulses. Gonna continue the cycle. Yeah, God have mercy on us all. Yeah, may God have mercy on all of us. My nurse friend said there's no way he survives. We can only pray. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you look at the close-up video. He clearly got hit in the artery.
Counting gang
Possibly got hit in the spinal cord.
violence. Great.
He's immediately unconscious. Immediately unconscious. I think he probably died pretty shortly, or if not immediately. And the last hour has probably been attempts to resuscitate. Blood transfusions and resuscitation is my guess. But we won't know until they release. I mean, it's like this is what's happening in our fucking country now. You're just gonna get shot if you have a political disagreement with somebody. The carotid artery was nicked. That's what it looks like. I'm not a doctor. I could ask my dad what he thinks, but discuss it with the world. Yeah, this is just... I think it's shit like the white on white crime. Charlie is getting the Palestinian child in Gaza experience firsthand. It's like, dude, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I disagree with Charlie Kirk's stance on Palestine. Does that mean I want him to get fucking shot in cold blood? People are, like, delusional. Sick people. It's like, are you pro-human or anti-human? Do you have a soul, or are you like a demon? That's like the new line. Are you a real human being, or are you like a fucking like satanic reptile. You know what I'm saying? Because real humans, regardless of political alliance, would be absolutely appalled by this. Second Amendment trending. People are probably saying we need to repeal this. Really? Like, seriously? Seriously. No sympathy for a man who would force his daughter to give birth if she was raped. I guess his death was for the Second Amendment. I have faith in humanity because I have faith in God's grace working through humanity. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be up to Christians to set this right. I mean, because you just get shit like this. There's so many things wrong with this. And this is the crux of why we also pray for the murderer. And it's not an easy thing to do. But we also have to pray for the shooter. We pray that he repents. That he recognizes the wrong of his ways. And that God may forgive him too. If you were to ask for it. And that's not an easy thing to do, but that's the crux of the religion. That's the crux of what we're about. Yeah, he's a father, yeah. It's not a gun problem, it's a lack of humanity problem. These people are sick. They will use tragedy to advocate stripping us from our rights. Yeah, they will. Immediately. Immediately. Like, this person, as soon as she saw the clip or the news story that Charlie got shot, no remorse, no lamentation for what just occurred. It's just immediately, this is what you get. That's what she's saying. This is what you get. This is deserved. These people are fucking sick. They have no humanity. They're like bug people. They're fucking bug people. And one of your goals in life, all of our lives, if you're here and you're appalled by this, is to not let these sick fucking savages kill you and your family. That is like that is like one of your primary objectives in life. Is to recognize that some people are just like savages. They have a total lack of humanity, and they will dance on your corpse before it's even cold. And so one of your goals is to not let these people kill you. We're talking about IDF, not talking about just the IDF. I'm just talking about people in general. There are a lot of people out there that are just sick freaks, lacking in humanity. And then you just get people who are like just totally off the mark. The irony of trying to make me care that a young father was shot when he didn't care about any of the women, men, and children who were shot before him, and quite literally stated that their deaths were worth it to protect his Second Amendment rights. You couldn't pay me to give a fuck. It's like these people, first of all, this is totally wrong. You know, to steelman Charlie Kirk's argument, like, of course he cares about the problem. He just disagrees with the solution. Of course he has sympathy. Like, if you look, and I was never a fan of Charlie Kirk. I disagree with him on a number of things. But we would agree on that point that, yeah, we're both interested in the gun violence ending. But while some people advocate for eliminating all gun rights, Charlie Kirk and many others disagreed with that. And framing it as like worth it to protect his Second Amendment rights, it's like that's literally a straw man. But I don't expect some dumb libtard to understand that. Some dumb feminist libtard. Problem is not right or left, it's crazy people with a gun. Yeah, we have a real evil problem in the country. Also, if you react like that to a crisis, that means you're literally useless. Unfortunately, shootings in USA is a normal thing. Yeah, I mean, it's... Look, there's a lot of problems, but this is not like a normal shooting. This is not like... Most of the shootings happen or like gang related. They're some kind of crime. This was a political targeted assassination. It's a bit different. And that's not to make excuses for gun violence in America. It's obviously a terrible problem. Violence in general is a big problem. But this is beyond the pale. You know, politically motivated shootings. How do we have a country? Like, that's kind of like the whole premise of the way we do things here, is that we live in a constitutional republic. We have democratic processes, and we have the First Amendment. And you're supposed to be able to express your opinion and freely engage in politics. That's part of the American promise. And so when you have political assassinations, that's an affront to our whole system, our whole way of doing things. What are we going to become? Are we going to become Mexico? Are we going to become a narco state where they had 37 assassinations during their last election cycle? It's unbelievable. Yeah, it's getting a lot worse. It hasn't always been like this. You can't just say it's normal. It's a really bad sign that it's normal. Yeah, it's been getting worse. It's been getting worse and worse and worse. And the media's not doing... The media's only making it worse. They're stoking the flames. They're finding excuses for this violence. Like, what was one of the first things that one commentator said? He's like, it could have been a supporter shooting his gun off in celebration. It's like, really? So whenever it happens to like a right-winger, for instance, a white conservative, it could have been one of his own supporters. It could have been all these other things. Oh, so now they're going to give the benefit of the doubt. But whenever it's something that happens, if it's right-wing violence or if it was a black person or some kind of minority, you know there would be no benefit of the doubt. It would be immediately, you know what the narrative would be. It'd be immediately called for as some kind of racial or politically motivated incident. You see the bias every single day. So... I'm turning into a banana republic. Political assassinations are the norm in Mexico. Yeah, I mean, they went after Trump. Now Charlie Kirk. There have been a number of other shootings over the past few years. It's just... Yeah, the media is anti-white, anti-right. It is. It's obviously. It's anti-white, it's anti-right-wing, it's anti-Christian. See, have there been any updates? Real America's Voice is now reporting that Charlie Kirk has died. Again, no official confirmation still. But Real America's Voice is the same network that airs Charlie Kirk's live show. An eyewitness to the shooting of Charlie Kirk reported that the alleged shooter shouted he would do it again. Initial reports that a large-scale manhunt involving the FBI has begun at the Utah Valley University and surrounding areas, searching for Charlie Kirk's assassin. President Trump has told the New York Post that Charlie Kirk is not doing very well. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social that Charlie Kirk is dead. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife Erica and family. Charlie, we love you. President Donald Trump. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like his views either, but of course I didn't want to see him shot. I didn't want to see him murdered. I didn't wish harm upon him. Yeah, it's important we all pray for Charlie and his family. It's just, this is just terrible. This is just awful. This is the world. This is our country now. This is our reality. You know, one of the biggest political pundits just gets murdered in broad daylight. Don't come with the narrative only right wings suffer attacks. It's not only, but they do receive the majority. There's an uptick in left-wing political violence. There isn't really an uptick in right-wing political violence. It's not so much who receives the violence, but more so who's doing the violence that we're concerned about. But it's not even like that. That's the crux of the problem. The crux of the problem is that there's political violence to begin with. Go see what they're saying on Blue Sky right now. I've never used Blue Sky in my life, but let's just take a look. Let's just see. Do we have to make an account? Like, what is the point in saying this? Forgive me if I care way more about the school shooting that also took place today than I do about Charlie Kirk. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Allegedly, who shot Trump was a Republican affiliate. By the left-wing assailants, right? Who does it more, or whether both sides do it isn't really the point. The guy that took a shot at Trump was definitely not right-wing. He just claimed that on a voting registration card and had Brandon Herrera's shirt. So it's okay to call out the left when they do it without mentioning that the right does it too. Yeah, I kind of... It's always just like whataboutism. It's like, you point out there's left-wing political violence, people say, well, the right does it too, and it's like... Dude, what was BLM? What was Antifa? You just look at the rhetoric that left-wingers... that are more common to promote.
heavily congested with foot traffic and vehicle traffic.
God, you know, it'd be so horrible if that fucking, for like a final fundraiser, Turning Point could like sell, like, I went to Charlie Kirk's last event and survived shirts or whatever. I'm just kidding. That would be horrible. That's not good.
I mean, like, the leftist, like, you see this from liberals all the time. They're just totally glib about political violence. You're not seeing a lot of right-wingers promote that kind of shit. And I do remember seeing this. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. I wouldn't blame Israel for this one. We don't know. I don't think, yeah, I don't think, let's wait for details to come out before we jump to conclusions. That's okay to call it the left wing. Right wing these days, you only believe Marjorie? What are you talking about? Yeah, that's not the shooter. Any updates on times? No, yeah, I know Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, I don't think she's particularly intelligent. You know, I give her credit for speaking out on some of the more salient issues like the Israel lobby, but kind of tanked her own credibility. Disavowing Nick, calling him a racist, saying she didn't know who he was, doing business with Milo, letting Milo stay in her house, just, you know, she ran on releasing the J6 tapes and then made deals with, I just, you know, I just don't really trust Marjorie. I don't think she's the best example of, what would you say, right-wing excellence. Yeah, Margin in charge, yeah. Yeah, at least she's supporting those things. I don't think it's genuine, because it's always hedged. You know, she says, but I love Israel. I just don't think we should be supporting. It's always couched, right? I love Israel. Israel's great. I just don't think we should be sending them money. Like, okay, no, why you shouldn't love Israel. We should not love Israel. I think a lot of it is posturing. I think Marjorie, to some extent, or her team knows she's kind of politically inert. She's one of what, like 5 congressmen that is critical of Israel, and so she has something to gain from the anti-Israel crowd, while knowing that there's not a lot that really she can do. I give her credit for it regardless, but you know, where was she 5 years ago? Nick is racist, right? Yeah, no, but the point is that she distanced herself from Nick, saying she didn't know what he was about. The left-wing ideology borrows from cultural Marxism, which spawned communism. Communism specifically promotes revolution by violence. Specifically, political violence is baked into the belief system. Yeah, I mean, take a look at Hassan Piker. He calls for violence all the fucking time. All the time. He called for violence against Nick yesterday. Let's just take a look.
Bro,
Since we've just learned of this, I think it's absolutely
the craziest aspect of this, of course, is that like people try to say like, oh, this ultra violence is coming from the left. Ultra violence coming from the left. If it's actually a fucking 200-yard shot, that you know, narrows the window of possible shooters quite a bit. Okay. Because like the reality of the matter is a real-time 200-yard shot. You know, there are people, of course, plenty of people capable of doing that. They have served in the military. Okay. It's just not that you know, that narrows the background of the shooter quite a bit.
200 yards is not that difficult. It's not that difficult. Yeah, like people in the military are more likely to make that kind of shot.
Politics and have turned their hearts to violence.
But it's not. It's by no means an impossible shot.
Is that politics is good. Politics is speaking. Politics is.
University stated the shooter fired from
Conservatives
the
and liberals
Lucy
and
Center.
Republicans and Democrats
KIRK was speaking
debating
here
and
about
reasoning
200
with each
yards.
other.
It
Maybe we don't
literally is a
agree.
200-yard shot.
But when you walk
That's what it's supposed to
into a conversation and you debate.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, Scott Jennings. God, I can't stand this motherfucker. Okay. I spoke briefly with President Trump over the phone. Here's what he said about Charlie Kirk. It's horrific. It's one of the most horrible things I've ever seen. He was a great guy, he said. He was incredible.
This is why Nick says world Jewry. We had these problems before Israel was recognized. Yeah, it's not. Israel's not the crux of the problem, right? Yeah, Bob 2.0. Yeah, fucking Bob 2.0. That's not being embarrassing as usual. He's just not a very smart guy.
We don't know exactly. I mean, this is the suspicion, I guess. That's what the New York Times reported as well.
Because again, to be honest, like we don't know what the political motivation was. We don't know who the shooter was. We can probably discern what's most likely based on who would want to shoot Charlie Kirk, based on some of the rhetoric. But his body is not even cold yet. We don't know. So making like trying to obfuscate it or, you know, sort of place blame is just a little. Like right now the conversation is more so around just general sentiment about political violence. But what Hassan's doing, trying to say that it probably wasn't a leftist because it was likely military because it was a 200-yard shot, it's like, really, dude? Why don't you just let the facts come out? Right now, people are talking about the response to this kind of political violence. Not so much like who is, you know, whether or not this was an organic shooting or whatever. But there are a lot of people cheering this on, and I think people are noticing this trend. There's a trend that the people cheering this on are typically fall under a certain political part of the political spectrum. Do you think Nick and Shapiro should be careful? I think they should. I think everybody should be careful. Honestly, if you're involved in politics, if you're, you know, a household political name, and if you draw any kind of controversy, yeah, you should be careful. I mean, they tried to kill Nick. They literally tried to. Some guy came to his house with a gun, had a shootout with the cops, tried to kill Nick. So yeah, Nick absolutely should be careful. And I doubt we're going to see an AFPAC 5 or any other future Fuentes rallies for quite some time. You know, if before it was about doxing and other issues, now it's the threat of political violence. Yeah, you didn't know that? Yeah, this happened late last year. I think in December. He got doxed, and his dox was allowed to stay up for days on places like Reddit, even on X. And people like Milo Yiannopoulos was sharing it. Where's the consequences for that? Why aren't those people held liable? Why aren't those people in fucking prison? Why aren't those people being charged? They have been at war with the right since Trump's first term. Well, technically longer than that. But it really kicked off. They really cranked it up to 11 when Trump decided to run. Nick's parents train people on guns. He lives in Chicago. I think he's careful. Yeah, he's careful, but it's one of those things where, you know, you can only be so careful. You know, it's like You go outside, you're putting yourself at risk, you know? You order DoorDash, you put yourself at risk. You know what I'm saying? It's like... He's just immersed in it. The guy also killed his ex and other people before he tried to kill Nick. Yeah, he killed like his roommate and his roommate's family, that they got into some kind of altercation. Shot Nick's neighbor's dogs. That didn't really get a lot of coverage from the media. This is so angry as an American. Dude was killed while practicing his First Amendment and probably for practicing it. Yeah. Yeah, probably by some like schizo lunatic that bought into a lot of these narratives. You know, if you truly believe that like Charlie Kirk is like an evil guy that is, you know, creating evil, and you don't believe that murder is inherently wrong, you throw in some SSRIs on top of that, right? Fear propaganda. It's like one big psyop. Yeah, you're gonna get some unhinged lunatics. You're gonna get some people totally fucking divorced from reality. But again, we don't know who the killer is yet. But, you know, there are many such cases. You know, the shooter that was in Minnesota. You know, a lot of these horrific shootings of people are just like total schizos. They're fucking crazy. Only a civil war can solve this? Don't say that. You have to be 100% every time to survive, only get caught slipping 1% to die. Yeah, it feels like that, doesn't it? It's like, you know, you touch grass and it's like your life is in fucking danger, man. And it's like, if some deranged lunatic, like, if some like schizoed out MK Ultra freak doesn't kill you, it's like you just you get run over by an Indian truck driver or some black guy speeding on the shoulder of the highway. You know, it's like everything is getting worse all the fucking time, man. Every time I go out, I go driving in the city, it's like I crash the fuck out because it's just like people are lunatics. There's like a total disregard for other people and their surroundings. It's just insane. They called Charlie a Nazi for a while, so they went and unalived him. Yeah, it's this kind of dehumanizing rhetoric that is bad. But, you know, don't say like we need a civil war. I think that's kind of defeatist. I think that I do think there's a political solution. I think things are changing. You have to believe that there's a political solution to sort of manifest that. I don't think we should be jumping to the most extreme and violent solution. I think we should really try to avoid violence and disavow violence. And furthermore, just you saying that can be used against you. If you're saying that a violent war is the only way to solve this, like, do you see like how that line of logic kind of echoes what the left has been saying for so long now? That you have to punch a Nazi. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Shit like that. It's like, that's okay. That's not actually a productive, peaceful solution. If there was a civil war, Trump will be happy and perpetuate himself in power. Yeah, I don't actually think that's true. And I'm not a fan of Trump, but I actually don't think he wants to see America, like, burn to the fucking ground. Excuse me, it's actually National Socialist. Yeah. Yo, so Zane, how's it going, dog? If the left get back into office in 3 years, they're really gonna unalive us. I don't know. Things seem to be okay under Biden, to be honest. I think a lot of that is like right-wing fear-mongering, like conservative fear-mongering. Like, what's the argument that like vote Republican or they're gonna kill you? How does that differ from them saying this is the most important election of your lifetime? You have to vote Republican no matter what. Like, what have Republicans done to prevent, like, real question, what have they done to prevent this from happening? Or maybe not necessarily this, but to punish, like, violent sentiment in the discourse. What have they done? What have they done to protect the free speech of right-wingers online? What have they done to punish the media companies or social media companies fomenting this kind of hatred and censoring right-wingers? Trump is dining with Mark Zuckerberg. You got the guy who banned Trump off of fucking Facebook. So what are Republicans going to do about this other than just like cry about it? It's the uniparty. Yeah, it's the point is they're just not serious about doing anything about it. They will ride this. They will play the martyr narrative. They will lean into grievance politics, but they will promise you nothing. You're already seeing it happen. They know that they're slipping up. They know that people are turning against the GOP. That's why they're starting to ratchet up a lot of the white and Christian grievance politics. And I think this will be another thing that they'll stand on. They will stand on Charlie Kirk's dead body, and they will say this is terrible, and they will promise nothing in return. They will blame everything on, and again, it's like, you know, the right wing has been complicit in this. They've done nothing to stop this. We need to subvert them or replace them? Yeah. Yeah, no Fed posting. No Fed posting. No Fed posting. So it's just like, I guess the real fear is, let's say they do crack down on free speech. Let's say they do expand the surveillance and police state. Let's say this is sort of the catalyst for that. It doesn't take much of an imagination to wonder, how could this be used against us? Maybe this could be a sale, like, not that this was an orchestrated event per se, but I think there is a contingent in our government that will use this as an advertisement to sell more censorship to right-wingers. We need greater surveillance, otherwise the left will kill you. Therefore, give up your freedoms or your civil liberties. Let us spy on you. And then, is it too much? Is it too outlandish to believe that next thing you know, they'll be arresting anti-Semites for stuff they say on the internet? Just thinking ahead on how this can be politicized and used. Because something clearly needs to be done about this. Regardless. Okay. One safety vote, bigger gov. It's not just about the size of government, it's how they're able to use the government. You know, is this a justification for the expansion of the Palantir surveillance state? Never let a good tragedy go to waste, right? Just terrible, man. It's just fucking terrible. So I guess, what is our country just supposed, we're all just supposed to be terrified? Step outside, you could lose your life. Say the wrong political opinion, you're gonna lose your life. Yeah. Our condolences and prayers are with Charlie Kirk for the repose of his soul, as well as for his wife and his children, who are currently in agony and suffering at the loss of a husband and a father. Despite our disputes with Charlie Kirk, his death has left us heartbroken and shocked. We are deeply saddened by Charlie's passing, and we plead to you, our followers, to pray deeply for Charlie Kirk and his family. Requiescat in pace. Yeah. New York Times confirmed, citing law enforcement officials in Utah, UVU officials, that Charlie Kirk's assassin is still at large. Mayor of Orem says police are still hunting for the shooting suspect. President Trump has ordered all flags to be flown at half-mast. Flags remain at half-mast until Sunday evening. In honor of Charlie Kirk, a truly great American patriot, I am ordering all American flags throughout the United States lowered to half-mast until Sunday evening at 6 p.m. Yeah, man. Yeah, if you have nothing to hide, it shouldn't. Yeah. I have my reservations about what the solution to this kind of violence is, because I have my reservations about the people that wield the power. That's kind of the crux of it. So obviously something needs to be done about political violence. Obviously something needs to be done about just violence in general in this country. But I don't think we should be living in a state of fear. Like, we can't be hysterical about it. We can't be overly emotional. Otherwise we get another Patriot Act after 9/11. Pray for Charlie, gotta get off work tomorrow, 7. Thanks for stopping by, DL. Yeah, pray for Charlie. It's very important to pray for Charlie for the repose of his soul. Like I said, I had plenty of disagreements. Oh, my mom's calling me. I'll have to catch her later. I'll have to call her back. Important. Probably wants to talk about the Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah. Yeah, pray for his soul. It's just terrible, man. I mean, this is scary. This is our country, dude. Like... absolutely awful. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, Hassan came out yesterday and said
No, we gotta...
he wished harm on Nick.
You know, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know? Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude?
Like, how, like, what is the excuse for this? If pressed on this, what is Hassan gonna say? Oh, I meant in Minecraft. I meant, you know, verbally. Is that what it like? Where's the defense of this? How, like? Please, Hassan, I'd love to hear his I'd love to hear your explanation for this. Yeah, Destiny is filth. These people, like, the left, so many of these leftists, man, are liberals. It's both, really. Have just this penchant for violence. This sort of glibness about death towards their political opposition.
Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Yeah, it's just a, like, unhinged boomer. He was not the shooter. Charlie did pass. He officially passed. He officially passed. Just terrible, dude. Time to do your fucking job and seize power. If you want to be more than a footnote in American collapse section of future history books, it's now or never. Yeah, it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? In principle, I would agree with that. And I want them to do something about the violence. I do have my reservations, though, on how this can be used against us. I don't want to sign on to my own oppression, you know? If this is a Patriot Act Part 2 sort of deal. Have they found the weapon? As far as I know, no. And the shooter's still at large. They have not found the shooter yet. Yeah. What is wrong with these people? And you know, what is up with all these fucking people? I said this yesterday, but like, my favorite term to use to describe this is telescopic bravery. I think it was Balltown that, I don't know if he coined it, but I saw him use that, and I think that's so appropriate. I get a voicemail. You know, all these people cheering on acts of violence or something happening in another country for doing things that they would never do themselves. So people see like the civil unrest in Nepal and they're like glibly cheering on death and destruction. This is going to be bad. This will be in history books. Yeah, it very well could be. It very well could be.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Yeah, like these people are fucking sick. Richard Spencer, I wish Charlie Kirk and his family the best. We seem to have entered an age in which political assassinations become a regular occurrence, deeply disturbing. This is like, we are watching in real time the collapse of our civilization, the collapse of the empire. Political unrest is, this precedes major violence, major instability. And as if it weren't already clear when, you know, Donald Trump had that assassination attempt on his life last year, or Nick Fuentes, the attempt on his life. I mean, look. This is the world we live in now. This is our country. I feel like that, what was that Rachel Maddow? That one clip? This is not a dream. This is real. It's literally, it's like, this is your life now. Except unironically.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country. It's real.
Maybe that's too glib, but you get the point. It's like we are firmly immersed in this now. This isn't like... This isn't... We're not watching a show. We're watching our history unfold as we speak. And we have to live through this era of political violence and instability. You know, whether you have to worry about like getting stabbed just going home on public transit, or you say the wrong thing and you're going to get shot by some who knows what, who knows who. Disturbing, man. Fucking disturbing. This is a very sad day.
civil libertarians. One of the criticisms or concerns that I hear on the right or from civil libertarians is that Palantir has a large-scale data collection program on American citizens. So not foreign terrorists, not illegals, but American citizens. Can you just clear that up and say that either Palantir is not doing that or under what circumstances you do?
We had a Democratic administration come to us and basically ask us to do a Muslim database. Now, you would think, given the way I'm kind of besmirched as like some kind of, I don't know, it's like a Jewish conspiracy, that would be the first thing, according to them, I would do. We've never done anything like this. I've never done anything like this. Any technology that works can be abused. We are the single worst technology to use to abuse civil liberties, which is, by the way, the reason why we could never get the NSA or the FBI to actually buy our product. And if you're online watching, I don't know, Nick Fuentes,
does anybody believe
the Jewish
this?
Conspiracy, do yourself a favor and say, yeah, that could be really interesting. Spend 20 minutes looking at the product. 20 minutes looking at the product and say, is this not the hardest product to abuse in the world? Is it not built to be? And by the way, that's made me very rich. But to your questions, no, we are not surveilling US citizens. No, our data is not being used to aggregate and to create imputed weight. Because you could say, do you do it directly? Do it indirectly? That's a fair question. No. We never worked with China. We never worked with Russia. We never worked with adversarial. We got laughed out of the same room. And by the way, it's cost Palantir a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, of course he knows who Nick is. Alex Karp he's histrionic. He's paranoid. He says he lays awake at night, afraid that the far right is going to throw him off a roof. Of course he knows who Nick is. It's funny that he named him. But then here Myron says he's just lying because he actually used Palantir when he worked for the government. This has been reported. They're building up lists of Americans that they deem problematic. Don't already show they intercept everything? Yeah, I mean, he's just straight up lying. Does anybody believe Alex Karp here? And it's like, dude, it's like,
one of the criticisms.
Look at what Hassan posts. America is an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk shooting is the 46th school shooting this year thus far. Like, what a way to downplay and redirect the narrative towards his own political purpose. Aaron Collin wants to bring in Gideon AI into the U.S. for pre-crime arrests. Yeah, I'll cap, Your Honor. Fact checked by real American patriots as false. Yeah, dude, that's why I'm very... This is obviously a time of great turmoil and distress. You know, emotions are running high. We need to stay grounded. We need to stay focused. We can't let emotions get the better of our judgment. I do not want this to precede greater levels of surveillance. I'll just state it plainly. I don't want them to springboard off of this incident to expand the Palantir surveillance state. And this event would be sort of an advertisement for that for right-wingers, because right-wingers, you know, people, MAGA, whatever you want to call it, have been the most skeptical of the surveillance state. Certainly more so than the left. You know, the left, they've cheered on the censorship. They cheer on a lot of the political violence. Many of them. Not all of them, of course. But many of them. And so the real selling point, the people they would have to convince, this administration would have to convince, are the right-wingers. To say that it's a matter of your own security. We need Palantir to protect your First Amendment rights. And I'm very skeptical of that. I just see how they're going to go from point A to point B. And again, let me clarify by saying something does need to be done about this violence. Something does need to be done about political violence, but also just everyday violence. You know, the latest stabbing on the subway is just it's a long list of instances that are nearly identical. Austin, Metcalf, you know, you could go on and on and on. It's like every day there's a new instance of hyper violent, uncalled for crime. And, you know, this Charlie Kirk shooting is, you know, part of a greater trend of politically motivated violence as well. And it's all terrible. It's all awful. And so I'm skeptical about how they're going to, whatever solution that they propose, I'm skeptical of it. Just based on this administration's track record. I just don't want another Patriot Act Part 2. House of Representatives attempt to hold a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Some Democrats protest.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Let's, wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Where's the decorum, man?
The House will be in order.
People are going to protest a moment of silence?
We will join prayer right after this.
I mean, that's just crazy. We need to get used to living in a constant state of emergency. Yeah, and yeah, we just can't really be too, and that's not how we should live. We should not have to live paranoid that we're gonna get shot leaving our homes or whatever. Wait, what do you miss? I don't know what you missed. Rerum Novarum can tentatively geolocate that the shooter was positioned in the Lausi Center, marked in black, specifically in the vicinity of the Intercultural Engagement Center. This means the shooter fired a singular shot from approximately 200 meters away. Meters or yards. Into the center of the amphitheater where Charlie Kirk was located, marked in red. We have acquired information that tells us the Intercultural Engagement Center was shut down in April of this year, which means that a specific area of the building would likely be empty during the time of the shooting. Means that specific area would likely be empty during the time of the shooting. So here. So, whoever took the shot probably would have known about that. Maybe a student or faculty member walking around campus. Are you caught up? Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. So you missed all of it then, right? Yeah, so he was shot and killed. Yeah, and this kind of tracks because I think from the footage we saw of the far away footage, the people were stationed right here. And it sounded like it came from somewhere from the right, from here, which makes sense because as soon as the shots rang out, you can kind of hear it that it came from the right, but everybody turned to the right. But they're still looking for the shooter. British Foreign Secretary Cooper released a statement on the killing of Charlie Kirk, the first international comment on the assassination. Yeah. They're gonna blame Iran. I don't know if they'll blame Iran. I think they'll probably blame the Democrats. I mean, we don't know. We don't know the motivations. We don't know the details. They still don't have a shooter. You know, I don't know if they're simply, I mean, for all we know, there's simply nothing more nefarious than there was just a lone gunman. We need to wait for the details to come out before we jump to conclusions. Yeah. And then it's just like, you get people that are politicizing it. Like, yeah, I disagree with Charlie Kirk on this stuff, but his body's not even cold, man. Bro. Then you get people like this, man. And it gets 18,000 fucking likes. Yeah, yeah, FBI. So, yeah, something needs to be done about this shit, man. Because there's just way too many people that are totally cheering on this kind of violence. Like, FBI, do your fucking job. Destiny thinks anyone on the left who does any sort of disavowal of the Charlie Kirk shooting is cucked and weak. It's crazy what types of things you can say that will get you banned from YouTube and social media, but this is totally fine and not enough to even get a blue check removed.
One shot. Yo.
All right. What do you think conservative response to this will be? It's going to be the exact same response that it always is. It's going to be blaming the left. It's going to be a call for more aggressive rhetoric towards the left. It's going to be a call for the left to condemn or disavow or whatever the fuck. Anybody on the left that does any sort of disavow, whatever bullshit, I think is cucked and weak. I saw Newsom doing it earlier.
What?
No, at some point, if I hear any mainstream conservative say, we need to bring the temperature down, then I'll start taking it seriously. But until then, nah, fuck that. I don't think same thing I said on the
Okay, wait. What? So Charlie Kirk says, Destiny says that if you disavow the murder of Charlie Kirk, you're cucked and weak. Am I getting that correct? Is that correct? And he doesn't like Newsom's tweet. Let's look at what Newsom tweeted. We already saw it, but let's pull it up. The attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence, every form. This is the tweet that Destiny disavows. That he thinks is cucked and weak. Dude. Unironically, Destiny should be banned from every platform. Unironically, like, he should be banned. He should be banned for inciting political violence. You know, and he's cheered on when conservatives have gotten banned. Not to make it about that, but like, not to the whole like kind of tired if the shoe were on the other foot, but like seriously, like, look, if it were a right winger doing it, I would disavow that too. Because frankly, like, right wingers that advocate for political violence we're not on the same page. We're not on the same fucking team, you know? Like all these shooters that were affiliated with BAP. Like that one black guy that shot up that was it a church? a few months ago. I was just running in these BAP circles. Yeah, just because they're right-wing or whatever, ostensibly, doesn't mean that I'm not going to disavow them. What's up, Kumquat? Your W from your governor? Has Nick tweeted anything? Yeah, he has. Yeah. Except it's not showing it. That's weird. Something's wrong with Twitter. Anyway, but he has tweeted. First he tweeted, pray for Charlie Kirk. Then he tweeted, this feels like a nightmare, one of the most horrific things I've ever seen. I feel absolutely gutted and devastated. Pray for Charlie Kirk's soul, his young family, and for our country. The violence and hatred has to stop. Our country needs Christ now more than ever. Nick is going underground. I mean, they've already made an attempt on his life, so. And then we saw this other tweet. Like this shit. Like, bro. There are so many people cheering this shit on. There's I guess in a certain sense, I hope that this is a wake-up call for people. How many deranged lunatics there are that are cheering on this political violence. What happened? Did you just wake up? Charlie Kirk is dead. Yep, Groypers keep a low profile for a few weeks. Yeah, I don't think we'll see another AFPAC or another Fuentes rally, and that's for the best, to be honest. I was always a little apprehensive about it, just due to the nature of things, but now especially, I just think it's just too dicey. It's too risky. Yeah, Charlie Kirk got shot. He got shot and killed at his rally. Palantir should keep tabs on these people boasting his death. I think that's how they'll sell it, but I think they're more concerned with right-wing terrorism. But yeah, here's... In case you missed it, Kumquat.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
It's absolutely horrific, man.
Not counting.
Absolutely fucking horrific. Yeah, but I think they'll jump on this and they'll use it to sell Palantir. I think that's the obvious play. They're gonna sell Palantir to right-wingers.
So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just getting right up.
Yeah, you think?
Well, that's the building, right? Right there is the building. That's probably where the shooter is, right? That's... Alright, we've got the... Let's just take a quick mental note. Yeah. Okay, so Rerum also posted this. Confirms our tentative report that the shooter fired from the Lassie Center, which was right here. That is the same building. That's the roof right there, because you can see the building in front of it. So they have footage of the shooter. Presumably. Amateur film taken moments before Charlie Kirk's. Yeah, I guess there's the shooter running around. Mossad, Palantir, CIA. We don't know yet. We don't know who the culprit is. They don't have him in custody. It's all speculation right now. It's really hard to predict anything without the shooter and the weapon. Yeah, I mean, we can only speculate on the motivation and the background of the shooter. it's not really productive to like say that, like to assume what the motivation is. Yeah, we need to stop. The political violence has to stop. And I think the discourse right now is mostly about the response to the shooting. If anything, it's like half the people are appalled, the other half are cheering it on, and it's pretty sick to see people cheer this shit on. Shot in the neck. Today's the day Nick Fuentes became the voice of the GOP. And this is what people need to understand, like, we do not condone violence. We do not promote violence. We disavow violence. I'll say that. I'll keep saying that. I will always say that. Some people, and you can already predict, are gonna want blood. They're calling for blood. And yeah, and a lot of these liberals and leftists that were dehumanizing, calling for violence, they do need to be called out.
There are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Well, breaking fucking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fanta-Fastest favorite 5-mile wide mouthpieces, Charles Chucklefuck Kirk.
Yeah, these people should these people ought to be ashamed of themselves. I wonder if one of his kids will become trans. What? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Whites hating whites will never sit well with me. Yeah, it's kind of a problem, isn't it? But, you know, there is the reality that a lot of these people want us dead. They wanted Charlie dead. It's pretty sick.
Well, the Luigi trial is upon us, and it is set to...
Yeah, the violent revolutionary normie is a type. Look at Hassan.
...be the trial of the century, internet style. And
yeah, that's almost forgot about Luigi Mangione as another example of how extreme violence has been normalized and deemed acceptable by large parts of the country. Yeah, Kirk's kid, like, what kind of comment is that? I wonder if Charlie's kids will become trans, LOL. What the fuck are you... What's wrong with you, man? You think that's funny? The man just died.
One shot. Yep. All right. What do you think conservative response to this will be? It's going to be the exact same response that it always is.
Yeah, Destiny sucks, man. Guy's a fucking total degenerate piece of shit. And yeah, he should probably be deplatformed. I think they still haven't found the shooter though.
I actually had a debate set up for tomorrow in Asheville, North Carolina.
Are you still going to go to your event? Or are you going to cancel it?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
Myron, you gotta cancel it, bro.
I would advise to cancel it because
Yeah, cancel it.
Myron, cancel it.
He should cancel it. Let's be real here. He should cancel it. It's the same thing with like Luigi Mangione. It's the same thing with a lot of these church shooters. I think it's reasonable to expect that there will be copycats. Look at how many people are celebrating this. Trans person is a person like any other person. Yeah, nobody's... What are you talking about? Alright, you're for real here? Okay. Myron said Charlie has massive security at events. Well, yeah, you can see the security guy next to him. You know, but... It seemed like within moments of the guy running across the rooftop, you could see him running around, to him lying down, maybe a minute or two passed. It's also like 200 yards away. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, security like that, it's one thing to have security for a crowd, but do you expect like a rooftop shooter for... I mean, you know, Charlie Kirk is political commentator. He's not like Trump or anything. You know, he doesn't have that level of security. Maybe he will, or well, maybe people will in the future now. If they do decide to have these kinds of... I just think we'll see a massive downtick in like public political events like that. On June 14, 2025, Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman was assassinated in a shooting at her home in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. United States. Hortman was a leader of the state Democrat. Falcon was killed alongside her husband, Mark. Yeah, okay. It's too early to be speculating motives. Could be political, nut job, or Fed. Yeah, we don't know. We have no idea. Everything would be purely speculative. We have no concrete evidence of who the shooter is, who he's affiliated with, what his motivations are. That's why the discourse has mostly been about the response to it. I'm torn on free speech for these disgusting demons openly supporting this. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think they should have free speech, honestly. I think free speech is kind of dead in this country, to be honest. Like, let's just be real for a second. It's been weaponized against like real political dissidents for years now. The way free speech, or you know, rather censorship, has been utilized has totally enabled this kind of rhetoric to fester. For years, people have been calling violence against their political opponents, and it's mostly been kind of these deranged leftist types, mostly. You know, there have been people on the right that have done that, but a lot of them get canceled, and every time that there is somebody on the right that promotes violence, if they're not a Fed themselves, it typically gets picked up by the media, and they get canceled. They lose their job. And so I think that the uptick in left-wing violence is a result of this. Yeah, this is really bad. This is horrific. This is absolutely horrific. Any comment from Jimmy Dore? I know he canceled his interview. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. He went live. This was an hour ago. Okay, I see. I guess it's already over. But No reason given. He probably got too much heat from people. That's my guess.
I don't know. They
Can't be doing this anymore. You can't put yourself at risk. You have to cancel
Especially
it.
in the
Myron.
near future.
Reading the room isn't your strength. Yeah, I know, right? I think the right-left dialogue is more important than ever. It's almost like, dude, are you like pro-life or are you like anti-life? Are you pro-humanity or anti-humanity? You know, it's like, I just see people cheering this on, and you even see, you know, a few right-wingers cheering this on because they didn't like Charlie Kirk, and it's like, okay, you guys are missing the mark. The issue here is not only the right wing to be shot. Do you see what are you talking about? My reaction, Melissa Hortman death? I remember reading that when it happened. It's a tragedy. What's your point? We're gonna bring something up from months ago. Is it my reaction to Melissa Hortman or Charlie's? Whose reaction exactly?
Also, if you,
Yeah, Dur, I wonder if the kid who just lost his father is going to turn out trans. Yeah, only. That's just like so fucking out of pocket. Like what a dumb thing to it would take a retarded mind to think of that, and like a retarded mind to post that in chat. It's like, what the fuck? Like, use your discernment. It's just, what kind of person says some shit like that an hour after the father died of this kid?
Respect for the guy as in mourning.
In a gruesome political shooting. I don't know, man.
Also.
It's just unhinged behavior.
Yeah, I literally I just got this info like 10 minutes ago, so I you know, obviously I'm still kind of figuring out what the hell's going on. I didn't even really think about Asheville.
My reaction when you read Melissa Hortman death, only because she's a Democrat. What are you talking about? No, you fucking retard. I remember reading that months ago, and I condemned it then. What, you want me to be appalled? This is happening right now. You want me to put on fucking theatrics for something that happened months ago? What, to prove that I'm not partisan? I condemn political violence. The fuck do you want from me? I've said it how many times now? You're gonna make this whataboutism about a Democrat that got murdered? It's a joke, dude. Well, it's not funny. Read the fucking room, man. You're talking about, oh, what if Charlie's kid turns out to be trans? It's like, dude. This isn't the Melissa Hortman chat. Like, this is breaking fucking news. This is shocking. It's just, it's like, I don't know, man. What? Just insane.
Until you guys brought it up. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I've been careful. I really do think it was Mossad behind this.
If somebody took out Kirk,
I don't know, like, what more to say. Like, I condemn political violence on all sides. Like, I don't think we should be murdering people in cold blood for political disagreements. I don't think we should be cheering on violence, whether it's here, whether it's in Nepal, whether it's in the Middle East.
brother, you know what I mean? And he's not that hard. I mean, someone like you is even more of a target, you know what I mean? So God forbid some freak, and we don't know what this guy's motive was. I mean, and like Joa could have said, it could have been something like the JFK files or Epstein. It didn't have to be, you know, some left-wing person. It could be any motive. And we know that your position on things is more, you know, controversial than Charlie's. And if they're taking out Charlie Kirk's, my God,
Yeah, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk.
Everyone's got to be worried now. So this is really sick, man. We're getting to the point in this country where people are snapping. We got.
Yeah, I'll say it again. I disagreed with Charlie Kirk on numerous things. And I find this appalling. And I pray for Charlie Kirk. I pray for his family. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. And I disavow. I disavow the shooting. I disavow political violence. It's kind of sad that I even need to say this. It's kind of sad that I even have to preface this by saying, like, yeah, I'm against violence. I'm against political violence especially. And that even if you disagree with somebody, you shouldn't cheer it on when they get brutally murdered. You got a sinking feeling when they're not gonna find the assassin. Think it was professional? It could be. We don't know. It could be a professional shooter. Could be an assassin. We don't know yet. I imagine their campus has a lot of cameras. Most modern campuses have cameras everywhere. I imagine they would, if they were functioning properly, they would see him moving in to the building, to the rooftop around campus. It was the UVU campus. What was it? Utah Valley University. But apparently that's the shooter right there on the roof.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
Huh.
He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying, just.
Yeah, it's not the point, man. It's like, I guess you just have to be on like high alert every time you go to like a public event like this. To be looking out for shooters and shit. Scanning rooftops as soon as you see something like this. You bet Mossad, Palantir, CIA, Trump operation to divert attention. Trump operation? I mean, again, this is all speculation. We don't know yet. Drones become standard at public events. Yeah, security drones. And that would be like a pretty cheap and effective solution, I think. For greater surveillance. Security surveillance at an event like this. And the leftist commies too, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man.
People getting stabbed. We got all sorts of things happening day by day. Tomorrow's 9/11, you know, the anniversary. I mean, this is just getting ugly. So I'm very concerned for all of our guys in the front lines, brother. I would definitely cancel, and I'm sure that people would understand. That's just my opinion.
Especially, I agree with you, Luke. Especially in the immediate future, because sometimes what happens with these vigilantes is they'll do like a sequential instances as well. So I would definitely.
Oh, you'll have copycat shooters. Yeah, it's just a bad idea, man. Is someone on the roof? Yeah, presumably it was the shooter that was on the roof, because this is where they believe the shots came from. And right before the shooting happened, this guy ran across the roof and went prone. Based on, like, geolocation. This is the rooftop. This is where they believe the shots came from. This is about 200 or so yards. And this guy was taking a video here on this rooftop. And that's where this guy is, right there. Boom. On that rooftop right there. So we'll see if they can find him.
What?
Why is it autoplaying? Again, they should have cameras. They should have cameras everywhere if it's a modern facility. It's kind of concerning that they haven't caught him yet, though. Yeah, CNN reported that no weapon has been recovered, meaning the shooter likely fled with his weapon. They arrested an old dude. Yeah, he was not the shooter. That guy was just deranged. Just an deranged boomer. There, is anybody... That's a good, what are some good spaces?
From any direction, any direction or any perspective, in the sense of whether it was politically motivated or not. But that being said, in terms of what I'm seeing on X, people are massively politicizing this. And I'm just reading the statement from the Israeli Prime Minister, who is a genocidal maniac. He said this, quote, Charlie Kirk was murdered for speaking truth and defending
Poor
freedom.
Homer.
A lion-hearted friend of Israel, he fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization. I spoke to him only 2 weeks ago, invited him to Israel. Sadly, this visit will not take place. We lost an
Who do I think it was that did it?
His boundless pride in America and his valiant belief in free speech will leave a life.
I don't know. I mean, I could speculate. We could speculate. I don't know how useful it is to speculate just yet because details are still emerging. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. Many of his former classmates made public statements about how conservative he was. Hopefully a registered Republican didn't do this to Charlie Kirk. What the fuck is your problem? Imagine Nick Fuentes fan, we'd be doomed. Yeah. Also, I'm not even sure if Crooks was even the shooter. That guy kind of got memory hole. There were conflicting reports at the time. Even a picture of the alleged shooter that didn't resemble Crooks. I think there's something fishy about the Trump assassination attempt. There was some level of negligence, unacceptable negligence, within the Secret Service to allow that to even happen. That raises some suspicions. I doubt we'll ever know the full truth. But, yeah, I don't really see, like, what... Like, another wonderful secret, like, what is your angle here? Because so far I'm seeing a lot of liberals and leftists cheering this shit on. Do you disavow the shooting? And do you disavow political violence? Or are you just here to, like, grandstand? Are you just here to, like, moralize? And make this, strictly political, partisan politics? Is that all this is to you? Because you see people cheering this shit on, saying this is a good thing. That Charlie Kirk got shot and killed in cold blood. Where do you stand on that? Another wonderful secret. Are you just here to say Republicans bad? Is that all you have to say? There are hundreds of miles of open space in Utah. Only a professional can disappear like that. I mean... But where in Utah did this happen? I mean, Lotus Center, Utah Valley University, is that like... I don't know if it takes that much of a professional. I mean, we're still waiting. I mean, this is still a developing story. It's just been like only a couple hours. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this develops. I don't think we have to jump to conclusions or speculate too hard just yet. Highway directly to the west of campus. Only professional could disappear like that. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. Yeah, I don't think that's. The fact that they haven't caught him yet is indicative that this is like a professional shooter. And like 200 yards is not that far. You don't need to be military trained or to be. I know that's like a hot take. You would have to have like decent shooting skills, but you spend enough time at the range, like you can hit 200 yards with a decent rifle, and especially with a decent optic that you can just buy. Pretty ubiquitous, not difficult. Again, we don't know the details yet. So saying that this is indicative of professional I don't know. We don't know yet. President Macron just appointed his 5th prime minister in 2 years. In response, the Block Everything movement is calling for a nationwide blockade of roads, halting public services, and mobilizing citizens to stay home. Macron is considering blocking a social media prevent the movement from spreading. Man, things really are just fucking unraveling, huh? You know, it's just one of those weeks where decades is going by.
Not counting gang violence. Great. Not counting gang violence.
Charlie Kirk is coming to my college tomorrow. I really hope someone evaporates him literally. Let's just say something big will happen tomorrow. Well, that's interesting. You see, people say this shit all the time, and there are no repercussions. Small city, not like New York or Chicago or anywhere in California. That's what Nepal did. They shut down social media. Yeah, yeah, I'm not here to like say that the French or the Nepalese should do this or that. Small city separated by vast tracts of nothing. Is that why Nepal went crazy? That's part of it. That's part of why Nepal went crazy. That plus the dip in their economy. What's up, Rafa? Rip Charlie Kirk. Yeah, rip. This is a tragedy, man. This is terrible. Truly terrible shit. Yeah, they probably should look into this. Yeah, and you just have a lot of people cheering this shit on. Like we were browsing through Blue Sky, and you just see people cheering this shit on, making about something else. Charlie Kirk won't see your jokes about him getting shot, but people who lost family and friends to gun violence might as well be one of those people. I say keep posting those bangers. Fuck Charlie Kirk. Like, really? Really? Do not be bullied, cowed, or shamed by bad faith right-wing actors in MAGA that are blaming liberals for everyone that isn't MAGA or for Charlie Kirk. Call them out for their hypocrisy. Go on offense. They are fine with political violence and mass shootings when it's against the rest of us. So what the fuck is this guy talking about? No self-awareness, no remorse, no shame. Like, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Yeah, and right-wingers disavowed this too, overwhelmingly. Overwhelmingly. You know, you get occasional sickos like Milo Yiannopoulos, for example. But we disavow Milo. We disavow people calling for violence. They don't represent our views. Can't believe he's gone. Of all people, Kirk. People will pay. Trump must act accordingly. Yeah, man. Let's not be rash or emotional here. Let's see what they do. Let's see what Trump does. Let's see what the administration does. I think it's sick that people are cheering the shit on. What else is there really to say? We're still waiting. Utah Valley University reports that Charlie Kirk's assassin is still at large. It has been almost 4.5 hours since Charlie Kirk was shot. Wow. Sorry, I'm just so pissed. How was he not caught? It's a good question. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But let's not get emotional now. Let's not let emotions cloud our reason and judgment. Like I said, I alluded to this earlier, or I didn't allude to it, I outright said it. I do have some reservations about how they're gonna potentially use this tragedy. Will this be used to sell to the right wing why we need more Palantir, why we need a police state? Because there is a serious concern with political violence and violence in general that needs to be addressed. Is this an excuse to usher in an unprecedented era of surveillance and censorship that could very easily backfire on the right wing? Be used to suppress dissident members of the right wing, for example. People like Nick, for instance. All under the guise of protecting against political violence against right-wingers. That's sort of the obvious trepidation. That's the obvious concern for how this administration can respond to this. Hope it doesn't lead to this. Yeah, I hope so too. Like, because again, something needs to be done. Clearly something needs to be done. But that could be the impetus behind something that is used against us. It matters what we do. It actually matters how they react to this. The details matter. You know, in times of great distress, and when emotions are flying high and people say, well, somebody just do something about this, it actually matters what we do. We need to stay level-headed here. CNN has once again reported that no arrests have been made and no suspect has been identified. Because right now, tensions are at an all-time high. You see it. You see it on both sides, frankly. You see the left cheering this shit on, and you see right-wingers that are like, their veins are popping out of their neck because you see, whether it's this, or it's, the Ukrainian woman, or it's Austin Metcalf, or it's any number of other these other issues. The things are, we're in a dangerous point in time right now. It feels like something is going to give. With no shooter, no weapon, no motive, a narrative can be spun any way people want. This is really bad. And that's a big part of the problem. People are going to engage in speculation. If there is no evidence for anything, really. Breaking, the Associated press reports that federal and local officers had been searching the surrounding neighborhoods of the Utah Valley University, knocking on doors and displaying a photo asking for information on the shooter. So they still haven't found shit. This could have been Nick. Yeah, this could have been Nick. So it is a dangerous place. If there's no evidence, then people will engage in potentially wild speculation that they don't necessarily have to prove. Yeah, they're knocking on doors. Zoomer historian is saying to get angry. First of all, the Zoomer historian is living in the UK. Okay. That's another instance of telescopic bravery. Like, look, yeah, you should be upset about this, but do not let your emotions get the better of you to where you'll do something rash or stupid or say something that you can't take back. Don't be a fucking idiot. Like, people need to be, just don't be so emotional. Be level-headed. This is how people make mistakes. When they're in heightened states of emotion. This guy's already out of the country at this point. He's already in fucking Mexico. Oh, dude, that's crazy, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. If they're knocking on doors, I don't know. Maybe they're parsing video footage at the same time. I would think that they should probably get the cell phone data of everybody in the area and just track where everybody went and see if anybody was anywhere near that building, which they can do. And if the shooter had his phone on him at that time, they'll be able to track him, just like they did on January 6th. It's something they can totally do. It will take a little bit of time, but we'll see. Raining today? Yeah, what a day for real. Utah Governor Spencer Cox to hold a press conference shortly. Shit, man. This is somewhat salient. What is the scarier outcome? The Trump admin using this to crack down with the surveillance state and pre-crime, or an inability to do so showing their complete incompetence? Yeah, either outcome kind of sucks, doesn't it? But frankly, I think they already have the tools. You just need to enforce crime. You don't know if what works like that. Zoomer Historian has as many L's as W's. I'm neutral on Zoomer Historian. Yeah. He's also more of a millennial.
Basically, I heard a loud bang, which I figured a shot would be a little bit louder, but I just saw it hit him in the chest, and then all of a sudden just tons of blood gushing right out where his heart is. And then
yeah, let's just hate white, right? It's always white. White liberal women, right? That's always the problem. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. And you get people saying, well, guess you lost the debate. 120,000 likes. What the fuck is wrong with these people, man? I'm actually thinking big surveillance might be behind this, at least partially. Well, it's if we were to engage in speculation, as we said earlier, is this just a big advertisement? Scare the right wing into compliance. It's possible. we don't really know. We don't really know. And I guess like any kind of like well-executed plan would maintain the ambiguity. Like if this was some kind of, let's just speculate for a second. If this was some kind of false flag, a well-executed one would be one where they don't get caught, where there's no concrete definitive answer. And that would further justify the argument that would be used for the argument of why we need more surveillance, so we can prevent this from happening in the future. Charlie Kirk got shot in cold blood and the killer got away. This is why we need Palantir. You know, it doesn't take a genius to see the writing on the wall of how this could be a false flag, or how maybe not even necessarily a false flag, but how this could be utilized. So, like JFK's killing being talked about 60 years later. Yeah, similar story. Well, we kind of know who's behind that. But as far as who actually pulled the trigger, it's ambiguous. Like who actually had the killing blow. You're praying that the suspect isn't another registered Republican like Thomas Crooks in Butler, Pennsylvania. See, like, what is wrong with you? Why are you being so glib? I don't, like, there's actually something wrong with you. Somebody just got murdered in cold blood, and you're glibly saying, oh, I hope it wasn't a registered Republican just like Thomas Crooks. You are sick. You need help. Somebody got murdered in cold blood, and you're glibly posting and politicizing this. Is it not enough that a man got shot in cold blood for in an act of political violence? Is that not enough to condemn this? You're just gonna dance on his grave? Oh, but the Republicans. Something genuinely wrong with you. I hope you get help. I don't know. We don't know if this is the shooter or not. Yeah, I mean, this could be like, I don't know. I don't know where things go from here, to be honest. Because the temperature is so fucking out of control in this country, man. And there is righteous indignation. But where does that lead us? Because there are people who might do something rash and stupid. We don't want more violence, we want less violence. And people are so emotional and they feel disenfranchised. They feel disenfranchised, and that's a little bit of a scary place to be. When people feel like they have no power and they've got nothing to lose. And they have no trust in the institutions, no trust in justice. No faith in that the right thing will happen in the end. It's a dangerous place to be. So, yeah, you saw, yeah. Destiny always does this. It's rage bait because it's washed. I don't think that makes it acceptable, though. I don't think he should get away with it by just saying it's rage bait anymore. That ship has sailed. We're done with that. Muslims are correct. Women should have no voice. Based Muslims. See, like, and then Rabbi Shmuley immediately makes this about Israel. Today, as we witness yet another attempt to silence pro-Israel voices, we are reminded of the constant threats facing Rabbi Shmuley. For years, he stood... Yeah, donate to... Oh my gosh! You can't make this shit up. Charlie Kirk died. Rabbi Shmuley's in danger too, because we were both pro-Israel. Donate here. Donate to me. Don't give me money. Give me. Charlie Kirk died. Give me money, please. Oh, welcome back, Kumquat. Charlie Kirk was a moderate, as moderate as you could get, and he's been assassinated. Yeah. Bro, you can't make this shit up, man. You cannot make this shit up. Oh my gosh. That's insane. This is so fucking unhinged. Like, you cannot be serious. Oh, Charlie Kirk got shot. Well, I've been under attack too. Don't forget about me. He was pro-Israel too. I'm pro-Israel. Give me shekels, please. I'm in danger. Dude. The dangers are real, and they only continue to grow. To ensure his safety and his ability to continue his vital work, we urgently need to raise funds for cameras, fencing, and professional security personnel. Donate here! Bro. Yeah, they spit on the Shabbos goy too. Funny. Yeah, tax-free for religious, because it's a religious donation. Dude, it's like, there's just, you think they just can't sink any lower. This is just fucking, like, brother. Has Hassan blamed Asmongold yet? We were taking a look earlier.
It could be anything. It could be the guy, but it could also be something totally irrelevant. You know what I mean? Why would you?
He's convinced there was some kind of military personnel or something, which it's possible.
Where's the fucking press conference?
I don't know what his official take on it is. We're still all speculating at this point. But again, like, Hassan calling for violence constantly, not a good look. Not a good look for him. Anything new going on in the spaces?
This is what I worked for. It
Is Nick streaming later? I assume so.
Right now, Suleiman.
I assume he's streaming later.
If one of you guys can get that, we can play it. But Myron, just a quick question to you, just before they do their press conference.
I imagine he's got a lot to talk about, a lot to get into tonight. I mean, there really is a lot to talk about. He might talk. Obviously, he's going to talk about Charlie Kirk. He'd probably spend the whole show talking about it. But then you also have what's going on in France. You also have what happened last night between Poland and Russia. That's kind of a nothing burger. Or so it seems thus far. There was another shooting in Colorado at another school shooting. It's like, dude, you know, it's like, it's insane. There are weeks that go by where nothing happens, and then there's days that go by where decades happen, and it feels like we're in those decades are happening right now. Truly crazy. Given the target, I wouldn't be surprised if it was military, because where the bullet landed, it's hard to work with medically. Yeah, I mean, precision. It was a single shot. There was no follow-up shot. It was one precise shot. Probably somebody. I think it's fair to say that, you know, I don't think you have to be military trained. I mean, 200 yards is not crazy. At 200 yards, you honestly, I would think that maybe they would go for center mass. And just land one like straight in his aorta, or even his lungs, and put a few in. I mean, a single shot to the neck. I don't know if he was aiming for the neck. Could have been aiming for the head. The neck is a hard place to land a bullet. It's a little bit higher risk. Combine that, we don't know what rifle he had, what optic, what ammunition, so we don't know the MOA. So, you know, at 200 yards, a very accurate rifle, an accurate setup would be, what, 1 MOA? That means you can expect around 1 inch of deviance. And so at 200 yards, you're going to realistically expect 2 inches of deviance from your target. And that's like an accurate setup. And so aiming for the neck, that could easily be a miss. So I would think that a trained shooter probably would have gone for center mass. I would think. But we don't know what kind of caliber, we don't know what we're dealing with here. This is all speculation. Urgent appeal. Is this the most random assassination you've seen? 20 yards is that hard? No, it's the person would need to know anatomy. I guess, but that's if it was an intentional, if that's where he intended the bullet to land. Any layperson would just go for a headshot or a body shot. Well, I also think a trained personnel would, there's a case to me that they would also go for a body shot. Because if the person was trained, they could just as easily aim for the aorta or the heart, the vital organs here, then go for something in the neck. You know, all of this is you have an enormous artery going from your heart up through your chest and up your neck. I would think that aiming here would be a safer target than aiming here. You know? But again, this is all speculation. We don't know. Yeah, might not, but probably have been there long enough. Yeah. And again, there was only one shot. It wasn't, I don't know. You're too much slouching for anything clean. You never had the best posture. Neck is ideal, I guess. But again, we don't know what we're dealing with. You know, if this was a trained guy, let's see, 200 yards, neck. I mean, that's a shot you can definitely hit, but it depends on what he's working with. If he's working with like a higher precision rifle that has like sub 1/2 MOA, then that'll be a much easier shot than if he's working with like a store-bought AR with like suboptimal ammo. That could be like anywhere from like 1 to 2 or even 2+ MOA. We don't know. I think Charlie just had moved. It might have not been aiming for the neck. Possible. I don't know. Because he's also, you know, it's just hard to say, man. I mean, he's slouching, but like the shooter's also in an elevated position, right? Let's pull up the diagram again. Right, so it looks like, so he's facing this way, right? So the shooter is slightly off center, so slightly to Charlie's left. From an elevated position shooting down, if anything, hitting the neck might be a little bit harder because the head is begins to obstruct the neck. Hard to say. One shot, I don't know. I mean, what do we think? Do we think that an untrained shooter or maybe a less disciplined shooter would have put several shots on target rather than one?
Yeah, so it's playing now. I gotta get.
Because you know, he takes. Why does it keep doing that? Because he takes a shot and then immediately displaces. And that is what a well-trained shooter would do. They take one shot, like a sniper would take one shot and displace. But again, we don't know. That's the case to be made that this was a trained shooter. I would think somebody less rational, less trained, might put several rounds into him. But that's, again, speculation. Hopefully they'll find the guy and we'll know a little bit more. Yeah, imagine it was Mossad. Just living in, you know, I mean, it could be. I don't rule out Mossad, although Charlie was like one of their top guys. Maybe they wanted to martyr him. Like, let's just fuck it. We'll just engage in speculation. Maybe they wanted to martyr him I remember Harrison Smith came out a couple weeks ago and said that, you know, he heard from people close to Charlie that he was afraid that if he spoke out against Israel, that Mossad would kill him. I don't know how much stock to put into that. Could be nothing, could be speculation. It could be literally, because, you know, people make shit up all the time. People read into things too much. People have a tendency to lean more into the speculation or like the sensational angle. So I'm not sure how much weight to put into that. Total speculation could have been Mossad hit to block anything Epstein related. Yeah, I mean, again, we don't know. Zoomer says the center right dies today. Thoughts on Irina? Terrible, terrible event. Yeah, we kind of covered Irina a lot. A lot of people have been covering her to death. This is just another, like, drop in the bucket, so to speak. You know, this is just like, I think it's clear that, I mean, the political discourse, the, what am I listening to? Is that on this? What's playing? What is playing? Do I have a... Oh, this is what's playing. There we go. We'll come back to that in a second. What was I saying? Damn, I just lost my train of thought. You miss Charlie? It's tragic, man. It's tragic. Yeah, you just get people like this, you know? Just total fucking sickos. Yeah, real. Elon, please do something.
Charlie Kirk is dead. He got shot at an event that he was hosting in Utah. And I am sad, distraught. In fact, I just cried on my live stream in front of 250,000 people. My goal in this video is to tell you why I feel this way.
That is genuinely like a...
If you want to end gun violence, it is something that you can never celebrate. It is always disgusting, always vile.
I don't know, man. I wasn't his biggest fan by any means, but this is horrendous. It is. It's absolutely horrendous, and I don't know how anyone could justify this. Elon donated money to have murals of the Ukrainian girl painted in the city. Blacks are going to ape as usual. We don't know what's going to happen. He was a year younger than you. Yeah. Definitely hit the carotid artery. Yeah, no, he was gushing blood immediately. He was immediately unconscious. It might have even hit his spine too. It was bad. It was immediately apparent that it was bad. I mean, I hate showing this, but like, I mean, it was like lights out, man. It was. I think they probably spent most of the time at the hospital trying to resuscitate. I think he probably died on the spot.
Anger, indulged, can become vengeance. It also can become something even worse, which is resentment and bitterness. And we know that so anger, I would say it like this: anger is an active emotion. Resentment is when things settle. What I mean by that is
you have to get through anger. You have to process anger.
And it can move, right?
He died for, no, well, I don't think he's a martyr. I mean, maybe a political martyr, but not a moral martyr. Yeah, he's not Jesus. It doesn't mean it's not tragic, though. No redemption arc was holding out hope for that.
The anger can move us to do good. Anger can move us to say, this is wrong,
Charlie?
and I need to do something about this. Like, for you to be able to say, I need to go on the air.
Yeah, I don't know.
And we need to talk about this so that others don't experience this, so that people know that they're not alone, so we can rally and say, okay, you guys, how would Charlie want us to respond to this? Like that, to use that anger to move forward, to do good, as opposed to, I always think of resentment as like, anger is still the like quicksand, or it's like concrete that is still you can still move it.
Get some water.
But resentment is like when I set that, and now I've hardened my heart towards a certain group of people, towards a certain individual. I've hardened my heart to the world. I've hardened my heart to God. So we can't afford to go into resentment, but we have to know how to choose what to do with our anger. And so your response of anger, it would be a defect of humanity to not experience anger.
Well, then I'm human. I'm dead.
Yeah, I have to agree with Father Mike Schmitz. You know, you just can't get overly emotional. And you it's understandable, of course, we're all upset, we're all angry, but that can't lead into something dark and evil. I think that's well said. I think Father Mike Schmitz kind of put it succinctly. And it's difficult. It's a difficult thing because I think on some level we want vengeance. We want to, you know, it's easy to fall into that mindset of wanting to inflict onto other people what they inflict onto you. And we got to be better than that. And that doesn't mean we roll over. We still seek justice. We need to hold people accountable, of course. We need to protect the innocent. But we shouldn't want this kind of evil. You know, when you see these people cheering on this cold-blooded murder, those are evil people. We don't want to be like them. The way, you know we're on the right side when our enemies are cheering on the cold-blooded murder of a father and a husband. And regardless of his political views, like, that action in and of itself is, I mean, it's evil. So we got to be better than that. Just absolutely horrific. But what's going on here? Anything new going on?
We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the KIRK family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
If this is true, this means that the authorities have identified a person of interest.
From law enforcement.
A person of interest. However, this person of interest has not been revealed to the media. Breaking, the Federal Bureau of Investigation made an arrest in connection with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Okay. The subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Okay. Though it seems like they might have found the guy. Utah press briefing has begun. Utah Commissioner of Public Safety confirms that the first individual arrested has been booked for obstruction of justice, though he is not believed to be responsible for the shooting. That was the ranged, like, boomer libtard or whatever. That was cheering it on or something. An FBI representative is reading a pre-written speech from his iPhone, not providing any new information. Okay. Strangely enough, despite Kash Patel reporting that the suspect has been arrested, the FBI is fielding a tip line. And the Utah Commissioner of Public Safety said the suspect is still at large. That's bizarre. Maybe a failure in communication, or I don't know if there's anything more malicious about this. Maybe just incompetence, not on the same page. This is a dark day for our state. This is a tragic day for our nation. This is a political assassination. Spencer Cox, governor of Utah. We have a person of interest in custody, and our investigation is ongoing. To whoever did this, we will find you, we will try you, and we will hold you accountable. Okay, so maybe did they find the guy or did they not find the guy? What's up, Sad? Yeah, it is unreal. It's absolutely unreal. I would just like to remind people we have the death penalty in the state of Utah. Utah. We have a person in custody. To whoever did this, we will find you. Yeah, what's going on here? So we're having conflicting reports from Kash Patel and the governor of Utah now. As well as, was it also local police? No, it was FBI fielding a tip line. So we're having conflicting reports now. Governor Cox has clarified that they have a person of interest in custody, but they cannot confirm if he is the shooter. Okay, so it's still developing. Utah authorities can't even confirm where the shooter fired from. This is a mess. The FBI says the only information they have is CCTV footage of someone dressed in dark clothing. No further information of the subject exists. And then the press conference ends. And that was as of 3 minutes ago. Person of interest can be an accomplice. Could be an accomplice of some sort. Just another suspect. We don't quite know yet, but...
So I guess...
Well, an Israeli came to have sexual affairs with a child in America, and there was no word about
you need
that.
a Zin?
They were just allowed
oh,
to
I'm happy for you,
even
Concord.
escape
I'm
their
happy you
crimes.
need a Zin.
Yeah, I agree with that. What's your thought, Trillian? What was your thoughts on the press conference? Because I know you've been analyzing some of the angles, and I think you did something. Let me just see what you sent me now, which was the distance of the rooftop to Kirk's pavilion is about 150
Generally speaking.
meters.
Thanks, Kumquat.
Seconds.
Yeah. Generally speaking.
Where's it gone?
Yeah.
The distance from the rooftop to Kirk's pavilion is about 150 meters. So you're saying basically the distance from the shooter to Charlie Kirk was 150 meters, and the time it would take for the bullet to hit would be 0.18
You guys can listen to this. I'll be right back.
Do you want to elaborate on what you're saying and what
Right
kind of points
back.
you're making on that? Because I think it's a bit of an interesting point.
Well, assuming that, thanks, and hi everybody. So some people are confusing which rooftop, at least the sighting was. The rooftop was from the stage, so looking out from the stage, it would have been to Charlie's right-hand side. There's actually a police building not too far, but it's the automotive building, and it has a very clear line of sight to the fountain area. I think that's something like that. It's about, and if you see, there's like a kind of like a weird shape. There's almost like a little peninsula that you can kind of go out on and probably get an even better shot. But what I think was it actually provided cover, and the shooter would have been a little bit further back. So I marked my distance to that bottom. They're sitting in kind of like in a little amphitheater, so they're kind of down lower. So, you know, if you don't take into account, like there's a slight like angle there. It's about 150 meters, not to the closest point on the roof, but where it was like most likely would have had some cover there. And yeah, so if it's a 308 round, which is coincidentally the same rounds that the sniper, the Overwatch, used in Butler, I mean that's like a very common round that they're usually issued. It's, you know, a fraction of a second, and that's why you hear like that crack that we hear, that whip, is the bullet breaking the sound barrier. And pretty much, so if it was very far away, the bullet moves faster than sound. This bullet would hit and then we would hear it. But you see those two things are timed pretty close together, and I think that's what lets us believe that it was pretty close. 150 meters for like a 308 or something, that's not a difficult shot. Like the bullet doesn't even deviate from pretty much like a straight trajectory in that distance. It's a very high powered round. It moves very fast. So the other thing that I saw, there's one, Ryan asked, do we see an exit wound? And it could be that the bullet went down and into the body and, you know, struck the heart or the lung or something like that. But there is something flying past his head. It's not on the same trajectory as the one that went into his neck. I don't know what that is. It could be a moth, who knows? But there is something else. If you guys look at the side profile video, that flies more on his head level, and it misses to the left of Charlie. It doesn't seem like it hits anything else. I don't know. So maybe it wasn't a second shot, but something else is flying past him right after he is shot. But that's pretty much where I think we're at with it. The press conference, guys, like, I know you couldn't see the screen. I hope the sound was okay. I couldn't get it to, it's like, you know, when you need things to work, they never do. So hopefully it was clear for everybody. They look pretty flustered, honestly. They're trying. Somebody came across as they were answering questions, the main police, I don't know if that's the detective or not. Somebody actually came in and kind of interfered and said, look, we're just going to take one more question and that's it. And the final question there was, do you believe this was a sharpshooter? Which would have been, I think, an easy answer. But they look pretty flustered as to what's going on. They're definitely trying to, just my impression of it is that they're really trying to control how much information they're releasing at this time. And you heard them kind of sidestep the question of like foreign intelligence or somebody else was involved. Not a yes, not a no, just we're not going to make any comment at the time. So that's where we're at.
Couple of more breaking news, and then I want to hear what Ryan's got to say, because I know he's got some perspectives on this. The person of interest in Charlie Kirk shooting has been arrested. That was confirmed. The person was all in black. Joe claims that it was a Caucasian male, but again, I've got no verification of that. That's coming from somebody from a different space who is unreliable. But anyway, that's the claim. There was Charlie Kirk was being asked about mass shootings when he was shot. Allegedly, the last two questions were, how many mass shooters have there been in America over the last 10 years? And the question before that was about the transgender mass shooter, and that's when he was actually shot. So he was actually being asked a question about it. So people are questioning whether that it was linked or related. And the other point that was said was, the FBI, when asked if foreign intelligence was involved in the Charlie Kirk assassination, said, I can't comment on that. So that's another point. Obviously, maybe that they're not able to speculate or they don't have enough information, which is probably more likely. But that was one of the questions they were asked. Ryan, thanks for coming. I know you sent me quite a bit of things through. If you want to explain those points, because explain those points, and I've got some questions.
Oh, have you didn't share those yet?
We mentioned it. I just I explained that because it hadn't been corroborated, and the fact that that may not be the shooter. I didn't tweet it out because I wanted to be a bit more careful. But go ahead.
Oh, I don't think it's the shooter. I think it's somebody who had foreknowledge, because this person is just like some teenage they/them who was saying, oh, he's coming to my campus tomorrow. I wish somebody would dissolve him, literally. And then yesterday they replied to themselves saying, let's just say something, him being Charlie Kirk, let's just say something big is going to happen tomorrow. And they had a picture of a big dog with a shit-eating grin. And what was odd is he only had 107 followers with their 49 bookmarks on. Like, really? What's going down? So it's suspicious. Don't think that's photoshopped or anything. Check the dates. Went and found him. I'm digging through all those other tweets and stuff right now before they delete them. It seems like there was a plan and people knew about it, and it was involved students at that college.
And what was the point you were making about the distance? Because you did a tweet under the nest about the distance for the shooter. Was it the same thing Trillian said?
Yeah, I didn't know he was about to say that, but I kind of gathered the same information and where the shot probably came from. It looked like it had to come from above, because you can't shoot through that many people. And if you shot from the crowd, they'd turn and tell on you. So somebody shot from a distance and from above, and it seems like the bullet went down into his body because there's no exit wound. So what else could happen with it?
Shut up,
explode. Hit his carotid artery. He probably died within seconds.
Been off alcohol for 2 months, nicotine for almost a week. Feels good, man. No more Zins. Yeah, pay attention, Kumquat. No more Zins. Fox reporting they have a second suspect in custody. Caucasian male, you mean tranny?
Affected by this more than I realized. Like, I really didn't
welcome back,
Kumquat. I had a
Kumquat.
lot of interactions with him. I feel like I knew him. Like, we argued online and stuff, and it's a travesty, and it's an act of terrorism. He was asked a question about how many transgender shooters there were, and he said too many. And then the guy, he's not very audible, but he's like, there's been 5. And then he asked, do you know how many mass shooters there were? And he said, including
Ryan
not
Dawson,
gang
bro.
violence. And right after he said violence, he got shot. And yeah, as far as I know, they have not caught.
Got the fighting words,
shooter.
man.
There is some news of somebody all in black, but I'm waiting for more sources to corroborate.
What else is going on?
May not be the shooter, but they said they apprehended someone.
The updates.
Okay, they got another person of interest.
No updates
right?
in 12 minutes.
This seems like a professional hit. They got up, had a vantage point.
It's not drugs. It's easy to get off of it.
Be set up. I believe.
Why are you still on it then?
I think this was his second day there. Or maybe that's just because I'm 13 hours ahead. Actually, never mind. So yeah. Yeah, sad. But I got a press TV report on guitar to do, but I'll be popping in and out. And thank you guys for doing this.
Appreciate you giving us the information right now. Thanks for that. Trillion, do you want to jump in and elaborate? Because I'm just pulling out this tweet about this. What happened?
Yeah, so I think we're still trying to figure out which exact rooftop it is. Again, my analysis was.
It's like sugar, take it when you want, but you have enough balls to stop too. You brought a pack after a month of not buying it.
The rooftop.
Whatever. You just sound like you're trying to justify your nicotine addiction.
Some people are saying that maybe it was a rooftop. There's this weird like multi-tiered building. It kind of looks like steps of like a pyramid or something. Well, it's probably a bad analogy. Some people believe that he was over there. But again, their distances are from
it looks like
my
the
calculations are slightly wrong. It's a little closer
police
to
chief
about
dropped the ball.
150 yards. But again, those rounds, you know, I guess we're talking about how difficult it would be to make.
They only
that
had
shot.
6
The most
officers.
difficult
How much is 150 yards in meter?
It's sorry, 150 meters.
Hmm.
Meters. It's about the same. It's like within inches, within like I don't know, 10 centimeters or so.
No to pie. I don't eat pie
the
every dinner. It's once every like a couple
is
months.
the shooting down
I'll have a
part
piece of
it.
pie.
So because they're in a little kind of bowl area. It's like a little amphitheater.
What are you talking about?
And he has that covering. Which
Kumquat's just a dirty addict.
And all of that.
Get out of here,
So I
you
think
filthy
once we
drug
really
addict.
See what they actually use.
Get your shit together.
There are people from the vantage point of it seems like the shot goes directly over their head, and there are some people that look over to the right side. But again, because of the way the building's laid out, like if you guys have ever been in front of like a big wall or a fence or something, it kind of deflects the way the sound sounds. Like it kind of could sound like it's coming from a slightly different direction. So that's not 100% clear. In that same video is one of the first ones that came out. As it kind of pans up above the tent, just to be kind of clear about it, there are people on the roof standing on the building, not on the pavilion level, on the rooftop above. So on the roof of the building.
What do you mean? Addicted to sugar?
All right, so it does look.
I'm not
like,
addicted to sugar.
There should have been someone up there who.
As I open another Coke.
Could have potentially seen, but again, this was.
You shut your whore mouth.
I mean, you know, it's like hindsight but this is a very, very tough venue. I'll be honest. Like, it's a good venue, I think, for students, but for somebody who requires that much security, this was a terrible idea for a venue. Like, I have some overhead shots of it, and people are posting the maps and stuff. There is just such a multitude of places that the threat could come from, and I mean, there's just so much rooftop area. They have a couple of guys. It's just. You know, maybe they were doing their job, but they just couldn't.
Damn Brazilian, putting him in his
Really
place.
probably needed some kind of like an aerial surveillance, which I'm surprised that they don't do more of. It's a very cheap measure, you know, put something up in the air to make sure that, but obviously that was not the case. And
but
very sad day.
It's his left side, Trillion. You said right side. It's his left side. The crowd.
Yeah, seriously?
Yeah, because they have their back to the shooter.
Yeah, it's part of the intifada. We know nothing about the shooter yet.
It's definitely the left side of the Charlie's.
This is the work of Free Palestine based on what evidence?
So definitely the shooter.
Look, I was obviously critical of Charlie for his stance on Israel and Palestine.
So, yeah, the two is one.
Where's
is
the?
That it would have been kind of more of a direct shot.
Where's the evidence, man?
Much straightforward. What I'm saying.
They'll
is
just
that
lie.
the
They'll just
bullet
fucking
was
brazenly
moving
lie.
From Charlie's right to left on a slight angle. Right. If you guys click, it'll be easier for you guys just to look.
Yeah, this is just kek. This is so kek.
The first post.
Of course, Rabbi Shmuley's.
That's the building where we saw somebody moving around. Right. It's the automotive building, and you can see how it's almost
photo
dead on, right, but it is slightly from the shooter's perspective to the right, and that's probably why the bullet kind of goes that way as well. But it could have been more of a head-on because there's another rooftop. I mean, there's just so many rooftops there. As you
I
can
lost
see,
it. Which photo was it?
Around that range, I would say. If I'm, it's probably not more than 200 meters. Probably not less than 150.
On whatever.
But it's just not a difficult shot as long as you can see your target. Maybe because it's lower, right? Maybe there was some kind of an optic used. That wouldn't be impossible. But again, it's an incredibly accurate.
Only thing I can tell Melo's addicted to his breathing.
Round. That's what the snipers like at Butler. The snipers that you saw on the roof behind.
Am I supposed to read into that? Like, what?
They used 308.
Am I like breathing into my mic or something?
Tried and true. It's very true, right?
Yeah, it's not difficult, but the shooter.
I love breathing.
Exactly
I do like breathing. What can I say?
And the guy died like within seconds, maybe 2 or 3 seconds. He was dead.
Yeah, you can see. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Trillian.
No, I was just gonna make the point that as soon as he puts his microphone down, that's when the round comes through. Somebody mentioned that he could have been wearing a vest, some kind of body armor. I guess at 308, depending on what he was wearing, that might not have helped, but it is an incredibly lethal strike. If it was planned or not, that was.
I mean, it got him in the neck.
Very hard to survive.
It clearly hit an artery. Yeah, body armor, like, there's not a lot of body armor, neck protection in particular, that would have stopped that. Because if it was a rifle round, even an intermediate caliber, like a 5.56, you're not gonna find a lot of body armor that's gonna stop even like FMJ at the neck level.
I mean, in the greatest
plates, sure.
Unless this was planned, unless the questioner was involved, and that's.
Yeah, we don't know the caliber.
But these were the questions that were being.
We don't have the shooter. We don't have the rifle.
Mass shooting before being shot. Cool. This is what the question asked. Do you know how?
He could have like it could have been a 9mm. He probably still would have died.
Last 10 years, Charlie Kirk said too many. Then he was asked how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 2 and 10 years, and he said counting or not.
Respectfully, you're an idiot and you don't know what you're talking about, Mello.
So he was actually.
That's bait, kumquat. I will not take the bait. I will not take the bait. But you're fucking pissing me off.
And he was lying.
You're on your last leg, buddy.
What did he mean by too many trans?
Nah, I got you, Yinzer. Yeah, I got you.
That in itself was a lie.
You just need a lot of bubble wrap. Yeah, just bubble wrap, dude.
Gang violence. I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Bounce the bullet away.
One quick mention. So on the video that Zoe just posted, if you go to the
people are gonna start eating Pope cages. Yeah, like just like thick ballistic glass, I suppose.
5-second mark, and look at the bicep of the man in the black polo standing right of Charlie. Right around the 25-second mark, you'll see something move on a pretty flat trajectory across his left bicep. I was wondering if anybody had ideas what that could be.
I can't see it, but what you trying to say? That could be the bullet exit.
No, it's definitely the left side. Really, and without a doubt, 100. Look at the video. 100%, it's the left side of Charlie.
He gets struck in his left side. Yeah. But see, so it's either coming straight at him or at a slight angle.
Sorry, what was that, Trillian?
Well, I guess the question is it moving left? Did it hit him left and continue left, or was it from? What are you saying? It's from his left, as in it hit him on the left and continued right? I'm saying
no. The bullet entered from the left side. Look at the way he fell. Also,
yeah.
But from the way
arrest Hassan and Destiny now.
What was the trajectory after it hit him? Was it continuing?
But wouldn't it be coming?
And they still don't have the shooter.
It'd be coming from the left, moving towards the right.
Yeah, I had to call my mom back. My mom called me in the middle of the stream.
What you're saying, right?
Certainly need to talk about the Charlie Kirk stuff.
So before
if you're at the angle,
I'll have to call her back after.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
No, if you're at the angle of the shooter,
my mom is scared.
Angle, you're shooting Charlie Kirk essentially from the northeast angle.
And yeah. You know, whether it was the stabbing or the threat of World War III, it's like
right. It moves leftward, hits him, and would have continued more left.
Yeah, I agree with that. So it's basically coming from a kind of northeast angle, right?
Yeah, it's coming from Charlie's right-hand side.
That's what I think too.
That's right. Yeah. Because it's in the kind of like a north. It would have to come from the right to be like a northeast angle, isn't it? So I think we're on the same page there. Is Ibrahim says different? Go ahead, Manko. Sorry.
If you look at the
still looks like nothing. Still nothing confirmed.
Right, almost dead center, right under his neck. So he got hit in a absolutely terrible spot. And
while everybody's here, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe on the stream and whatnot.
that,
Follow my
I mean,
socials.
there's no.
I guess
hope
I
of
have to do
saving
shilling, right?
someone if
That's
they
what
get hit like that.
a good streamer does.
He
At
was,
the show.
and yeah, if you look at the blood fallout, it is more towards the left of his body.
They call it call to action, right?
He was saying.
Yeah, and you know the freakish thing about it is that round it could have pierced because there's no bone there, right? Unless it hit a bone, we don't know. But
Yeah,
it's a
there's
flesh,
like his collarbone.
well, a collarbone, but it would have.
I don't think it hit his
continued,
collarbone. It
right?
looked like it went
the,
straight.
The fact that it completely disintegrated.
through his neck.
There are special rounds. This
Counting
is
gang
actually what
violence.
the trained shooter loaded up with. Those green tipped rounds are known to be very frangible, so they create a lot of damage instead of just going through. They break up, and that's why we don't really see anything exiting.
Probably went
unless,
through
you know, like I said, you guys can check out
his
that,
lower
that
or upper
25-second
back,
mark
rather.
on the video. That might be something different.
Somewhere back
But
there,
it seems like
it
the
would have
bullet
exited.
instantly just an extremely frangible round. That's why nothing comes out, and it creates these little pieces. Not to get so graphic, but it just it creates a lot of inside damage.
I don't know if we can tell if nothing came out. It's likely you're still gonna have an exit wound, even with the, unless it was like.
Was that Ibrahim? Is that what you were saying, or do you have a different argument about?
Maybe another angle.
I am 100% sure it came from the left side of Charlie. 1,000,000,000% sure.
Okay, cool. So you think it came from the left, moved in a northwest direction, essentially?
It is from the If I am
I don't
sitting-
see any
if I
kind of
am
exit
Charlie
wound,
sitting,
but
it's from the northwest. Yes.
it's not really clear.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it like frame by frame, Suleiman, and what it looks like, and
I
the
can't
reason
tell.
why I think it came from kind of Charlie's right-hand side is that as you see his shirt kind of lifts up because the bullet impacts his body and throws out sort of
From his right-hand side?
From the impact and the impact scattering, you know, like
Yeah, I don't think they do know what they're
was,
talking about.
You know, smashing into each other. And you see the shirt kind of bulge out to the left-hand side. So my take on that is that if the bullet's coming in from his right, impacts him, and the momentum is kind of deflecting some of the debris from the impact.
Like, it
off to the
clearly
left, which is why you see
it's
his
hitting
shirt
his
lift
left
up
side
like that,
here.
If that makes sense.
And if it did come from that building over there, then it follows you would expect an exit wound, and if it's elevated, it would probably come out and it's around his upper back. Maybe they're right around his scapula.
Look at the people.
It's hard to tell.
Just 1 second, Adam. Look at the people in the venue. They all of them look northwest.
They all look to the right. They all look to the right.
Oh my god.
They all look to the right. Like, they are in such close proximity to the shot that it's unlikely that any kind of reverberation off the buildings would throw off the audio, because there's an immediate report after the shot. And so I do think that, and we know where the shooter, where we have a high degree of confidence where the shooter was stationed based on the angle of the shot, the sound. Like, that video was taken right here. They all look to the right, so it follows that a shot coming from the right, people would turn to face the direction of the report. And then we saw a guy over here recording a guy that was prone on the building here, facing this direction. And now so many people say that it might come from the other side. I think it's pretty clear. The guy was here. He shot him on this angle. Probably at least with an intermediate round. At least. It's kind of hard to tell just from the audio. But like I mean, with how accessible like ARs are, it wouldn't be hard to buy an AR that can make that shot 100, 150, 200 yards. Yeah. What about his reaction though? What about his reaction?
Great. Great.
Yeah, I mean, he's just like dead on the spot, pretty much. Like that was practically instant. Yeah, like this is like just people need to stop saying shit like that. Like Andrew Tate's not. Is Andrew Tate gonna fight the fucking Civil War? You know what I'm saying? Is Andrew Tate gonna be the one leading the fucking charge? Is he gonna be in the fucking trenches fighting this war? I'm just sick of people saying shit. Like they just say shit hoping somebody else will do something. That they're just not serious about anything. Civil War. We need Civil War. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, man. The specific source of bleeding depends on the trajectory of the projectile, which can injure arteries like the common carotid or jugular veins. The royal we. Yeah, I'm sick of that shit, man. I'm sick of people like stoking the flames of violence and like what does that look like? What does Civil War look like? What is the proposition here? Who's the enemy? Exactly. Like what are you calling for when you say Civil War? Do people have any idea what the fuck that would look like? It's that kind of like emotional bullshit that I'm really resenting. It's just so irresponsible. Ignore that? Okay. Guy's not even American. Whoever killed Charlie Kirk probably thought they were removing a fascist from America. Well, Charlie wasn't a fascist, but you just have created millions of them. Yeah, well, again, we don't know who did this exactly. Still have not gotten any affirmative on the shooter. Alex Karp knows and has dreams about it. Yeah, that's certainly a you know, potential angle. IDF snipers from Chicago and Munich. Rob, a former varsity basketball player from a Chicago suburb. Yeah, I just think that people, and this is obvious, right? But if you go and serve in a foreign military, or a foreign government, that should be grounds for losing your citizenship. Man. See anything new? Nothing on rerun. Anything on New York Times? Is Nick streaming tonight? I'd bet money he's streaming tonight. Yeah, I'd bet money Nick is streaming tonight. He's got a lot to talk about. I'm sure he'll have an enormous show. And I think this is a very important time because I think it needs to be stressed. Like, we do not avow violence. We disavow violence. I think it can't be overstated how important Nick's position is right now, because there's a lot of anger. Some of it's righteous indignation, but you can clearly see how things can contort and become ugly. And we don't want right-wing violence, senseless violence in response to this. And not just because that would impede our political goals, but because we disavow violence in general. you see. And so there are people who are more radical than Nick. There are people who are calling for blood. Some people are not serious. Some people are just leaning into the histrionics, but some people are. And in the same way that the left has created this, you know, this contingent of violent extremists, that could also happen in the right. And so we can't lose our humanity, and nor should we, I mean, strategically speaking, nor should we really cede the high ground, the moral high ground. So it's bad for several reasons, but above all, because we disavow murder. We disavow senseless violence. Yeah, hit the art. Yeah, you could see it. He was gushing blood immediately. Think Nick was sick yesterday? Yeah, he said he was sick, but he still did a show. I don't see a world where, unless he's like he can't talk, I think he's 100% gonna do a show tonight. Just based on the news. I think 100% he's gonna do a show. Fucking guy is always saying, where's my free show? Where's my free show? Are you gonna offer him a Zim, a Kunquat? You gonna offer him a Zin? Yeah, it's just fucked up, man. What a fucked up day. Yeah, this is true. I mean, like, we looked a little bit at, I mean, let's just look at this shit, man. While everyone argues about Charlie Kirk and politics, a real innocent life is at risk. A tiny kitten was hit by a car. That's the battle that matters. Like, these people are sick, bro. He would throw up if I gave him one?
No, we gotta, you know, the moment is clear. You
Yeah,
gotta see,
we've seen this. We've seen this. We've seen this, like, dude, Hassan. That's just fucking unacceptable. Hassan and Destiny should be deplatformed. Dude. Yeah, these people really are sick. Totally sick individuals. Holly Ann.
Apparently they are looking for, there are about 6 armed men in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus. Apparently they are looking for another suspect. Maybe another suspect has not been apprehended, and they're actively searching. I'm at a home that is probably about right next to UVU. So
yes, they're still there. They're huddled together.
Are you talking to Bruce?
With,
They have helicopters or
they're
anything?
looking for someone.
we're all at the windows.
Man.
Okay. Do we need to let them know that we... Well, there's more of them right there.
I don't know.
Okay.
This is Phil's dad.
Oh my goodness, he's coming right here.
It's fucking... It's what?
Oh, move away from the windows.
I think it means to stay inside, you know? Yeah.
In which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to.
Bro, one of my MAGA friends just said it was Israel. I swear I didn't suggest it. Let's go. Well, again, let's not jump to conclusions here, right? I mean, directionally, that's good that, you know, suspicious of Israel. I can certainly see an angle where Israel's responsible for this, but again, we just don't know yet. Let's not say anything definitive here. Let's
to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt.
And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Talk to me about...
Dude, fuck these people. W. Jared Taylor. These people are they hate you. And they'll just find ways to justify brutal, cold-blooded murder every single fucking time. Yeah, it's bad, but he deserved it because of stuff he said. Like, dude. Yeah, Zoomer says the center right died this evening. We'll see. I don't know. This could we don't know. We don't know. The response is going to be very important. How the administration responds to this, if this sets any kind of precedent, you know, these next few days are going to be very crucial. I'm patiently waiting for evidence, and now I have MAGA friends running in front of me. Yeah, we have to be smart, right? We have to, you know, everyone wants to jump on conspiracy theories. And, you know, with varying degrees of plausibility, but we just don't know. There's nothing definitive yet. I could make a case that this was Mossad. I could make a case that this was just some lunatic leftist or tranny. I could make a case that this was someone from the right wing. I can make it, you know what I'm saying? We just don't know. And even then, like, regardless, there's just the event itself is tragic enough. And I think seeing the way people are commenting on it is very illuminating. Seeing the way that, you know, how all these people are cheering it on or downplaying the evilness of this. Making excuses, saying Charlie deserved it or whatever. You know, allow them to make the mistake. Allow, you know, these liberals and leftists, or just sick people in general. There are probably people on the right cheering this on. You know, they're probably not as many on the left, but regardless, anybody that thinks that this is a good thing, allow them to expose themselves. Allow them to conduct their own unforced errors. Now, what are your chances this was an African American trans individual? Probably not very high, if I'm being honest. What are the chances? I mean, that's a dumb question, and I know it's bait, but I don't think it's particularly high. As an African American trans individual. But yeah, that's a dumb question.
Fuck Tariq Nasheed, man. Charlie Kirk goes around to campuses talking about how violent black people are. His social media timeline goes on about how violent black people are. And in the middle of a speech discussing black gang violence, Charlie gets shot by a white man. This is precisely why people like Tariq Nasheed are fucking scumbags, man.
Yeah, people like Tariq Nasheed, quite frankly, are fucking it up for black people. Let's be real for a second. People like Tariq Nasheed, and there's a lot of them, are absolutely fucking it up for black people in this country. Zero accountability, wants to stoke the flame, wants to redirect all the criticism back towards white people. Just fucking scumbag. And it's like, what does this like, and first of all, we don't know the shooter, but even if the shooter was white, does that change the fact that there's a lot of black crime? Does that change that at all? As if two things can't be true at the same time. That, let's say the shooter was white, does that suddenly mean that black crime is not a problem anymore? Doesn't exist? Yeah, actually not very high. Yeah, dude. Yeah, fucking kumquat, you know. You and your bait.
The fucking scumbags, dude. The man literally just got fucking shot. And you're gonna say some stupid shit about this. You fucking piece of shit, bro. You can't even exercise an ounce of fucking compassion for somebody as they're going through the worst fucking moment in their life. And you're dumb monkey ass over here fucking saying this type of shit. You fucking piece of shit, dude.
W. Myron.
You fucking piece of shit, man. It's called fucking humanity, man. I would have wished this on my fucking worst enemy. In-fucking-credible, man. Wow. In-fucking-credible, dude. I guarantee you if the roles were reversed and something happened to Tariq and Charlie found out about it, he would offer his condolences. He would say, I'm praying for Tariq Nasheed. I guarantee you, Charlie would exercise 10 times the fucking compassion this fucking piece of shit is exercising right now. If Tariq got shot and Charlie heard about this.
Yeah.
He would pray for him because he's a Christian. I know he would. This fucking scumbag is over here saying this stupid shit. Dude, it is incredible to me how people cannot exercise compassion to someone that has a family, children. Who gives a fuck about his political beliefs? The guy's a fucking human being, man. At the end of the day, he's done far more good for humanity than any of these fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah, W. Myron. W. take. Has Vince posted anything? I don't know. Dude, these people are just fucking sick. let me bookmark this for future reference. What's his handle? Is it Vincent? Maybe it's Vincent. There we go. Yeah, he hasn't been tweeting much. He hasn't tweeted anything since June. I said it earlier, but I'll say it again. Charlie had more time to come to Catholicism, but that was taken for him. Gone too early. We gotta pray for his soul, for real. For real. That's ultimately one of the reasons why murder is wrong. Because you take away people's ability to repent. He made one post, but not about this. Yeah, 20 hours ago. He hasn't posted it much, though. Is he live? It's been kind of MIA, huh? He hasn't been active in months, looks like. Yeah, man. It's just fucking terrible. It is just absolutely fucking appalling. Some of the responses. People like this. Just let them expose themselves. Just let them expose themselves. Seriously. Let them press this unforced error. They will regret it. Let them make all of this, let them say the most disgusting things.
If we don't...
What is who's in here? I don't really know any of these people, except for Suleiman. Made at 4:01 p.m. No.
Irina Zarutska was a beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian woman who fled her country in 2022 for safety in Charlotte, North Carolina. On August 22nd this year, she got on a tram and sat down in front of a black man. 4 minutes later, he stabbed her to death.
Bro, it's still just fucking awful to look at. I just hate watching this.
Here's another view.
What is the impact? Charlie wasn't very red-pilled, but this TPUSA was arguably more radical. Are they unleashed now that they can move further right?
As you can see, the other blacks
look at all
in
the
the
blood.
car didn't lift a finger to help.
Yeah, Jared Taylor is getting, he's an old man now. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to his organization now. Good question. Without Charlie, what happens to TPUSA? Does it get... Do they just, like, cut their losses? Does it get scuttled? Are they going to have the same kind of institutional funding? You know, were they... And this is where we can, you know, maybe we... It's speculative, but were they becoming increasingly concerned about EPUSA's level of infiltration. You know, there's a number of questions. You know, if this was Mossad, if I may indulge for a second, maybe they found more utility out of martyring Charlie Kirk than continuing on the pro-Zionist propaganda. You know, they figured that they were losing control of the narrative, and it was better to cut their losses. If I am to speculate about if Mossad was involved in this in any kind of way.
The tram isn't about to stop. They just quietly decided they'd rather be somewhere else.
But again, we don't know.
Thank you very much. The killer is DeCarlos Brown, a 34-year-old vagrant with a criminal record that goes back to 2011. Among his 14 court cases in Charlotte are assault, larceny, trespassing, destruction of property, and armed robbery, for which he did 5 years. He also has a diagnosis of schizophrenia. On January 19th, 7 months before he murdered Iria Zarutska, You
feel like Mossad would have got him coming out of his home? Well, again, if we're going to speculate, why would they would want it to be public. They would want to make a spectacle out of it. If there's an ulterior motive here, let's just say for a second, it was Mossad, well, wouldn't they want to galvanize the right wing around Charlie, who's now martyred, around maybe President Trump, around the administration that they've deeply infiltrated? And now the problem is no longer a matter of maybe Zionist infiltration, but maybe it goes back to the left-right dichotomy, because we're all seeing what's going on, the way these deranged liberals and leftists are cheering this on. Maybe this will be used as an excuse for Palantir, for greater surveillance, that will no doubt be co-opted to combat anti-Semitism and critics of Israel. So you can see how this could, Mossad could be responsible. I'm not saying they are. It's speculation. But you can see the angle. He's still aging good, though. He doesn't look significantly older from the last time I saw him a couple years ago over videos. I mean, yeah. Instead of getting him at an event, I don't think it was Mossad. This would only hurt them. I don't know. I mean, in a sense, because they lost one of their top guys. But maybe they deemed it a worthy sacrifice to make. Because Charlie, I don't love engaging in speculation like this, especially considering his body's not cold. But he was very outspoken in favor of Israel. But he was losing much of the ground. He was losing a lot of credibility. His own organization was being infiltrated. He was getting ratioed on so many of his posts. And then there was this cryptic tweet from Harrison Smith. Let me see if I can find it. And I don't know how much to really. I don't put a ton of weight into it. It's hearsay. I mean, for all we know, it could be total bullshit. But I'll mention it. You might have deleted it, I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. But he said that, according to somebody that's close to Charlie, that he knows, Charlie, and again, this is hearsay. It could just be bullshit. But if we're engaging in speculation, that Charlie was afraid to speak out against Israel because he was afraid they might kill him. Again, I don't put a ton of weight into that. But it's kind of hard not to make that assumption that, yeah, they totally would. They're not above killing anybody. Could be a move to bring surveillance to a more prevalent state. And that's one of my concerns. If this was some kind of hit job, then that would be the excuse, because the right wing is inflamed. The right wing is at a boiling point, and they're emotionally charged, and they just want something to be done about the violence. In comes Palantir. We've got the solution. Need I say more? And so you can see how this could potentially be co-opted. Maybe it wasn't a false flag, so to speak. Maybe it wasn't an inside job. But you can see how this could be used to promote a greater surveillance state. Because we know that's what they want. We know they want this. Because they are interested in surveillance, in policing the anti-Semitism, the critics of the regime in Israel. So, you know, will this be used as one big advertisement for Palantir? You know, I think everybody's on high alert right now. But they risk getting their agent caught and linking it back to Israel. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's a risk. Could be a calculator. Again, this is all speculation, right? It's possible. Or they could use a proxy. They could use a we don't know. It could be some kind of schizoed out guy on SSRIs or something, for all we know. We still don't have the shooter. That's why it's like, I don't know how productive it is to speculate. Harrison Smith and reliable. He's from InfoWars, which is kind of sketchy. I think he's pretty reliable, yeah. I think he's one of the better voices in InfoWars. And I like Alex. You know, I just like him. I think he's funny. I don't think he takes it 100% of the way there, but I think there's utility there. Nick vouches for him, and Nick gains a lot out of that relationship. So, because he platforms Nick. But Harrison's like spoken at AFPAC. I think he's pretty reliable. I think he's more critical of Israel and of Jewish power, certainly, than Alex is. But again, his tweet was hearsay. It sounds like something like a conspiracy theorist would come up with to sort of maybe run cover for Charlie Kirk, you know, as a way to like kind of rationalize why Charlie was so unapologetically pro-Israel. So I don't put a ton of stock into it. I just thought it was something worth mentioning. And they will push digital ID as a solution to dead internet theory. They could. It's certainly not off the table. We don't know, right? It's all contingent on the circumstances. A useful catalyst, having no idea at all he'd be a victim. Again, pure speculation. Yeah, right. And, you know, it's like these are like pieces on a chessboard, you know? And this sounds a little schizo, but again, like they're totally cool burning people. It's like, you don't think that they would kill Trump the second he steps off the reservation? They already threatened his life several times. They, and the they is still ambiguous. But, the fact that it's somewhat ambiguous is one of the reasons why they're able to get away with it. If it were obvious, if they came out and said, hey, it's us, we're responsible, you know, it wouldn't be very effective, you know? So we might never find out who killed Charlie Kirk. I mean, shit, man, at this rate. Yeah, Bill Clinton spoke out about it again, too. Practically radio silence from major law enforcement or political figures on new information regarding the assassination. Deafening silence. All living former presidents have now commentated on the assassination, calling for unity and prayers for Charlie Kirk and his family. Vice President J.D. Vance set to visit Utah tomorrow. Charlie Kirk's killing will have an emotional impact on the right, analogous to how Republicans look at the beating of Charles Sumner. Dan McLaughlin, a senior writer at the National Review. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that's what's gonna, like, it's a galvanizing event. Poland has closed its entire eastern airspace for commercial use until December. Wow, no fly zone until December. If you live in eastern Poland. Kind of sucks if you're Polish. You live in eastern Poland. The New York Yankees held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before tonight's home game. Breaking CNN reports that a 25-year-old individual is in police custody in connection with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The individual's identity has not been revealed, and it hasn't been confirmed if this individual is the shooter or not. That was 5 minutes ago. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting. We don't know. Don't remind me. Shit, don't remind me. Why do you remind me of such things? Why do you remind me of such things? Nah, Poland's cool. Poland's a cool place. Oh, guys, view botting? Color me surprised. Or was it like botting or whatever? What? MAGA twats and their far right flag shaggers, that's a new one, will believe mad conspiracies like Bill Gates bumming 5G into people via vaccines, but not the possibility that the billionaire dictator hijacking the White House might stage an assassination attempt or kill people for political gain. What does Trump have to gain from this? Why would Trump himself do this? Kirk was like the biggest Trump supporter. Like, you can make a case for Palantir, you can make a case for the deep state or whatever. You can even make a case, I doubt Democrats would do this, like Democrat operatives. You can make a case for Mossad. What's the angle for Trump, though?
Let this be a lesson to all those other conservative freaks, those little weirdos with podcasts. Just know your necks are on the line.
Oh, is that me?
Your necks. No. Your necks. Hello? Bitch, did you hear Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck? Actually, no, I'm listening to Man Down by Rihanna. State of the world getting so bad, I'm gagging over any fucking thing these days. So, apparently at Utah Valley University, Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Bitch, I don't even know what to fucking say to that one. Except, you got me fucking gagging. Let this...
Just another warning to Trump, if anything. Honestly, I don't think Trump needs a warning, to be honest. Like, from who? He hasn't really done anything, I would say, to upset any of these factions, really. Like, if this was Mossad, I don't know. I don't think if this was Mossad, I don't even necessarily think that that's the strongest case. That it was Mossad. Again, it's all speculation, but let's just say it was. I don't think the purpose of it would be to get to Trump, but maybe to cut off, TPUSA, which was maybe becoming less and less beneficial to them. If it was, and again, I don't know. I'm not saying it is. I don't think Trump needs another warning because he's done everything Israel's wanted. I'll bookmark this. Need to log off again for a long time before I say things I regret. Things won't be the same after what happened this month, and frankly, they shouldn't be. Yeah, that's the kind of general consensus, huh? People are pretty upset and want change of some sort. Let's just be careful what change we get. Yeah, Kirk was Trump fan number one. Speculating so soon is in bad taste, but it's so strange there was a boomer distraction who claimed to be the shooter and served to distract the PD so the real shooter could successfully escape. I don't know if that's bait or not. I think that was just an unhinged boomer, to be honest. I don't think there's really... Again, I don't really want to speculate anymore, to be honest. But it's kind of like all we're left with here. It's... Fox News now reports that the individual previously listed as the person of interest is the same individual who assassinated Charlie Kirk. The person's identity has not yet been released. Okay. President Trump is still scheduled to attend tomorrow's Yankees game for the 24th anniversary of September 11th. He has yet to give any official address on Charlie Kirk outside of calling into Fox News earlier this afternoon and his posts on Truth Social. Can we expect something tomorrow then? Maybe we should tune into this. Oh, Asmongold even posted about it. Good news.
Spiraling out of control, and gun violence a threat to everybody in the country.
You and other members of the former January 6th committee had stepped up security in the days after that committee. Are you worried for your own safety and the safety of your colleagues?
I mean, I'm
Elon's tweet is not the response I would want from somebody with his influence and power.
To step away from violence as a way of people expressing political differences, or even, passionate feelings about things. We can model for our kids that we know how to use words, we know how to use language, we know how to have conversations. But the idea that people use violence as an instrument of their emotion is just intolerable. The whole reason we have a social contract is to make ourselves safer. And that means that we resolve conflicts within American society nonviolently. And that's something that every political leader and public official today should be speaking up for. And we should be modeling as much as possible civil dialogue, even when we have very strong disagreements.
Kind of muted response.
We've got to model civil disagreements. And then, I feel very strongly about gun violence and the unique situation the United States of America is in. And I've been very willing to talk to colleagues across the political spectrum and across the aisle about why I think we need to act. We have more than 90% of American people who support a universal violent criminal background check on all gun purchases. Commanding majorities support bans on
This is
assault weapons.
really not informative. Nothing new. What's
Hey
Asmund have to
guys,
say?
it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main topic of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. I apologize for that. Hopefully I'll be back as soon as possible. That being said, we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
It's important to remember Asmongold is kind of like one of the biggest voices in like centrists or like even like moderate conservatives. So this is like, I've been using Asmund as like a normie barometer to see like where sort of like somewhat off-kilter normies, like where they're going to be going, you know, like what direction things are moving in, or maybe a better way to put it is where they're at. So based on what Asmund's going to say, I think like it will inform us quite a bit where the normie kind of consensus of people aged like, I don't know, 20 to 35, you know, where they're at.
This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on LiveLeak, videos I've ever seen. The first time I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck, and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, like controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years, and he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very, I would say, lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now.
The 610 tweet from Elon?
What I think is going to happen now.
Okay, real quick. We'll see what Elon tweeted. Was it a reply? This must be right. If I am being perfectly honest, I think I'm beginning to lose the will to be tolerant. If tolerance means the end of Western civilization, then we cannot be tolerant. If they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. Well, just gotta be careful with his words. Ostracize anyone who is evil and tell them so to their face. I just left my office because a liberal female coworker was cheering about Charlie Kirk being shot and said, "Hope he's dead." How is that okay to even say out loud at work or anywhere? So now it's normal to celebrate shooting just because it's political. Yeah, that bitch should be fired. Sean McGuire. Jewish Zionist tech guy. Charlie had an infinite ceiling. He could have been president someday. I don't know if... Whatever. His combination of talent and principles was... Yes. The left is the party of murder. Elon Fed posting again. Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily... This is... I guess it's you could say it's implicit, but is it different from Trump saying fight, fight, fight? I don't know. Yeah, if they won't leave us in peace, then our choice is to fight or die. Yeah, maybe it's, I don't know. I'll give him. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Obviously, people like if I'm going to afford him some benefit of the doubt, I'm not reading that. I can see how people could read that from this, that it's a Fed post. I think it's maybe not the best way to put it, but you know, because you could say fight for what you believe in, or like politically fight, whatever. Yeah, we just have to be careful with how we word things. Not the worst I've seen though. I see the Utah police press conference. No, I just saw some snippets from like some summaries. Still nothing new on Rerum. They supposedly, Fox News reports the individual previously listed as the person of interest is the same individual who assassinated Charlie Kirk, and the identity has yet to be released. This was about 15 minutes ago, so maybe we'll know soon.
Now, because obviously, these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do. They never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and all discourse on the internet in general, to a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to
maybe being too pacifist. No, I just I don't know. You don't have to think of it, take it that way. It's just like, I don't know. Like this, I've just seen worse. I don't know. I don't think it means literally violently fight. We do fight against evil every day. Yeah, it's not a literal get violent, you know. I don't think it's a direct call to violence. I can see how people can come to that conclusion from this, but I don't think he's explicitly Fed posting or anything. Yeah, we don't need to know who the killer. We don't even know who the killer is. People need to chill. Real. Yeah, don't worry about it, Yinzer.
That are in.
That's why I don't even, and we kind of speculated a little earlier, but I don't even like speculating because again we still have no info. We don't know who this person is. Ben Shapiro canceled his upcoming college speaking events. Yeah, I think everybody's going to be canceling their events. We're just kind of sitting here waiting, you know, with bated breath for some information about the shooter. Seems like it's kind of slowed to a crawl, but apparently they have the suspect, the shooter, whom they believe is a shooter, in custody. It hasn't been released yet. Maybe they're driving to the station. I don't know. Maybe they're preparing a statement.
Insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk. It's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X and Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs.
Blue Sky
that not
too.
only
You
should
know.
have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now I find it to be kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves, not to mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, you know, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I agree with that. We got to protect the innocent, the upstanding citizen. But I won't say I don't care about these crazy people, because a lot of them at one point were normal people. A lot of the people that are crazy, you see it. Like how many like side-by-side comparisons of like, you know, like a young like 18-year-old girl especially, and then in your senior year of high school, and then after like the first semester of college, and it's just like. It's like, what the fuck happened? You know, you go from like totally normal people to like goblins, like deranged, mentally ill goblins in such a short period of time. So, you know, we should care about people, even those that are sick. And I don't think it's helped to give in to their delusions. I don't think it helps to enable them to sort of build this sense of consensus by not properly moderating these platforms. Because clearly the moderation goes one way, and it has been for a long time. People have been fed posting about Trump and right-wingers for years now. Totally unhinged, and they've gotten away with it. Nick's house got doxxed, and it stayed up for days on Reddit, on Twitter, and on Blue Sky, all these other platforms. It's like, where's the moderation? Stone Toss moved his cartoon about Charlie Kirk's death. It was unhinged and blamed Charlie's stance on the First Amendment. Yeah, literal goblins. Really. Yeah, some people are just like unhinged. Like there are some bad takes I'm saying. Oh, don't worry about it, Boogie. Oh yeah, that's all we've been talking about. We've been talking about Charlie the whole time so far. Yeah, dude, it's fucked, man. It's really bad. It's, you know, and you know this, but like we have disagreements with Charlie, but nobody here legitimately wanted harm on him. Nobody here among us, among America First, and not to say that I speak for everyone, I certainly speak for myself. We did not wish harm upon him, and it's very sick seeing how many people are cheering this on. It's very sick. It's kind of similar. It kind of reminds me of like a lot of the people that blamed like the Ukrainian woman, was Zarutska, for getting murdered for being like kind of ignorant on the subway. Well, frankly, it's worse than that. People are cheering this on. I think Kirk was a huge problem subverting Christians towards Zionism, but I mean this is objectively horrible. Yeah, nobody wanted to see this happen. Yeah, no. And again, I would agree with that. Like, I think his theology was bad. I think he was subverting, but I didn't want him dead. I didn't want him murdered. And I think you ask most reasonable people, and they would agree. That's not how we should be doing things. We shouldn't be murdering people over political disagreements. I mean, but this is our country now. This is our society. We're watching the collapse of our society in real time. It's kind of, if we can't even have political discussions anymore without threats of violence, where do we go from here? Are we no longer a civilized country? Are we now no better than Mexico, a narco state? Well, they had what, 37 assassinations in their last election cycle. This is where we are, man. This is where we fucking are. And a lot. And I try to avoid, I keep saying this to sound like a broken record. I try to avoid speculation because we still don't even know who the killer is. But a lot of people they're already pushing narratives. And look, everybody does it to some degree, but it's like Charlie's body's not even cold, and people are saying this is a result of a lack of gun control or whatever. It's like, can we at first just acknowledge how horrible this is and lament this loss of life without making it about something else? Just for a little bit. How about that? We don't know who the killer is. We don't know the motive. We don't even know what caliber he used. And we're already going to speculate on these things. We're already going to use this for political ammunition. It's terrible. And I don't say this to morally grandstand or anything, but I just see some of the stuff that people, we were taking a stroll through Blue Sky and all these people being glib about this. All these people being glib about this. This person saying, care more about this. This is the battle that matters. This kitten that got hit by a car, not Charlie Kirk. It's like, you people are sick. You people are fucking sick. No self-awareness either. Where's the humanity? Where's the, not to be that person, but do you not see yourself in other people? Do you not see the humanity in other people that you might assume in yourself? Age-old question, like, how would you feel if this happened to you or somebody you love or care about? It's like a total lack of humanity, a total lack of love of life. Over what? A political disagreement? It's like, I don't know. Was Charlie Kirk not a father? Was Charlie Kirk not a husband? Was he not also an American? Crazy. Exactly, bro. Too many people are quick to jump on it with a narrative, no empathy. Yeah. It's just awful. And like I said, me personally, I would have, I've been very critical of Charlie Kirk for a long time now. Many people have, and I'm appalled by this. And this is an enormous, I think, this might be an inflection point, because seeing how people are responding to this, and there are people with thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of likes on this platform cheering this shit on. Unbelievable. Same sick people that cheered on the CEO of United getting assassinated. Yeah, it's a similar story, man. The uptick in political assassinations, it's just being normalized. People cheer it on. It's just, is this what our we want our country to be? We're just gonna advocate for murder, cold-blooded murder, in broad fucking daylight. Second suspect has been released. Shooter still at large. Oh, great. That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. That's fantastic. A lot of people, or a lot of the same politicians who condemned political violence when Trump was shot, are out condemning it again. This is after calling everyone they disagree with Nazis immediately after Trump survived. Yeah, I don't... dehumanizing people in the way that they've been complicit in that for years now definitely plays a part in this. You know, how many deranged liberals and leftists were cheering on violence against Nazis? Punch a Nazi. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. And they would call anybody moderately right-wing Nazis. Remember that what was that one comedian's name? She had like the prop of Trump's bloody severed head. These people are not well. This was a professional hit, maybe. Again, we don't know. It's certainly plausible, but let's just wait. I think this was something more than what it seems. We'll see in the next few weeks, but either way, no matter how you spin it, it's going to be bad for everyone. Things are going to get worse. Yeah, they're saying the guy who got caught first is the wrong guy. Yeah, the old guy was not the shooter. He was just some deranged boomer. Some unhinged boomer. Yeah, Kathy Griffin, that's her name. Remember that? And it's like they made excuses for that. They didn't condemn it, and here we are. And still, you see posts with hundreds of thousands of likes cheering this shit on. Now here's a compilation of Reddit. People being glib about it. Well, that's terrible anyway. What's everyone having for dinner? I hope we're in the find out era for shitty human beings. It's like these people are fucking sick. They're totally fucking sick, man. Totally fucking sick. I think this was something along the lines of false flag, somewhere division. Also, I think this has something to do with Mossad. Too much to type a crazy take. We'll see. I could explain in conversation. We did a little bit of speculation earlier. Again, I don't want to speculate right now. I think not only is that in poor taste, but literally we don't know who the shooter is. I think it's better to just wait, not jump to conclusions, and importantly, don't get emotional right now. Do not let emotions get the best of you. A lot of people are very emotional and they're saying shit and advocating for stuff that they probably shouldn't. Let's be real for a second. So, I got some connected dots. Again, I can see a number of different angles on who might be the culprit, who might be responsible. We don't know yet. And if we don't, I'm sure more information will come out. And the way that they respond to this will also be very telling. But we'll have to wait. His body's not even cold yet. So, I dipped for a bit, but I was watching Rerum's Twitter posts. I think I saw saying they confirmed that the POI was the shooter. And then they just said they retracted it. Shooter's still at large. As of 5 minutes ago. So, they interrogated the second person of interest and was released. So, the shooter's still at large. Yeah. Give me social conditioning vibes. The reaction from people is just too perfect that they wanted is civil conflict. And that's what I want to nip in the bud right now. Do not advocate for violence. Do not get caught up in the emotions. When you see people saying civil war, this, that, and the other, do not let emotions get the better of you. And a lot of these people are either bad actors or they're stupid or they have no intention of doing anything. I saw like Andrew Tate. Well, what did he tweet? He said, civil war. And it's like, look, what does that mean? What is the goal of this? What's the objective? Who's the enemy here? What are the battle lines? It's rhetoric. it is rhetoric. It is feel-good rhetoric, you know, for people that are emotionally charged right now. It's the same, you know, it's just like Matt Walsh. And Nick was shitting on Matt Walsh for... shitting on Matt Walsh for pretty much the same thing. We want heads on pikes. You will do nothing. Very true. Very real. What is Matt Walsh going to do? What is he advocating for? Is that specific? Is he calling for specific action, or just vaguely promoting violence, vaguely leaning into the most violent impulses on the right wing? We are not the monsters. We shouldn't lean into that. We shouldn't lean into violence. We shouldn't lean into a lack of empathy. That's what these people are doing. Let all of these deranged fucking lunatics out themselves. They want to make that unforced error, let them. They want to go out, they want to cheer for this heinous action, cheer it on, go ahead and let them. And remember who they are. But we are not, that's not who we are. If these people are this unhinged about Charlie, wait until they hear Nick. Yeah. We'll see what, I'm fairly certain. I mean, Nick will have an enormous show about this tonight. I mean, there was that one post, like it has 20,000 views saying Nick is next on Twitter. You know, like these people are just fucked in the head, man. 30,000, like look at this shit, man. 30,000 fucking likes. People are unhinged. Yeah, don't feed into shit. Yeah, it's on the tweet. Yeah, keep it low profile. Just like don't be men. Be men and do not be controlled by your emotions. Half of these people aren't even American. Yeah, for real. Like, what is Andrew Tate? Like, I think he might be dual citizen, but he's living in Romania. What is he gonna? What stake does he have in the Civil War? Zoomer historian saying this is a what did he say exactly? This is the death of. It's like, dude, you're in the UK, and I get on people who are in America, you know, cheering for like, oh, this wake up UK men, like it's time you rebel against your government. It's like you have no stake in that. It's telescopic bravery. I think that's the perfect way to describe it. It's these people, you know, to lean into the metaphor, they extend out their telescope and they look at a faraway, distant situation and say, you guys should do that. You guys should do something about that. You guys should put your life on the line. You guys should do something and they're sitting there anonymously tweeting on Twitter all day. It's like, shut the fuck up. Universities have cameras on every building to monitor incoming and outgoing traffic. How the fuck do they not have an idea on this guy? And that's what I'm saying. Every modern university has cameras everywhere. That shit made me immediately think Andrew Tate was controlled up. Why would he fucking say that? It's just, you know, some of it is just the way social media is designed. It's designed to lean into the most histrionic impulses. You know, some of the most radical polemics. That's often the stuff that sticks out and goes viral. It's emotional. During the Boston bombings, they published their photos almost immediately. I mean, his dad was CIA. Yeah, I don't look. And it's not even just like, I mean, there's been sentiment, a lot of sentiment like that from, frankly, I think people that should know better. Yeah, like, look, we disavow all violence. Boom. I'll retweet that. I don't know. Okay, actually changed his name. I'll repost that. It's true. It's true. We disavow all violence. Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's just like,
saying, man, I'm just saying, if I were Nick Fuentes and all those guys, I'd be really fucking nervous right now. Like, real fucking nervous. I heard that they released the old white guy and it actually wasn't him that shot Charlie Kirk. I just got dizzy. Wow. What a day. What a day.
No self-awareness. Like these people.
Man, I'm just.
These people are just like. Fucking crazy. Just look at this crazy bitch. With everything goes on, I think it was something that's going to make things pick up and get worse. Yeah, I mean, look, this could have a we'll see what the response is. It's because your Cash Patel update tweet. Subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues. Nothing new. This is what we already knew. Yeah. Dude. Physiognomy's real, boys. Physiognomy's real. If you get the ick, there's a reason why. To do some praying. Oh, good on ya. Yeah, everybody needs to pray. Pray for Charlie. Pray for his family. Pray for the shooter too. Pray that he repents. Gotta pray for our enemies too. It's tough, but I mean, this is a sick person we're probably dealing with. Pray for the country, because this is. I think we all knew things were gonna get worse before they get better, and I think it's clear with all the writing on the wall that things are gonna get worse. I don't want to be a doomer, but I think now's a good time to buckle up and get right with God and try your best to secure your finances. Just pray for the best, but prepare for the worst kind of stuff. I don't know. Political turmoil, it kind of precedes extreme violence. Yeah. Drop the G-mate? I don't know. What does that mean? Pray for them all, even the losers in the comment section's real. Gotta pray for all these people like this woman really needs God, really needs Jesus. I mean, seriously. Like, you see people like this, and it's like, not to be like, you know, not to go there, but it is almost like they're demon possessed, you know? It is almost like, what the fuck is wrong with some of these people? How can you think this way? And this is where, like, you know, having like dark thoughts that are fed to them, it kind of manifests in the way that you think. If you're constantly like reveling in evil things, which a lot of these people did for years. They were talking about how, oh, these evil we gotta kill all the Trump supporters. Donald Trump is evil. This, that, or the other. You know what I'm talking about. You know, they stoke those flames and they just have these negative thoughts all the time and they become negative people. Evil people. If you have evil thoughts, if you give in to those thoughts, you become evil yourself. You know, you're kind of a manifestation of your own thoughts. You give into those worst impulses and look at what it makes. Look at what that does to You get the Uggos face on this. Sorry for the jump scare. The demons have fully entered the brains, unfortunately. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Yeah, the reaction to Irina Zarutska's murder was just as bad. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty bad too. I mean, remember when Milo was... you do see it from some people in the quote-unquote right wing saying, oh, like, downplaying, or rather, like, trying to shift the blame more towards, like, the victim. That's also sick. Like, look at this shit.
With the shooting of Charlie Kirk and his passing, I wanted to come on again and just say that, you know, this is tragic. This has really shaken me up. I don't care if you're left. I don't care if you're right. I don't care about the politics right now. A man lost his life. He's leaving behind 2 little kids, a wife, people that love and care for him. They did not deserve this. They don't deserve this. Charlie Kirk does not deserve this. And I understand people have strong disagreements, but now is not the time. You know, this is heartbreaking. And it's really frustrating to see people online, left, right, middle, whatever, making jokes about it, saying it's justified in some way, which is horrific and I completely condemn. Or the right pointing fingers at the left and saying it's you guys that did this. It's like, where's our humanity? Where's our humanity?
These are the same people that push violent rhetoric against the right. Now they claim they're against political violence.
My thoughts once again go out to Charlie Kirk's family, his wife, his kids, people around him. It's a sad day in America.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, remember how stunned the media was the immediately following Trump's assassination attempt? They didn't know what to do. They feared retribution of some kind because they have been leaning into that. A lot of these people leaned into the violent rhetoric for years. But regardless, it's just sick. It's just sick what we're seeing. Still no updates. I had such a gripe against Charlie and really wanted his message to Christians to stop, but when I saw this, nothing in mind saying, oh good, like, nah man, this is a bad slippery slope. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like, I had plenty of disagreements with Charlie. Don't get me wrong, I was not a fan of what he was doing politically, but you know, obviously I didn't want him to die. And I never advocated for violence. And I think most reasonable people would agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you get it. Like, he has a wife and he has kids, and now his kids are gonna grow up without a father. Where's the remorse for them? For all these people cheering this on? Has the left learned nothing? They tried to murder Trump and helped him win. What do they think killing Charlie is going to do in the midterms? Well, we don't know exactly who's behind this, right? We don't know if the left is behind this. We don't know. We don't even have the shooter yet. The shooter is still at large. The shooter is still at fucking large. What the hell? So we don't know. We don't know if it's the left that is behind this. We simply do not know. I basically hated this dude, and when I saw what happened, I realized I didn't hate him. And I think that put things into perspective for you. For me. I gotta do a better job separating hate from other feelings. No, that is the correct take. You are 100% right in that. Like, and it's tough. But we're not in the business of hate. And this might sound, for the people uninitiated, like kind of like goofy or whatever, but being Christians, you're called to love everybody, even your enemies. And to love everybody means you want what's best for people. You know, I never hated Charlie Kirk. I may have disagreed with what he represented and disagreed with his movement and the thrust of his arguments. But yeah, I never wanted harm to come to him and his family. Just imagine being his kids and growing up knowing that your father's assassination is all over the internet. Yeah, and half the country's cheering it on, right? Yeah, we don't know who's behind this. Could be a patsy that gets grabbed and we may never know for sure and be left to speculate. Yeah, that's kind of a dangerous, it puts us in a bit of a dangerous position. That's why it's I don't want to speculate. Because I think it's kind of, it's in poor taste and it can be irresponsible. But they still haven't got the guy. I don't know. As far as I know, there's no new footage. Do we have security footage of the building? Surely that's like one of the first things they did was, you know, scour the CCTV footage. They said that they had some, but we haven't seen any of it. All right, I grew up around some fucked up shit and a lot of violence, and it made it easy for me to hate people with even death wish. Something in me has changed too, Christ. Too bad. Yeah, no, it is too bad a lot of people are celebrating this. I'm sure authorities locked down new info. Disagree with him on very few things, mostly just how made his arguments. Yeah, again, if we just kill people we disagree with, we don't have a country. You know, I mean, that's like this is one of the reasons why, like, the political violence is becoming normalized. You know, going back to the United Healthcare CEO that was murdered. It's like every other week there's another shooting at a church or a school, and a lot of times there were people cheering on the shooting in Minnesota at that Catholic school. It's just sick stuff, man. What's up, Olivia? He never got to debate NJF. Yeah. And now he's not gonna be there for his kids. I think that's the bigger takeaway. Kids are young enough that sadly they'll probably have no memories with him. Tomas was hiding in his neck. Yeah, I don't think we need to be glib about this. I don't think we need to make jokes like that. It is a tragedy. They probably aren't releasing the ID on the suspect because they're probably afraid a conservative will get a hold of this dude before they do, or they may mistake a random for the shooter and they just start blasting. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know if they even have any information on the shooter. As far as we know, the guy could be in fucking Mexico by now. Well, do they have any leads? This is insane. His family was in the front row, right? I'm not sure, but they were probably maybe pretty close. I don't even know if they were there, to be honest. The right used to shoot up Planned Parenthood, but they stopped for a while. Did they ever shoot up Planned Parenthood? I mean, there might have been a couple instances of them burning down the building after hours, but I don't know how many cases of right-wing violence against Planned Parenthood there have been. But even then, I disavow all forms of political violence on the left, on the right. You know, however you feel about a lot of these things, I don't think we should be killing people. Dude, this fucking guy. Yeah, cook his ass, Myron. Cook his ass. No matter how much I disagree with Charlie Kirk, it makes me sad that he has passed. He was a human being with a family, and while I thought he was wrong politically, I never wished him harm. I weep for his family and his friends. The true Beardson.
If he's still on the loose because they want to find him. So I would think that that's one of the main reasons they're holding this news conference.
Is this in 160p?
So my guess is we're going to see an image of this
Can I get
guy,
a few more pixels, please?
Possibly in the next 20 minutes. The news conference is scheduled for 3 o'clock in Utah time.
Yeah, the Tesla
which
violence.
Is 2 o'clock Pacific.
Tesla violence.
5 o'clock Eastern.
It's just like all forms of violence, man. It's just like whether it's the stabbing on the subway. I think something's gonna give. I think.
Janet, go to have somebody look at the Fox. Trump just posted that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Yeah, dude, people were like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I think TMZ, that's what this is, yeah. You can hear them cheering. Right when they find out that Trump tweeted that Charlie was dead. Yeah, the BLM stuff too. Dude, this is our country, man. This is our country. I don't want my fellow Americans to die, even if I disagree with them. I don't wish harm upon them.
What did Trump say? So what did Trump say? Yeah, Trump just said he's dead. Yeah, he just said it. Okay.
And my sympathies
that
go
up?
out to his beautiful wife.
Like right now.
Yeah. True social. True social.
It's number 2 in pending. Got it. You're still in it.
You're still in it.
Okay.
Get it up.
Got it. Can someone alert this, Abby or Liam? Or Rob, sorry. I know you're there.
I want to confirm
Okay,
the
it's
people
up.
in the back
Now
row
get the
cheering
Trump
about
statement
Charlie
in
Kirk. There's a
immediately.
police chase in Temple City right now, and that's what they were watching, not Charlie
So
Kirk
Donald
related.
Trump just posted.
So this guy said that they were cheering for a police chase or something. I don't know if that's an excuse or not.
A spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund.
You know, he was not making a case for it. Man. That Officer Tatum dude, who was thankful he was only spat on once in Israel, said, wow, these people who trashed Charlie are now sad. Like, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You can be in disagreement and not wish death. Yeah. Yeah, like I trashed Charlie Kirk. I didn't want him fucking shot. I made fun of Charlie. I criticized him. That doesn't mean I want him dead or harmed in any kind of way. But Officer Tatum's a fucking idiot, dude. That guy's legitimately dumb. Yeah, there's just nothing new going on. They're canceling all classes at UVU the rest of the week. Dude. Speaking of that, did you see Officer Tatum talking to BB and saying how cool Israel was? Because, yeah, he was only spat on once. I was only spat on once. It's like, dude. Yeah, zip it up when you're done, bro. Time for the Trump administration to start pulling SEC media licenses for those pushing political violence and outright slandering people. Yeah, dude, they should have done that a long time ago. It's fucking incredible. It's low IQ infuriates me. Like, fuck, a black who's not a libtard still gotta be retarded, huh? Yeah, for real. It's just disappointing, isn't it? It's just disappointing, nothing else. Oh, dude.
Fucking stoked right now. You wanna know why I'm so fucking stoked?
Is this a prostitute?
Go ahead and Google Charlie Kirk. Go ahead, read the latest headlines and you'll see why I'm so fucking You fucking stoked right now? You wanna know why I'm so fucking stoked?
Honestly, dude, I just feel bad for people like this. You know what I'm saying? Papa Frank, yeah. We were reacting. We were watching some Joji yesterday too. I just feel bad for people. Like, in a certain sense, I just feel bad. You know. To just live to be a person like this, to have to live with yourself, like to be just like this evil, disgusting person. People like this, I think, really need God. Because you see this kind of sentiment, you see where it leads people. And we shouldn't want people to go to hell. We should want people to be more Christ-like. He was just a commentator. Anyone cheering this on, claiming he deserved it over his beliefs, are essentially saying you deserve the same for any overlapping beliefs. Yeah, I think anybody with self-awareness and empathy can... One of the first things you think about is, well, gee, what if this were me? Or my family? Or even if it were somebody I disagree with. You know, if I'm somebody that somebody else disagrees with, you know? Any self-conscious, self-aware person of like decent moral fabric would immediately clock. And I don't think the media's done our society any favors by stoking this sentiment, by promoting violence against political opposition, or downplaying it when it suits them, or like finding some other alternative explanation for what is like open and shut, clear, targeted political violence, for example. Find any way to justify and rationalize it and make excuses when it's to their benefit, when it's targeting their enemies. You know, we've seen this time and time again. I'm an atheist liberal and I have to vote for the right because the left is so nuts these days. Yeah, you know, I mean, look, there are liberals. It's almost like the right-left dichotomy, and I'm right-wing, I'm Catholic. It's almost like there's like a new defining line. It's not, and it's, you could say it's been this way for a while, because the way it's being presented is there's a left-right dichotomy, that you're either on the right or you're on the left politically. And then for a while it was more so like, well, you're either like pro-establishment or you're anti-establishment, something along those lines. And there's a lot of overlapping people, like people who are on the left and on the right that kind of, you know, left their political establishment to be more anti-establishment, people critical of the regime. And there's some agreement there. Now it's like, it's almost like it is just, are you pro-humanity? Are you pro-life? Are you pro-virtue? Or are you anti-life? Are you pro-dehumanization? Because I'm seeing a lot of people that are just cheering this on like this is something to be celebrated. And I like, how can you not immediately clock that as deeply immoral? It's rare these days, self-awareness, yeah. Craving IKEA food. IKEA food. Can't remember last time I've been to IKEA. Justice, yeah. I think people want justice. Obviously. Like, we can't go on like this. We can't go on like this. It's... The temperature is just going up and up and up, and there's no... Everybody can see how things are getting worse all the time. And we are living in this. We are living through this catastrophe. Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Awesome. Charlie Kirk reminded me of Tucker Carlson. What about him? Just that they were, you know, both nominally right wing. Ah, man. It's scary. It's scary because we're just watching the deconstruction of our society in real time. Now things are collapsing. When things collapse into political violence, you know, it does, a lot of times that precedes some kind of acceleration. Some kind of hyper-violence. That's why I'm really not a fan of how this is being normalized, obviously. President Trump made a statement.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot.
They had similar views. Both were making major political headway, changing votes. Tucker's house was attacked. Now Charlie is attacked. Charlie is just younger. When was Tucker's house attacked? When was his house attacked?
Who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy.
When Tucker was attacked by demons in his bed? Because that was probably just his dogs. Remember when his wife and kids had to hide in the closet? I literally actually do not recall that. Inside Carlson's homes as he... Okay, I guess it was Antifa in 2018 attacked his DC home, shouting threats, pounding on his door, and spray painting an anarchy symbol on his driveway. Okay. And then more recently, in late 2024, Carlson made a sensational claim that he was physically attacked in his bed by a demon while sleeping at his remote cabin in Maine. He stated that the unseen entity mauled him, leaving visible claw marks on his side that are still present over a year later. He said the attack occurred while he was asleep with his wife and 4 dogs, none of whom were awakened by the incident. Carlson recounted the experience in a teaser clip for... Okay. He did not specify the exact location of the alleged attack, though he has been living primarily at his main cabin since leaving Fox News in 2023. So I guess that attack on his house was in 2018. I find his claim about the 2024 demon unseen entity, I find that a little dubious, personally. I don't know if I believe that. But certainly he was attacked in 2018 by what seems to be Antifa or some other related group. But I don't know, I don't trust Tucker.
See justice and the American people.
Yeah, 2018, yeah.
He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the 2 young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory, may God watch over his family, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Man, that's fucked. Yeah. Seems like no new updates on the shooter himself. Charlie was a traitor to his country, just like Trump. Look, we disagree with Charlie, but we didn't want him to die. Let's not. We disavow violence. We shouldn't cheer on political assassinations. Obviously, we disavow that. It doesn't feel real. TBH, no, it doesn't. If like if this is our country now, where people we disagree with just get assassinated, we don't really have a country. Keep in mind that the silent majority is totally against political violence. The internet is not the norm for the country. Yeah, real. I think most reasonable people look at this shit and they're appalled. I had plenty of disagreements with Charlie, but I wished no harm on him or his family. This was clearly wrong. Was on my bingo card to watch him die in 4K. It's unreal. For real. It was brutal too. Absolutely fucking brutal. It does not feel. I'm in agreement with you. This just doesn't feel real. Traitors are fair game. No, dude. No. Like, look, man. We can't go around fucking killing people. Okay? I opened up my phone with my eyes barely open. I deadass could not read anything. Hearing you tell me what happened, I thought I was still asleep. Yeah. It's fucking surreal. You didn't watch it? Yeah, it's pretty horrific. I probably shouldn't play it anymore. Look, man, like, dude, is that your solution? We're just gonna kill people? Does that sound like a good fucking idea, first of all? That's not what we're about. We're not monsters. We disagree with somebody, there's a proper way to do this. There's a proper way to gain political power. It doesn't have to, like, the idea that we're just going to resort to violence, that's an evil way of thinking. Let's all sympathies for the enemy. We do need to have sympathy for our enemies. It doesn't mean we need to roll over and let them kill us by any means, but how can we say we're any better than our enemies if we just brutally slaughter the people we disagree with? That's what our enemies are about. That's what these like anti-human monsters that cheer this on, that's what they're about. 9/11 was a tragedy, so what? What about this? What about that? Charlie's family is now without like, his wife is now without a husband and his kids are now without a father. You think that's a good thing? They just those who pass justice. Yeah, I like, we should not be promoting political violence, man. An eye for an eye, there's a war going on, fight back. Well, we also... You know who believes in an eye for an eye? Jews believe in an eye for an eye. That's what they believe. That's their logic for why they're bombing the shit out of Palestine. They don't believe in forgiveness. They don't believe in turning the other cheek. And I'm not saying that we lie down and we become politically inert. But what I'm saying is we need to see the humanity in other people. We're not fucking monsters. Is this what we want our society to be? We're just gonna kill everybody? And what happens when it's you? What happens when it's you and your family? Who's gonna come save you then? When you advocate for this, you live by the sword, you be prepared to die by the sword. Yeah, two blind men believe in an eye for an eye, yeah. Christians don't believe in that crap. We should fight if it comes down to violence, but then okay, but we shouldn't initiate. Yeah, we're not in the business of killing our political enemies, like innocent civilians. Yeah, let's just sit there and cry. Charlie knew the dangers. He played with fire. You're no Jew. Look, dude. You think you're better than him? You think you're better than Charlie Kirk? You think you're better? You think you are without sin? Because you're based or whatever? It's where's your sense of humanity? Rational thoughts are unheard to rational ears. Yeah. I think the right has been pretty reserved in the face of all this political violence. I think so too. And I don't want people to become unhinged. Let's not be like irrational, emotional. That is very unbecoming. We are living in dangerous times. People die when they become traitors. Why don't we have, like, I don't know, due process? You know, you want to make a case that these people are traitors. Okay, sure, but there's a proper way to do this. We don't just assassinate people for political means. That's what Israel's doing. Israel's assassinating all of their opposition. I just no, this kind of stuff has no place in a civilized moral society. Just killing, just assassination like that. You know, you want to have due process, you want to have capital punishment, that's one thing. But to just kill people, for a person to go on the rooftop and just shoot a man in the neck, is this the kind of world you want to live in? Let's just sing Kumbaya. Okay, then, you know, do you understand what you're advocating for? Are you advocating for something you're gonna do yourself? What are you advocating for exactly? That we should just start fucking shooting people? That's so unhinged. That's so unhinged. It's always somebody else do something about that. That's cowardice. That's what that is. No, we disavow violence. Period. Enough with the fucking tough guy talk. You're not tough. That's just sick and deranged. And that's never going to be popular either. You will never win people over by advocating shit like that, because it offends people's sensibilities, because it's clearly wrong. You're going to self-report and say I only have one monitor, you're playing Fallout? That's crazy. Speaking to a revolutionist, I just think it's either an accelerationist or just somebody that wants, like, the answer is not to commit what people are doing to us. Like, we should not, some terrible things are happening to us. Why would we want to inflict more of that on the world? Aren't we supposed to be the good guys? You can have righteous indignation. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, man, like, we should not be calling for this kind. We should not be celebrating this stuff. This is inherently anti-civilizational. It's anti-social. This is not how we built our society. This is not how Western civilization was built, on political assassination. You understand that. Political assassination was unheard of 100 years ago. It was unthinkable. And it was overwhelmingly condemned by the civilized world. So we should, frankly, we should do the same. This is not, we don't win by advocating for more of this stuff. There's no one here that is ready to commit the violence you're advocating for. We want to maintain the moral high ground. Yeah, we're not the monsters that we're fighting, and we shouldn't become them. So we shouldn't cheer on Charlie Kirk's death. It's such a sick and underhanded thing that somebody did. Yeah, yeah, W speaker. You can have the death penalty and still not take justice into your own hands like a demon. Yeah, it's like, look, and just think about this pragmatically. What would have been better? You know, okay, let's just assume that, you know, let's forget the moral argument for a second. Just from your political worldview, what would have been better, to expose Charlie Kirk's arguments and beat him in debate, or to martyr him? Outright shoot him? Do you think that improves your chances of winning and changing minds? That's not even pragmatic. It is just like reveling in the violence. So even from a pragmatic lens that is devoid of morality, it's not good. It doesn't help your case. So for so many reasons, we should be against this. We are not the monsters. Remember that. They call us monsters. We are not monsters. We're better than that. We love God. We love America. We love our fellow Americans, even if they hate us. You know, we want what's best for them. And what's best for them is that they stop being deranged. But we shouldn't wish harm on people. You saw it on accident? Well, I'm sorry you had to see that. Killing Christ didn't help the Jews case, no. He wouldn't debate Nick. He was a cowardly grifter on the shekel. Look, but does that mean he needs to die? Now he can't debate Nick at all. So did we win? Trump is blaming radical leftists already. Yeah, we don't even know the shooter. And look, don't get me wrong, like, the left is not helping with all the vitriol that they've been putting out. I think we can all agree on that. The left has absolutely created this narrative and fed into this narrative, demonizing everyone, even remotely right-wing. But we do not know who the shooter is. We don't know his motivations. All of that is speculative. I think we can criticize the response to the shooting, but we don't know if the shooter himself was a part of this radical left regime. It was a product of that. Yeah, we just watched the video. We just watched it. It's normal to have bad thoughts, and maybe we all do, but reflect and keep it to yourself and maybe repent. Yeah, like, it's and even politically, again, pragmatically, it doesn't do us good if we all come off as these, like, cold-hearted monsters. It makes us look like freaks. You look at blue sky and you see the people that are celebrating this sick murder, and most people are appalled by it. Why would you want to join them in that? It's normal to be upset, but don't let the emotions get the best of you. That's what I'm saying. Like do not give in to these impulses. Didn't they arrest that one older guy? How was he related? He was unrelated. He was just some boomer being disruptive. but he was not. Yeah, I think they hit him with an obstruction of justice charge, but he was not the shooter. And as far as I can tell, unrelated. Yeah. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's speculating. Everybody is standing on their soapbox, right? Can we just think about Charlie and his family for a second? Yesterday, Hassan Piker called for violence against Nick Fuentes. Today, he's using Charlie Kirk's death to cry about threats against his life. Months earlier, Piker encouraged his supporters to unalive a Republican senator. These leftists only know how to play the victim.
No, we gotta, you know,
This was yesterday.
The moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Haz al-Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know? Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude?
This is today.
Lots of Twitter randos calling for violence against you. Stay safe, bud. I know, man. What else is new? You know, this is every day. Every day of my life. Okay? Every day of my life for the past 10 years.
Oh, wow. Dude,
it is what it is.
Just no fucking self-awareness.
It's been happening, and it'll... Dude, people will be like, oh, dude, there is a... There are people who are wishing death upon you all over the internet. Like, I know. Of course people fucking wish death upon me. What do you mean? If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay?
Bro. Just completely lacking in self-awareness. Like, Hassan is legitimately dumb. He is legitimately of a middling intellect. He is blissfully unaware of the double standard he's imposing on his critics. So he can call for death sentences all day. He can call for violence, but he plays the victim when it happens to himself. You know, there is this interesting observation, I guess, where a lot of like right-wingers can properly clock and identify the liberal mindset, the way liberals think, what they care about, their modus operandi. They are able to insert themselves into the mind of liberals and leftists, I should say, to make it... Hassan's more of a leftist. There seems to be an unwillingness or an inability for a lot of liberals and leftists to do the same to right-wingers. They simply like struggle to understand why right-wingers care about the things they do. There's like a lack of understanding, and oftentimes because of that there's a lack of empathy. They don't understand right-wingers. They simply, you know, ascribe some vitriol like that right-wingers are just evil. They're all just Nazis, and that's why they think and believe the things that they do. And that's it. That's the end of their analysis. And it's like... And this is not like to say that liberals are necessarily dumb. There's a lot of smart liberals, but it's almost like they're not really being challenged. There's no impetus for them to ever put themselves into the shoes of a right-winger because the consensus is often on their side. One thing, like, growing up as like one of the few conservatives in my school, I was off the jump like very self-aware and cognizant of my own viewpoints and how they conflict with other people's viewpoints, and that I think gave me a self-awareness that a lot of liberals, and you see a lot of the way they talk, it's almost like they assume everyone will just agree with them when they say, oh, Trump is such a racist, and people look at them and they'll say that in a room full of like Trump voters, and there's like no self-awareness, like almost an inability to read the room. It's been a consistent pattern that I think people can clock. Silver Spoon Kid, the progressives better hope the shooter didn't watch any of their content or they may be going to jail. Yeah, dude, it's just like Destiny just glibly joking about violence against right-wingers, violence against Charlie Kirk. It's just like, dude, And they celebrate when right-wingers got deplatformed for stuff like whether it was medical misinformation or conspiracy theories about voter fraud. And yet here you have like open and shut cases of advocating for violence, and he's on the biggest streaming platform, Twitch, still to this day. So clearly there's a double standard. Clearly. And that like, I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it's like, is this going to be the catalyst to some kind of change? Will this precipitate sweeping changes? I will say that I don't think January 6th helped. I was against it in general, whether or not it was an inside job at the top. Well, yeah, I mean, it gave them a lot of ammunition, certainly. Yeah, it was a trap. I think people went into the building; they shouldn't have gone in there, and it gave them all the ammunition they could have possibly wanted. And they ran that in the news cycle for years. Working. So this will change Twitch because advertisers are going to start pulling out, and Twitch is mainly a gaming channel. Yeah, I think so. I mean, who knows, man? I mean, we'll see how this administration responds. I think people are fed. Like, you know, what does the Trump administration do at this point? The base clearly is fomenting at the mouth. We, like, regardless of if you're still MAGA, not MAGA, we want change. Something has to change about our society. The rampant violence, the calls for violence, it's totally out of fucking control. I think most reasonable people can agree with that. So it's clear that the Trump admin has to do something, otherwise they'll look weak. And by not doing anything, you'll invite more of this. Okay, well, if they start cracking down on it, well, you can probably expect there to be more attacks from the media, calls about authoritarianism and whatnot. Trump is being a Hitler 2.0 or whatever. And so they'll get criticisms from the left, which they've gotten regardless. But additionally, you'll get criticisms, legitimate criticisms and concerns also from the dissident right. Because if you've been paying attention, people are very concerned about the amount of influence that Palantir, for example, and the Jewish lobby have over this administration. Will they use this for greater surveillance, greater censorship, and will they then springboard off of that for to clamp down on any and all criticism of Israel, or to combat anti-Semitism, to go against right-wingers? You know, there's not a good rapport with the Trump admin right now. There's clearly a big divide. And so what can this administration really do? I think something needs to be done, but I hope it doesn't invite, you know, the Patriot Act 2.0 that will just be used against everyday law-abiding Americans and shut down any kind of dissenting opinion. I don't think that's like too far-fetched, but you know, we'll see. That's why I'm hesitant to say that, you know, let's see what they do. Trump said we need to support free speech in his speech. I think he needs to go after funders of political violence. Yeah, he needs to wield the fucking power, man. He needs to like Republicans for years, one of the biggest criticisms is that they're either unwilling or incapable of wielding the power. Because this has been an ongoing thing. There have been people calling for violence or making excuses for violence, like on MSNBC that we saw. And that one pundit said that, well, this is what, you know, this is a reasonable expectation based on what Charlie Kirk said, that this would happen, like downplaying the severity of the situation, making excuses for political violence. And the administration should frankly go after these people and these institutions. That's the game of politics. It's like when the left gets into power, they use it to go after right-wingers. They've used it to go after Trump. They've used it to go after, you know, a lot of these political dissidents. You might activate the National Guard in major cities and enforce law and order. Yeah, I mean, he certainly talked about that. But, you know, we'll see if he's good on that or if it's just another case of taco, of Trump always chickens out. Because it seems like the only thing he's good on 100% is supporting the interests of the Israeli lobby. They get everything they want. They get more bombs. I don't know. And now his administration is they can't stop talking about how anti-Semitism is such a big problem. It's like, what about everybody else in the country, first of all? You know, crimes against Christians up 700+% since 2018. These violent attacks. The vitriol you see, you just browse through Blue Sky. You browse through Blue Sky and you'll just see the most like reprehensible shit. Absolute fucking scumbag behavior. A lot of people, like, look at this shit. A lot of people think like this in this country. And it's like, how do we even have a country at this point? Emperor Palpatine good, Anakin good. Yeah. So. It still just doesn't feel real, man. And they just can't find the guy. The Associated Press is now reporting that there's a third person of interest who is being investigated in connection with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Maybe they'll get him on the fourth one. Maybe fifth time's a charm. Well, that's not good. You should probably fire that mod. Charlie Kirk shit on my birthday. Best birthday present ever. Yeah, here's her LinkedIn. Here's her LinkedIn. You know, it's just like, dude, they've done this shit to us for fucking years, man. It's going to be all hands on deck for this one. The FBI will go through every camera. This is a national security issue. Yeah. It's just like, it is hard to imagine a world where they don't have any idea who this guy is. I mean, like, let's just take another look at the compound for a second. Like, this is the campus. It's pretty normal for campuses to have cameras at every entrance and around the like at the corners of their buildings too. It's kind of an essential part of like university security to have cameras all over the place. So I have a hard time believing they didn't catch footage of the guy making his way up to the roof. And we haven't seen the footage, which is bizarre. Because surely if they would put out an all points bulletin, hey, help us find this guy. It is weird they haven't reported. Because I think they said somewhere they had some CCTV footage of him. What's going on? It's just pure incompetence. What's up? FBI says the only information they have is CCTV footage of someone dressed in dark clothing. Can we see that footage? Are they going to release that? Maybe that would help with their investigation? I don't know. Has gap eyes? I don't follow pro sports, but kudos to the Yankees for honoring Charlie at the stadium. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tragedy, man. It's a tragedy when you have such a large political commentator just get assassinated in cold fucking blood. Like, do people not understand? You know, I think that's so funny. A lot of these people that cry about, you know, that rather that are celebrating this, cried about like how this is all a threat to our democracy. Well, isn't like democracy, isn't that presupposed on like your ability to express your opinions? How does his private security not see a guy on the roof? Twice now. Real? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit weird. I guess, I don't know if maybe the tent was in the way. Because the guy was standing up that was next to Charlie. I don't know how long he was up there for before he shot. It seems like at least 20 seconds.
You think he'd already be in place?
But it follows that they're... I don't know if they were expecting a high-profile assassination like this. Maybe they will in the future. You know, I think it's probably... If I were to make an assumption for a second, they were probably expecting any kind of violence to happen here. Maybe somebody is in the crowd, pulls a handgun out or something. I mean, Trump's assassination attempt. Because he didn't have like as good security as Trump. He doesn't have Secret Service. He doesn't have, you know, like FBI ready to go. Like, this was not as high profile. You know, he's a political commentator. He's not the president of the United States. So I do think it's somewhat fair to say that, you know, they didn't have as tight security. I think they said they had 6 police officers, campus police officers present. I don't think I certainly don't think his private security had the authorization or were really expecting this. So, like, would they have set up some kind of cordon? You know, I don't even think they had the resources for that. I don't know. They're probably most focused on the crowd, and that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're expecting some kind of pissed off, deranged, you know, lunatic to, like, get emotionally charged, something a little more optical, or rather a little more overt. I don't think they're expecting, like, something as organized as or premeditated like this. I'd say it's 2020, but I don't hold out the possibility of something contrary to Occam's razor. No, I agree. Like, you weigh the options, but I think as of right now, if we were to engage in speculation, yeah, I don't think this was like an inside job. It's possible, but let's wait for evidence. Again, we still don't have the shooter. You know, I think you'd be wary of attributing malice to something that negligence would suffice. But I don't know. Just fucked up, man. Campus police are a little more than mall security. If that's all he had, that tracks, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, these guys are not Secret Service. You cried when Kirk passed. Yeah, I mean, it's a tragedy, man. I wonder how easy it is to get on the roof. Do most people know how to get up there? If not, it could narrow it down. Yeah, I mean, it certainly could. Like, all of the basic questions as of right now remain unanswered. Like, I guess they have some CCTV footage of this. I don't know why. You know, they didn't release anything, which is bizarre. If they're going door to door asking people for like tips or anything, surely they would release the CCTV footage that they have of the shooter, right? Maybe they did. Maybe they're referring to the cell phone footage. Where's the cell phone footage? You know, maybe they're referring to this footage of the shooter, or the brief footage of the guy running. Maybe they don't have footage other than this, other than the guy running across the roof. Maybe that's all they have. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what they have. I wonder how easy it is to get on. Man, that's a nightmare to try to secure. He's in a pit with high ground all around. Yeah, for real. It's and again, like, all it takes is the first event. You know, all it takes is the first shooting, and now you're probably not going to see a lot of these events in the future. And if they do exist, you're probably going to see much, much, much tighter security. Because he had done, what, hundreds of these? And he's not the only one. Like, Myron's done these, Ben Shapiro, you know, Steven Crowder. A lot of people have done these kinds of open debates, open discussions, open forums, out on a university campus without much problem. So it's always the first one, you know? There has to be a first one, so to speak. Democrats were trying to start their own version now. Yeah, wasn't it, who was that? Was that Dean Withers or something? I think even Destiny had a few of these sort of change my mind events. I mean, they were ubiquitous. I think Matt Walsh was doing stuff like this. So, you know, there's a track record of it being not a big deal. So, but going forward, I don't think we're going to see a lot of these in the near future. And again, if they do have more of these kinds of events, I think you're going to see very strict security. But we still do not have the shooter. Oh, they're calling him a white nationalist now. That'll probably get edited.
So that's something to keep in mind going forward in the next 4 years. I almost wonder if that's going to be the next step. Because I said, and I still do believe this, the Luigi Mangione killing of the healthcare CEO set a horrible precedent.
Yeah,
and I don't
agree.
think people realize that.
I like saw people in public that were celebrating it. You know, like, and that felt like, you know, like if you're a CEO or if you're a billionaire or just some important public figure, so to speak, which kind of presupposes that you have power, you're going to look at this shit and you are going to be very concerned for your safety. If you feel like that somebody out there has a grievance with you, you're probably going to be more likely to support some kind of police state, mass surveillance. So it feels like the people who have the most, like, political will, or not political will, the most like financial power might be more willing to support something like Palantir. That's what's also alarming about this. As if the shooting itself wasn't bad enough, as if the murders weren't bad enough, what comes out of this could be horrific. And I think it's going to get worse. So I looked at like the United Healthcare shooting as like maybe a wake-up call for a lot of CEOs and billionaires. And maybe they'll be more likely to support something like a police state or surveillance state. Nick Fuentes gets attacked all the time. He does. Public won't support Palantir, but businesses will. And that's what I think, that it's almost like a pitch. It's almost like this is an advertisement. Not that it's deliberately done by Palantir per se, but I think that's how this will be used. Look at what's going on. Civil unrest, things are falling apart. It can happen to you. It can happen to you. If you have public opinions, if you're a wealthy individual, whatever, you could be the next United Healthcare CEO. You could be the next Charlie Kirk. So the people who have like political leverage, you know, the people with the money, the donor class might be more willing to support something like Palantir after these events. It's very concerning. The FBI finds planted AF merch on the shooter. Yeah, I don't want to even will that into existence. Not will, but like, you know what I'm saying? Speak that into existence. The public won't support Palantir, but I read that, yeah. I don't know. I mean, who knows? I think people might be scared into supporting it. I don't think we're out, like, I think, not to be a doomer or totally histrionic, but we are kind of in dangerous territory. You know, things are unraveling before our eyes. People are waking up to a lot of the deception. It might be, they might deem a false flag necessary. Because if people are in a state of fear, then rationality and discernment often take a back seat, and they might be more willing to go along with something. Or it could be the pretense to suppress, like, let's say a terrorist attack happens on American soil. That could be another driving force in for Palantir or mass surveillance. They could shut down free speech in the name of national security. And if people are too afraid because it's, let's say it's a sum of all fears moment, let's hypothetically, you know, God forbid, a nuke goes off on American soil, people might be so emotional and terrified that they would go along with it. We can't rule that out. Yeah, as soon as I heard about this, I thought about big surveillance. Yeah, we need to be on high alert. And again, I'm not saying that they're necessarily behind this. I'm not speculating on the killer, but I do think that that will be the response. That they will never let a good tragedy go to waste. And even if from a financial perspective, they're trying to sell a product, you know, there needs to be a reason that people would buy their product. There needs to be a niche. There needs to be a market for that product. And so if people perceive that there's this constant lingering threat to themselves and to their free speech or their sovereignty, they might be more willing to go along with it. They might buy into it. So I definitely be on the lookout. You're in Green Bay, Wisconsin. 3 Black Hawk helicopters just flew overhead. Definitely not normal. They had spotlights on. That's weird. I mean, it could be a training exercise. I don't know. I mean, that's Wisconsin, right? I don't know. Would that be related to anything? Not so sure. I've been thinking everything that's happened for the last year has been some sort of false flag. They want to usher in a surveillance state as early as possible, as easily as possible. Yeah, they've gone upping the ante until we are begging for Palantir. Yeah, definitely be on the lookout for that. I don't think everything's a false flag per se. I think a lot of it is just the spin, how they spin things, how they report on things. You know, follow the evidence. But I don't rule out that possibility. It's we need to keep our wits about us. That's why we can't be emotional. We cannot buy into the emotional rhetoric. We need to be very cognizant of what's going on. Don't let people manipulate you like that, you know? It would make perfect sense for them to use an event like this, whether on purpose or not, for the people to ask for surveillance police state instead of it being forced. But yeah, I think that's kind of the pitch, right? That they want people to want it. And that's why I'm very skeptical, but we'll see what comes out of this. We'll see what response the administration does. Because it's clear they have to do something. Because if they do nothing, it will invite more of it. It will enrage the base. It will enrage even most sensible Americans, because this has been an ongoing, festering problem that's getting worse. The temperature is rising. There's more political violence. There's more just day-to-day violence. We're watching everything deteriorate before our eyes. It's like everything's becoming more expensive, or, you know, inflation's out of control. The job market, they just corrected for minus 1 million jobs in this year. So there was 1 million fewer jobs than they had initially predicted. So the economy's fucked. We're on the brink of World War III, so to speak. Ukraine hasn't been settled yet. We're bombing Iran. We're bombing Somalia. We're bombing Yemen. We're kind of bombing Venezuela too. We're saber rattling with China. We're losing, like, it's like so much of the world is just unraveling before our eyes, and it's having an effect on our foreign policy, but also it's having an effect on our domestic policy. It's just like we're watching the end of an empire. It's truly terrifying to watch because, you know, the writing is on the wall how this could go 60 to 100 real quick. And I don't think people really understand what that will look like. It could be related, but maybe a sign this is truly a nationwide manhunt. It would be tough for him to get to Wisconsin already, though, if that is related. I mean, not impossible, but unless they thought he boarded a plane or something, but could be something related, unrelated. I don't know yet. But the silence is a little bizarre. Like we're not getting constant updates anymore. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, things are fucked. Yeah, things are fucked. I don't want to doom. I don't want to bring despair and or scare people, but you know, we gotta face reality. Yeah, helicopters would probably be flying out of the state. Yeah, again, I don't know. I mean, it's crazy, dude. Yeah, I do think we're in for some really tough times, man. But don't forget to pray. And this is where, you know, I don't know. We'll see what time they'll get this guy. I hope so. I hope they get the guy. I do. I hope they... I mean, obviously, I hope they get this guy. I mean, it's just like... I'm shocked by how sad this made me. It's like, that means you have a conscience. That means you see humanity in others. You know, it's like... That means that... I think you have the grace of God within you if you are appalled by this. You should be sad by this. Not right. It's just I don't know, man. I'm just deflated. May God have mercy on our souls. Because, like, you understand, like, just let's pause for a second. When you look at the response and how many people are celebrating this, that's a significant portion of our country. May not be a majority, but I don't know. It's like there's a deep cultural, moral rot that we're experiencing in our country right now. Big Alpha Cash Patel, it's been too long. When they finally push forward a patsy, no one will believe it. Yeah, they have to find somebody, right? It would look really bad if they don't. But I don't think they want to outright lie either. But it is just like, if they can't find the guy, like, what does that say? What does that say if they can't find the guy? So it's like you're telling me, so in a highly publicized event with thousands of people on a university campus where there's cameras and cell phones everywhere, you can murder somebody in cold fucking blood and get away with it. Think of the implication. What does that say about law and order in our country, our ability to prevent violence, but to dispense justice to violence. You know, I probably just stop announcing they've caught him. Maybe third time's a charm, right? Maybe third time's a charm. Or maybe fourth time, I don't know. I don't think you can blame the FBI yet. It takes the FBI a decent amount of time to organize and get on a case. I guess, but, you know, we don't have a lot to go off of here. We haven't seen any, I don't know if they have other CCTV footage. None of that's been released as far as I'm aware. Are there any leads? I mean, we'll see. If they could find every person that stepped foot in the Capitol building within 48 to 72 hours after January 6th, I would hope that they could find this guy who, in broad daylight on top of a rooftop, shot a political commentator in cold blood. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, it is a little bit different than from like the United Healthcare stuff in the sense that, you know, United Healthcare was just like a street side assassination. This was a highly publicized event. So I would think it would be easier to catch this guy. But maybe that's naive. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm not thinking of. Took 5 days to catch the Boston bomber. That was also years ago. That was also years ago, right? What year was that in again? 2013, yeah. I just feel like in the Big 25, there's so much more surveillance, cell phone, cameras, telemetry. I feel like they've really evolved crime fighting, or at least they should have over the 12 years. And this was a shot, right? It wasn't a bomb, right? Literally, the guy was right there. You know, he was on the rooftop. People saw the guy, presumably. Which, I think it's fair to say that guy was likely the assassin, considering he was on the roof and yada yada yada. The report from the rifle and whatnot, bizarre behavior. So you'd think it would be easier to catch that guy versus somebody that planted bombs, but what do I know? I'm not a crime fighter. Yeah, 2013, yeah. He was one of Trump's biggest promoters. If the FBI isn't moving at double time, then Cash needs to be deported. Yeah, I don't know. Once they get his face, then they can use drones for facial recognition. The problem is before you have their face. Yeah, and that's why I wonder, you know, if this guy was a smart assassin, then, you know, he probably would have been wearing a hat, maybe some sunglasses, maybe like a face mask of some sort, like a COVID style face mask, be less conspicuous. Apparently he was wearing all black. If he had his, you know, if he's smart, he probably would have left his cell phone at home. At this point in time, they should have all the telemetry for everybody that stepped within like 1,000 feet of the campus. They should have all the cell phone data, all the geolocation data. And so if he had a cell phone, right? And it was on, and it wasn't in a Faraday bag. Like literally everyone that stepped like within this region should be on some kind of watch list, right? They should be investigating. So. I don't know, though. We're still just waiting. We don't know what they're cooking. The killer's drinking mojitos with Ethan, Ralph, and Baja. That's a deep pull. Ethan who? Yeah. I don't know, man. And again, like, it is an enormous embarrassment if they can't catch him. Apparently the enrollment of the University of Utah is around 34,000. No, it's a pretty big school. So. Certainly give him the opportunity to blend in. But there hasn't been an update on this in 30 minutes. I just think it's so funny that like, dude, Rabbi Shmuley, like, he's got to be playing a character, right? Like, surely he's not this, like, doesn't have this much chutzpah. Oh, Charlie, like, we clocked this immediately. We saw the post. Oh, Charlie Kirk died. Here's my GoFundMe to protect me, Rabbi Shmuley. What about me? You know, dude. It's like at this point, man, he just wants people to be more anti-Semitic. You know, growing up as realizing Shmuley is on our side. It's kind of like that, isn't it? It's almost like he wants there to be more anti-Semitism. And I think there's something to that. Yeah. I think there's something to that, you know. I think they want... there is a contingent of the more radical Jewish element that does believe there needs to be more anti-Semitism. That through anti-Semitism, it will rally the Jewish world. And this is pretty esoteric, but this is what a lot of rabbinical Jews believe. That the Jews will need to be united against the world, against the nations, as part of their end times prophecy. And this is not, look, this is coming from them. I'm not making this shit up. You know, that they believe that they need to sacrifice the red heifer, rebuild the third temple, to bring about this end of the world. And part of the deal too is that a lot of Jews need to die, to be sacrificed. That's where this is a deep pull, this is esoteric, but that's where that 6 million number comes from. That's the deal that they're making, that for their Moshiach to come, they need to sacrifice 6 million Jews. So it's totally fucking unhinged. And they do believe it will bring about the end times. That a lot of people will die. A lot of people believe that their Messiah is the Antichrist. It's just so, like, bizarre and fucking bananas. It's almost like... it sounds, like, unbelievable. But, like, literally, you read their writing, you read the rabbinical Talmudic teachings, right? The transcriptions of what they're saying. You can hear it straight from the horse's mouth. There are a lot of very radical Talmudic Jews that want this, that believe they're fulfilling this prophecy. A lot of people don't understand that element to this. There is a religious element behind what we're seeing in Gaza and around the rest of the world, but particularly pertaining to Israel. There's no way he's for real. Yeah, it's just so brazen, man. It's like comical at this point. I think Richard Spencer has paid someone to dress up like Rabbi Shmuley and the character is too over the top. It's just ridiculous, man. Like, it's just funny. His GoFundMe only has 691 raised, and it was all pre-Kirk. It's just like, dude, get out, be serious. The guy with the white hat behind Kirk making sort of kind of sus movements before the shooting. Should do call-ins. I don't know if I want to do call. I'm gonna be real first. I don't know if I want to deal with that. You know, you just don't know who's gonna come in to your call-in segment, and then I've got to like police. I've got to like moderate. I don't know if I want to have to deal with that headache, to be honest. The white hat. Oh, I read that already. Yeah. Call-ins are an amazing idea. Kumquat, shut up. Shut up, Kumquat. Shut up. Shut up, Kumquat. Gotta get your VIPs though, the regulars. The only one calling in should be Kumquat. You want to call in, Kumquat? You want to share your take on the whole situation? Maybe I should start dropping the Discord link. I made a Discord. I'm just, you know, You know, I already had one incident, and it was my fault. I wasn't on point. Caught me lacking. I'll take credit for that one. Yeah, I should have been a little more careful, but he ran it. No. But I don't know. I digress. I just, you know how it is, man. And then, yeah. You want to hear Kumquat's voice? I love how Kumquat has his own lore. It's just funny, man. He sounds exactly how you would expect him to sound. He sounds exactly how you would expect him to sound. Exactly, exactly. Whatever you're picturing in your head is correct. Is this true? A private jet took off shortly after Charlie Kirk assassination and then turned off its transponder when it crossed state lines? Now here's what Harrison Smith said. I guess we're getting into speculation again. I'm not going to name names, but I was told by someone close to Charlie Kirk that Charlie thinks Israel will kill him if he turns against them. I don't know. I don't want to jump to conclusions here. Assumptions make an ass out of you and me. You find it funny if Kumquat has a 9-year-old voice. Oh, you're 9 years old now? Yeah. Muffled from all the Zin stuffed in. Generally speaking, the audience would like a 2-host solution to balance each other out. Yeah, 2-host solution. I went too crazy on my channel and the stream had to get nuked. Yeah, be careful. I don't know what that means, but you know, keep it, you know, TOS friendly. I haven't hit puberty yet. You're still just a boy. You need to put his dude. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you're 9 years old now. He went from 18, now he's 9. He was 21, then he was 18, now he's 9. What's next? He's a baby. Am I talking to a baby? A literal toddler? Do we have a Nick countdown? Is he live? Oh, he doesn't even have the pre-show on yet. No, not yet. He's gonna go live tonight. There's no way he doesn't. The truth isn't TOS friendly. Yeah, I know, but you know what I'm saying. Read between the lines, read the room. I only say I'm 21 at the club. Oh yeah. Only 21 at the club. Oh, we never finished this either. There's just so much to keep track of here. Chad Quad. Fucking. This is my life now. This is my life now. You're not dreaming. It's not a dream. This is your life now. Yeah, where is this confirmed? Is this in some telegram somewhere? 24 years ago tonight, the Twin Towers, which had defined New York City's skyline since the 1970s, witnessed their final sunset. Yeah. Is it like another Telegram channel? I don't know if this is all old. Thinks he's trans. Yeah. Yeah, we got Kumquat's trans. Yeah, he's my trans son. His Zins he's popping are as part of his hormone therapy, right? It raises testosterone or some shit like that. I don't know, the doctors just said, hey, give your son this, and I said, okay. That makes my son stop being such a fucking pussy. So now I just feed Kumquat Zins all day. up here. Shut up. Oh, here we go. Well, what's up here, cat? Shut up, dude. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. That's not very Catholic of you, Okay. That's like, you're gonna play the card? Okay. Alright. Okay.
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with black.
I don't necessarily think like this, because I guess this is implied that maybe Mossad might be behind him. I view it more as a limited hangout than they like, this was like a turncoat moment or anything like that. Hope your channel gets huge, bro. You have a very good Christian, manly way of doing the stream. We need more listeners, not to glaze too deeper to No, glaze away. I will gladly accept the glaze. Tell me more. Tell me how awesome no, but I appreciate it. I need to stream more. My voice is getting kind of hoarse from yapping so much. Yeah. Maybe I should drop the Discord link. I don't want to moderate it, you know? Is this gonna open a can of worms? I don't know. What do you think, Kumquat? Let me ask my co-host. Hey, Kumquat, what do you think? I highly doubt Israel would assassinate a major conservative commentator with a pro-Israel president in office. Yeah, I see the angle. I don't know. I could see why they might want to do that. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze. I'll explain it. This is a developing story. I kind of explained it earlier. I just don't. Let's just pause for a second. Maybe let's just wait a few days. Let's let more details come out before we really start going deep into speculation. Because again, we still don't have the shooter. According to Cerno, maybe he fled the state from a private jet. I haven't seen any other evidence of that. So that could be total bullshit for all I know. How far is a shot? 410 feet. 411. I guess if he was at the edge, which it looked like he was, maybe you could cut off another 10 feet or so. Right around 400 feet. I jumped 9 subs today, did I? Let's go. W. Let's grow. He has been noticing a bit, I'd say safely, like you said, limited hangout, but I don't know if he's gotten some criticism from Zionist pages. Could be sacrifice me. And that's what it is. So I guess I'll just speculate. I sound like a broken record. Kind of pissing me off. But the angle, if it were Mossad, let's just think about why they would do this. It's kind of an open secret at this point that TPUSA is like heavily infiltrated by Groypers. It's clear they're losing control of the narrative. I think Charlie has been forced to he was forced to cede a lot of ground on the discussion, namely regarding how he would frame it, how Israel was conducting this this operation in Gaza, and that's the criticisms. But you know, overall, still Team Israel and whatnot. And so, if it were Mossad, it's plausible that they figured that he would be more useful as a martyr than leading this group that is now heavily infiltrated by anti-Zionists, so to speak, by Groypers. And then maybe this could then martyr him, galvanize the base, and maybe usher in, change the dialectic, maybe usher in more censorship. But essentially cut off because TPUSA, like other institutions, are like, it's a bit of a pipeline to political careers. So maybe they deemed it too much of a threat. I don't know. Is that the most compelling case? Maybe not. But that, I think, would be the most likely explanation if Mossad were behind this. Big if. It's a big risk, too. I'm just not sure. Pause. Drop a single link that'll expire in a day or two in chat. Let these boys be your pre-alpha testers and bring in people that you've seen in chat coming to the VC and as Collins. That's how I do it, but it's your show, for real, for real. I'm not a co-host. I'm a man of the people. I am a man of the dude, shut up. The proletariat. Okay. Who am I to say how the channel is run? Kumquat, dude, fucking karate chops to the throat when I see you. That I'm telling you, just fucking... Just, yeah, you need another fucking Zin? Yeah, I'll give you another fucking Zin. That's why, that's my working theory. They want to close up TPUSA. The infestation is too great. Yeah, and they'll just cut their losses. That's certainly, I think that's somewhat of a plausible theory, but again, we can't rely purely on conjecture and speculation. Like we need some evidence here. And if we don't get that evidence, then it is what it is, you know? Again, we still don't know. We still don't have a fucking shooter. Like, what? Almost, what, 9 hours later, 10 hours later? Chat quad make it so. Or Chad quad make it so. Ah. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, man. Yeah, maybe I'll drop the link towards the end of the stream. I guess I have to make a link, right? Create an invite. I can do that towards the end. And anybody that does come into the Discord, just keep it cool, man. You know, like don't go full on fucking Sonnen Rat and all that shit, you know? I you know, gotta play the optics game. Tomcott will change the password and lock me out. Yeah, imagine. Imagine he'll turn the people against me. They'll turn them in my own dojo. No, from Dean... See, this is the kind of shit I want to fucking avoid. From Dean Withers' Discord server, more to come. I think all the Trump administration needed was one bullet. Like, that's the kind of shit, like, I don't want to have anything to fucking do with. I don't want to be on the hook for it. You know what I'm saying? Because what we talk about, we're not talking about fun, like, we do talk about fun video games and stuff from time to time, but, like, we talk about contentious shit, you know? Like, you just don't know... I'm just very apprehensive about it. Charlie Kirk tweet on 2016. You can tell a lot about a person by how they react when someone dies. True. True. Very true. Very true. Very, very true. Yeah, keep getting them, Chief. Keep collecting. Let them expose themselves as total degenerate scum. Dean Withers' Discord server ran a poll asking if Charlie Kirk deserved to die today. What? You see, and Dean Withers, whether he had anything to do with that or not, his name is now attached to that shit. That's, you know, maybe the Discord's a bad idea. You know, maybe the Discord's a bad idea. I don't know. You know? I don't know. Keep saying it, keep a low profile. you know, maybe I won't be dropping the link after. You know, perhaps you were wrong. A rare moment of self-reflection from Kumquat. Oof. I need like some way to like, because I need to be more consistent with the stream. 100%. I'm trying. So some way to communicate would be good. Similar story with like X. I don't know if I want to pull in a bunch of people from X into this stream, because you know how X is. One thing I like about YouTube is it's like the algorithm just gives people what they want to see. It's almost like it's not that as sophisticated maybe as people thought. Like I'm having Nick's stuff get recommended to me on YouTube even. So it's sort of like if you're already interested in Nick and AF, like you kind of attract that audience. Say what's real about YouTube being, you know, YouTube, all the criticisms we know of the platform, but hey, it's still, as far as the algorithm goes, I probably got the best discoverability. Oh yeah, we reacted to that already. Yeah, see, like, so it seems like Cernosad was convinced that it was a hit. Yeah, and I remember seeing this. I found it perplexing. I don't know how much, again, I'm trying to be very careful here. I don't know how much weight I would put into this, but I think even common sense would say, like, you're watching what Israel's doing to Palestine. Who the fuck do you think you are if you stand in their way, you know? You watch some genocide, a whole population. Who do you think you are, you know, to stand in the way of their plans? So, Dad Quat, the king we didn't know we needed. Perhaps I had too much optimism. Telegram. Maybe I should do Telegram. Maybe that's not a bad idea. I have to figure out how to do that. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow with the Telegram page figured out. I've not used Telegram like that. I've only ever joined spaces, so I'll have to figure that out. And then nobody can fucking talk. You know, nobody can fucking talk. Or whatever, I don't know. I just, you know, look at how things could go. We need to not think about just how things are today, but let's think 6 months, 12 months in the future. Hypothetically, let's say they do crack down on all kinds of free speech. I don't know if I don't want to have to explain vague terminology from randoms on the internet. What did this person in your Discord or your chat or your Telegram channel say? What did he mean when he said some Fed post or whatever? That's just a fucking nightmare situation. So yeah, I think keeping a low profile, I think Sunrise Goiper is right. I think it's maybe this stream will just be like a pop-up show. Hey, you know, the streams happen when they happen. I think Telegram and Signal would be easier to control. Discord is Wild West. Yeah. Ignore Smith. Time will flush out his post. That's that line of logic that time will flush out the speculation and whatnot. I'm kind of leaning more towards that. Like we shouldn't. Let's not go crazy here, right? Let's not jump the gun.
And you'll see this
as I immediately watch a clip of Smith talking about it.
As we go through some of these videos, there's this like permanent condition of fear. There's an underlying sense, especially amongst like the Charlie Kirks of the sector. I guess walking on eggshells would be a way of putting it, but more like walking through a minefield. That they're so scared of saying the wrong thing. They're so scared of stepping on a landmine, of expressing something in not quite the correct way and having their lives destroyed for it. And that's a deliberately fostered condition. That's because they've been threatened or because the threat is implicit. That there is no let the punishment fit the crime when it comes to certain topics. If you step on the landmine, you die, right? So that's how they act. And they act like they're really carefully stepping around a bunch of bombs. And it's just sad and pathetic because they know the truth and they just won't say the truth.
Oh, wait. MSNBC has fired Matthew Dowd from the network following statements reacting to the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Rare MSNBCW? Rare MSNBCW? Yeah, dude, certainly... here I go speculating again. Certainly, I wouldn't put it past them to do this. We know what they're capable of. We know what they're willing to do. Scary, man. It's scary. What is even real anymore?
And what we're seeing is people struggling to deal with this because see how to try to explain this. You've got all.
Did they find the shooter?
The outrage
No,
about Israel
they have
is
not.
so overwhelming now.
We are on number 3. Suspect number 3. So maybe third time's a charm, but we'll see. What if the shooter is hiding in the mountains in Utah? Dude, he could be anywhere, man. I don't know. Like, they're really not giving us a lot to go off of here. I don't know. At this point, he could be out of the fucking country by now. I heard a rumor that there was a private plane that took off nearby and turned the transponder off. I haven't seen that corroborated anywhere. I saw that could just be totally fake. Let me see if let me see if he has like some kind of link for that. This was what, 2 hours ago? Oh, this is not good. The left are now mobilizing an X to assassinate Nick Fuentes. Come on, X. You can increase the res. Can I have more pixels, please? Please, sir. Can I have a few more pixels so I can read what I'm looking at? Come on, X. You do a block spin. No, not gonna block Harrison Smith. I can't read this. I can't read this shit. I can't read this shit, bro. Is this just X being bad or is it just low res? You still think he's in the country? Private plane could be anyone. Yeah, I don't know if that's real or not. I have no idea. Until I see more evidence that that's true. Where was it? It was like 2 hours ago, I think. I haven't seen anyone else say this, make this claim. Damn, this guy's fucking tweeting a lot. The video is crazy. Yeah, the video is just disgusting, man. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. It's horrifying. Yeah, here. A private jet took off shortly after the Charlie Kirk assassination, then turned off the transponder and went across state lines. But is this it? Is this the post? Private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off ADS B illegally and reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. Why did this plane turn off its radar? Where is... Let's see, what, Utah Valley University. Where was it? Where's the location again? Orem, Utah. Oh, hey, Jared Taylor. Orem City, huh? Okay, so it's just north of Provo. At Provo Private Airport. It's a little bizarre. Apparently, out of all the influencers, Kirk was one of the guys who invested in security a lot. This wasn't some guy who got his boys to do security. One shot, one kill, no suspect, no weapon, no video, no witness, no evidence. Well, there were supposedly witnesses that saw him, right? But if okay, wait. Times in UTC, assassination happened at 6:10. Takeoff about an hour later. Then it illegally turns off its transponder. And I guess it reappears 30 minutes later. Is that correct? Oh, about 50 minutes later or so. It reappears. I see. And it looks like it's on a... Is this direction correct? Then it's on a return flight? The incident happened around noon to 1. Yeah, apparently the shooting was timestamped at, and this is all in UTC, at 6:10. An hour later, a flight, this private plane takes off. It's a little weird. Could there be any other, you know, explanation? Maybe so I guess the working theory is that, okay, so the shooter flees, hops on this private jet, flies out to who knows where, transponder gets turned off, they land, he disembarks, and then transponder is turned back on the return flight. So we don't know where he landed. That I guess that's what this is implying. Now, it could be coincidence, it could also not be. You know, the timing is suspicious, the transponder is suspicious. Don't buy it. Don't buy this. The manifest would show names, and if it was forged, everyone involved would be fucked. Do they have the manifest anywhere? I guess they have the agent. I'll have to subpoena him. But even if this was the getaway vehicle, how would they prove it? You know? How would they prove that he harbored the assassin? They could get him for turning off his radar. But let's assume that this is the getaway vehicle. I don't know what kind of security they have at that airport. Probably a pretty small airport. I don't know. You don't buy any of it? National Guard is coming to all 50 states, in your opinion? Trump sent the National Guard to DC because Big Balls got beat up. Trump might go even farther in this case. Well, I certainly think his base wants it. The suspect clearly has a lot of experience with firearms. He did this with one round from far away. That doesn't necessarily sound like a Democrat. He could be a Republican, like Thomas Crooks. What is your problem with this? It's all just partisan politics with you. You're just obsessed. You cannot be below the age of like 60. I refuse to believe that you are below the age of 60. "200 yards equals far away." Yeah, it's not a particularly far shot. Civilians can make that shot. Like seriously, it's not. With just a little bit of training, you can, and a proper rifle, optics, and ammunition, it's not difficult. Yeah, we got 26 viewers. Yeah, boomer alert, right? I mean, this person clearly got like one shot by MSNBC. They think everything's about partisan politics. Like we're not living in 2025. If you still think everything is Republicans and Democrats, you're an idiot. Republicans bad because TV tells me, and Democrats good. And even if you think vice versa is true, you're still an idiot. You just have a very incomplete worldview. Yeah, I don't know. This suspicious, but I'll bookmark this for later. But I don't know if I'm buying the theory. Economy is about to go and no party can stop the collapse. Yeah, dude, we are kind of cooked, man. We're kind of fucking cooked. You know, it was yesterday, you know, when it came out that they, you know, the correction for jobs, right? Let me see if I can pull it up, actually. That they were off by about 1 million jobs. Where is it? Yeah, the jobs revision report of 910,000 in the negative. So they corrected the number of jobs that they thought they had, that they actually had almost 1 million more jobs than they initially thought, or was initially reported. They know exactly how many jobs there are. At least white-collar jobs. A simple rounding error, yeah. Oopsies. Kash Patel could easily find the reason to aggressively interrogate the pilot. Yeah, I mean, look, if that's a real lead, I'm sure they're on it. Is this going to be a nationwide manhunt? We have no new info. Let's see if the New York Times has anything new. So they're pouring resources into this. Cancel. There's a guy, Martin Armstrong. He says West civilization is done after 2032. He has this computer system, but he's kind of a boomer. I mean, a lot of people have made doomer predictions. You know, the day, the year, who knows? We know where things are going. Seems like there's really just not a lot of new stuff going on. What else is there to say, man? No new info. I don't know.
Well, I just saw that video of Charlie Kirk getting his box boomed. I mean, boomed, bitch, like gone. I have no issue with it. You know, the clown always comes back to bite. But why do y'all keep aiming for the wrong niggas? Aim higher. Aim higher. Why just start?
Can't say some things on YouTube. Alright. The Blueface meme is the most disrespectful. The Blueface meme? Which one's that? Maybe I'm too unk to. Which one's that one? I probably know. Is that the lyrics and situations? Oh wait. I think I know what you're talking about. I think we saw that. I just didn't know that that's what that was. The artist was Blueface. Just listen to the song. What was it? Was it Blueface? Is that the name of the song? We're listening to Asmongold. Oh yeah, this. Yeah, we yeah. I saw the memes. Yeah, I don't think we even need to entertain that. Hello, Jerry Taylor. May God protect Nick Fuentes from the Jude's satanic plague. It's funny. I remember when Cerno said was crashing out on Nick because he what did he do? He made fun of Yawa Sinwar. I struggle with Arabic names. Yeah, he took that personally. Anything new? Nothing new? We're still just flying in the dark here. This is just weird, man. It's just bizarre. It's like, this is a national story. We still don't have a shooter. We still don't know what the deal is. We don't have murder weapon motive. We're just all in the dark. Like, just kind of, I feel like I'm just twiddling my thumbs right now. As Nick said. Given the gravity of today's, I will not be doing a show tonight. Instead, let us all say a prayer for the repose of Charlie Kirk's soul and for his grieving family. How we choose to respond to this watershed moment is profoundly important, and we should all sleep on it. You know what? I think I respect that. I thought for sure he would have gone on his show tonight to really, I think, set the record straight. Because you see a lot of people saying things that we all disavow, and maybe it is best to just take a step back and reflect. Has Tucker popped up yet? What's he got to say? No, he doesn't have internet, remember? Yeah, class act. Yeah, for real. What other famous people were at the event? I don't know. I don't know if there were any other famous people. It was just kind of a normal university, kind of change my mind event. What's up, Ray? I think we're going to see more of this stuff. Yeah, I think so too. I don't like saying that, but just seeing the way people cheered on Luigi Mangione and lauded him as this hero of the people, it was fucking sick to see. And seeing how people are celebrating this kind of shooting is also sick to see. We've got a real spiritual problem in this country. And the fact that so many people are cheering this on is it's sickening. And I do think it's indicative of things to come, unfortunately. So we all need to pray. We all need to pray, seriously. Seriously. Yeah, Charlie Kirk he's dead. He died. Very tragic. Universities and colleges have terrible security. Yeah, I mean, it's also like, you know, were they expecting a rooftop assassin? I don't even know if it's fair to, you know what I'm saying? Should every public institution have like airtight security? Is that even plausible? You know, a couple armed guards here and there, but I don't know, you know? It's a good idea to cancel since we know absolutely nothing yet. Yeah, I mean, all you can really do, as far as the actual event goes and what happened, I mean, speculate. And I think that's kind of irresponsible to do. That's why I don't like doing it, especially when you have a big platform. We don't have a killer. And I think, and I've said this so many times, we cannot be emotional. And the first thing so many people are going out there and they're just getting emotional. And they're yelling and screaming. And they're demanding this. They're demanding maybe things that they can't take back. And I don't think that's the right way to do things. We need to be of sound mind. And with everything that's going on, it's just so easy. It is so easy to just like give in to your worst impulses. So I do think this is a good move from Nick. I think a lot of people want to hear what he has to say. And I think even for somebody as articulate as him, I think even he wants to take some time and reflect and pray on it. Because this is awful. This is spiritually terrible. And the only thing he could really talk about is the stuff we've kind of talked about, is the response. The way people have responded to this, which is in some ways heartwarming when you see a lot of the support that people who had a lot of differences with Charlie, you know, this outpouring of support despite differences, and the prayers and the love, that's certainly heartwarming. But on the flip side of things, you see the disgusting, rampant, degenerate, hate-filled comments that so many people are spewing out. And it's at the point where it's just like, yeah, maybe taking a step back is the right call. But I don't know. And you know, we don't know what Charlie was dealing with in his personal life either. So you can walk into any classroom half the time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, security is rough. Funny fact, Charlie Kirk is the same person who strongly supported Israel's false narrative about Hamas. I remember him as a criminal who supported genocide. Don't think of it that way, man. Don't think of it that way. Like, obviously, I have my gripes with Charlie Kirk. I have my severe disagreements, but he was murdered in cold blood. That's something you need to disavow. That's not right. That's evil. That's wrong. It's very easy to sort of ascribe all this evil to your political opposition. And, you know, maybe sometimes what somebody is advocating for is evil. But what are we cheering on? Are we cheering on murder? There's a right way to dispense justice and a wrong way to dispense justice. If you truly believe that he's a war criminal or that he's this evil guy, then maybe this should have been brought to trial. Maybe these ideas could have been further investigated and debated. And there's a civil, polite way to do this. A moral way to do this. And, you know, to give Charlie the benefit of the doubt, maybe he truly thought what he was saying was the truth. Are we not going to give people the benefit of the doubt? Are we just going to murder people that we disagree with because we think they're wrong? Maybe we should steelman his position. Maybe he truly thought he was doing the right thing. I don't call into question. I don't know. You see someone like Nick Fuentes or Fresh and Fit or Andrew Tate to lay low for a while. Wait about 6 months and people will reveal what they really think of Kirk. Right now, people don't like him, won't say much unless you're a real psychopath. I mean, look, two things can be true at the same time. You can be critical of his politics, him as a political figure, but also not want him to be murdered. To also feel sorrow and remorse. I think that makes you human, actually. I vehemently disagreed with Charlie Kirk, and I'm kind of broken up about this. This is a terrible, terrible tragedy. Are you not human? Do you not empathize with Charlie? A father, a husband? What does that say about you? There isn't even a description of the shooter. This is crazy. Well, don't say JFC, you know, don't. What's up, Timothy? How's it going, man? Yeah, the only thing we know about the shooter is that he was wearing all black, but I don't know, maybe it is best if everybody logs off for a little bit, you know? Yeah, I can't believe it either, man. It doesn't even feel real. It doesn't even feel real. Why is Tucker trending? What is this? My brother who's now with our father. I'll miss you. Thank you all for your time. I don't know why Tucker's really trending. First time you cried for a stranger? Yeah, you know, man, look, and I disagreed with Charlie Kirk vehemently, and I feel sorrow. You know, my heart goes out for him and his family. Are we not human beings? Should we not empathize with other people? And so these people that are just spewing this hatred and this vitriol, it's disheartening, it's sick. And I would suggest that they try to find humility and their humanity as well. Yeah, you just got people saying shit like this, you know? Wishing harm on people. To be honest, I don't think they find the shooter. Let's just sit back and wait. I agree, unless they find the weapon, the shooter is gone. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. It's just... This whole thing is a fucking disaster. And there's just not... It's like radio silence, you know? So, I don't know. And, you know, tomorrow's gonna be an interesting day. You know, it's anniversary of 9/11. Fuck, man. What does this guy say? Owen Shore agrees with this guy. The very real possibility, judging by how the assassination was carried out, that the assassin got away. That this wasn't some lone nut but a professional hit is extremely disconcerting, because a professional operation implies planning, resources, and possibly a client or network behind it, meaning this could be part of a larger form or dangerous threat. Yeah, that's kind of the implication, huh? If that is true. But we will see. We will see. I think we have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah. Who am I, Groiper? Yeah, I mean, I support Nick, yeah. I'm not a huge fan of labels because that kind of makes you a target, but I'm America first. My understanding is that gun going off, the sound is a powerful one. I don't want to play it anymore because it's kind of, you know, macabre, but I don't know. It's at least like an intermediate caliber. I would say it's at least like 5.56. Who am I? Who are you? Who am I? No one. I don't care about you, bro. How about you, this guy? They have Sunrise catching strays. Yeah, I'm not a gun expert, but I know sounds. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We haven't gotten any info on this at all. I think for a forensics report would tell us more. Could have been 5.56, could have been 308. Who knows? I don't think it was a large caliber. I wouldn't go above. I don't know. I'm not really qualified to weigh in on that. But if I had to guess, it probably no larger than 7.62 by 5.1. I would bet probably 5.56. You think you doubt 5.56? Makes you say that. We're watching Kumquat and he hasn't said if he's a corp. yeah, we're watching Kumquat. Why do you doubt 5.56? Is that based on like the audio? It's ubiquitous. What, the MOA maybe? Are kumquats fruits or vegetable? They're fruit, right? Yeah. Aren't they? Yeah. Gotta be a bigger caliber. Yeah, audio impact. I don't know, not a real expert, just no way. It didn't sound that beefy. I don't know. You know, I've shot a good number of guns in my time, but I'm sure we'll know more tomorrow. I'm sure an expert on it will do a deeper dive. I think 5.56 is most likely because it's the most ubiquitous. You know, it's well within the range. You know, 400 feet. It probably came from over there. Not over there. Right, based on the footage. It looked like the shooter was at this corner. It certainly could be a professional hit, but again, this is all speculation. Is he probably a 7.62 or 6.5 Creedmoor? Could be 6.5 Creedmoor. I don't know. Either way, fuck, man. And we still don't have anything new. Is there anything new? Man. How is Nick going to reconcile his more lovey-dovey side that's been flourishing with the reality we live in? Lovey-dovey side? What do you mean? Do you want, like... I mean, this is a tragedy. There's no doubt about that. The world's becoming more violent. And it's not even just isolated here. You can just look around. Look at the kind of unrest that we're seeing around the world due to power politics, due to the shift in power. Who's Nick? Yeah. He's been sounding like a hippie lately. I watch all the time. I mean, here's the thing though. What is your criticism exactly? That he's a Christian? That was never like up for debate. It was like, are you surprised that he advocates against violence? Are you surprised that he would have empathy for people? That's what this is about. You know, that doesn't mean you roll over and die. I don't know, like what not necessarily Christian, just an observation. He isn't a Christian, he's a Catholic. I am Christian. Well, that betrays your understanding of what Christian is. Catholicism is Christianity. Christian, I guess you're probably a Protestant. But Catholicism is a denomination, like this is just literal textbook definition. Catholicism is, by definition, a denomination of Christianity. Nick who? Nick what? So, I hear that a lot from Protestants. It fundamentally betrays your understanding of Catholicism. Don't want to get into a debate, but no, there is a really diff between a Christian and a Catholic. Catholics don't support assassination. No, dude, and I'm telling you, you're wrong. Catholicism is OG Christianity, my guy. Yeah, it's like, dude, oh, it's painful, man. Like, do you want me to pick up, like, do you want me to, like, pull up the definition of Catholicism? Do you know what a Protestant is? It sounds like you are Protestant. And you should look into the history of Christianity. If you actually read the Bible yourself, you can't be Catholic. Oh, here we go, man. Here we go, man. Ask AI who is the founder of Catholicism versus who is the founder of Protestantism. Yeah. Dude. I'm not Protestant, I just believe in Christ and the Bible. Then you're a non-denominational Protestant. That didn't exist prior to the Protestant Reformation in the 1500s. Bob's the replicate. Save me, please, Bob. If you can hear us, please save us, Bob. Please, if you can hear us. I'm sorry. We judged you too severely. Perhaps we were too harsh on you, Bob. Yeah. This is what I'm talking about, man. Dude, prior to the Protestant Reformation, or prior to the Great Schism that happened, what was it, 1066 with Eastern Orthodoxy, it was just the Catholic Church. And being Christian meant you were Catholic. You were in communion with the church. It was just the church. We don't pray to Mary. Like, see, you're just ignorant, man. Like, you're repeating all of these tired talking points. Catholics pray to Mary. That's not fucking true. We don't pray to Mary as a deity. It's a prayer of intercession. It's like asking your friend to pray for you if you're going into surgery or something. Reading the Bible versus understanding, but dude, it's just like, it's just painful, man. It's like, in the big 25, people are still repeating this thing that's just not true about Catholicism. And trust me, I'm a Catholic. I'm telling you, Catholics don't pray to Mary. And if there is a Catholic that prays to Mary as we would pray to God, then that is wrong. That is condemned. You're talking to the dead to pray for you. They're alive in heaven. Like, what? Protestants have a one-legged stool. It's only the Bible. Christ gave us the church. And it's like, dude, who fucking wrote the New Testament, man? Who wrote the New Testament? Oh, dude. I don't really want to get into a theology debate, man, but it's always the same thing. It's always the same misconceptions. It's constantly, man. Constantly. It's just the same. Yeah, we don't pray. Dude. No, Mary is dead. Is Christ dead too? You still don't know who Nick is? Who's this Nick guy? Who's this Nick guy everyone's talking about? Joseph Smith, yeah. I pray to Wahe Guru. I pray to fucking Wahe Guru. Goo Goo Gaga. Goo Goo Gaga, if you could hear us, please. Man. You're doing a Google search on Nick? Yeah, let me know what you find. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Who's this Nick character? I don't know. You're literally communing with the dead who is an idol to you, and you are getting smug with me. Okay, look, man. You just don't understand. It's okay. Yeah, everything's an idol. Do you think Jesus is alive or dead? Yes or no? What did he promise? What did Jesus promise people? He said, I offer you eternal life. Those that would forsake me for their own sake will lose their... I'm paraphrasing, but those who would forsake me for their own life will lose it, and those who give up their life for my sake will find it. That's the whole promise, man. Jesus defeated death. Why don't you just read the Bible and only worship God and Jesus and only pray to them? I worship God. I don't worship Mary. But it's like Mary is venerated. You don't think that there are... Do you believe in saints? Do you think saints are real? Jesus did, period. So what happens when you die? Numbnuts. What happens when you die? Do you believe in heaven? What is heaven then? What is heaven and hell if you think people are dead and that's it? It's like, dude. You're misunderstanding Catholic teaching. We don't worship saints. We don't think they're dead. Christ conquered death. Scripture calls them a great cloud of witness. Oh, thanks for the follow. Asking them to pray for us is no different than asking a friend here to pray. That's not idolatry. That's Christian fellowship. Exactly. It's just, there's all of these lies about Catholicism all the time. And it's like misconceptions. I am telling you, okay? Catholics do not pray to Mary. And you're telling me, no, you're wrong. Who would know more? Who would know more about, like, you don't think I'm sitting there thinking about what I'm praying about and who I'm praying to when I pray? Like, dude. Okay, tell me what heaven is quick, don't look it up, bet you don't even know. Don't answer a question with another question. The Bible was more important than the church, he would have jumped off the cross and started writing the Bible. Yeah, we are the new Israel. It's Christendom. I'd say you're wrong. I can see and say, okay, you're trying to talk with the dead. Not paying attention? Okay. And if you believe in the promise of Christ and you believe that you can conquer death, is Nick dead? I hope not. Do you not believe in conquering death? Is that not what Christ promised? Bassem Youssef tweet? Is some, yeah, I'm 14. Yeah, for real, man. Dude, people need to stop fucking LARPing. Everyone's like scrambling to have like their profound one-liner. It's like, dude, stop, man. That's why I respect Nick, like, not actually giving his input. Everyone's giving their input. I respect Nick not giving his input tonight and reserving the rest of the night for prayer. You didn't tell me what heaven is because you don't know, you don't read the Bible. Dude, heaven is simply to be in perfect communion with God. That's what heaven is. A place that exists outside of our realm, our existence, the corporeal. And to be with God, that is, by definition, to be in heaven. Oh my gosh. Just read the Bible, dude. Oh, I don't even know. Dude, bro. Okay, cite that in the Bible. Please bring a citation. Go ahead. If you know the Bible so well, please find a citation for that. Just read the Bible. Catholics are cooked. You should repent, man. You should repent. Because you're just fucking wrong. You are just wrong. This isn't high. Oh, it is in high res now. Yeah, just look at this, man. Look at all these people wishing this on Nick. I'm saying it should have been Nick Fuentes. People are sick. I can't reach, yeah. 1 Corinthians 15. How does this exactly prove your hypothesis? Because he raises people from the dead? Because he raised, like... Wait. So let me get this straight. Your body is restored. Except what happens to your body here on Earth? If heaven is a physical... I don't see how this passage supports your hypothesis. Dude, this is just painful, man. This is just fucking painful. You know, maybe the printing press was a mistake. Carl thinks it's Star Wars. Okay, then what happens to your body then? If they catch the guy and he's black, they let him go 14 more times? That is how Catholics got to you. But it is 2025. Learn to read and read the Bible yourself. Bro, you are of a middling intellect. You cannot read. You do not have the capacity to read. You need somebody else to read and interpret it for you. Oh my gosh. You're literally sticking on Jesus earlier, but you don't follow what actually happened with him. He did it himself. He was in body. He walked around at 8. You're in a death cult, dude. Bro, you can't fucking read, man. Dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. It seems like you have a bigger problem with Catholics than all these other religions. Happens every time Kumquat leaves. Some Bob wrecks everything. Dude, it's painful. It's actually fucking painful. Oh, welcome back, Kumquat. Welcome back. Right on cue. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Dude, I just don't even want to get into a theology debate, but it's always the same shit, man. It's always the same shit. Super smug too, because you're just wrong. You're lying about Catholicism. You don't know what you're talking about. You come out saying, oh, you guys pray to Mary, and we say, okay, no, this is not, we don't pray to Mary, it's a prayer of intercession. And you say, you pivot and say, oh, well, you're praying to a dead person. Okay, well, do you believe in eternal life? Oh, well, you know, when you die, actually your body is, it's like, what? So you're not even being consistent. You keep moving the goalpost. What is it now? So what happens to your body? What happens to your body here on Earth? Is it duplicated? Do you enter a different dimension? What are you talking about? It's always the people who accuse of smugness who end up being so defensive. Yeah, like, it's this constant pivot. It's this constant shifting of the goalpost. You didn't even know what heaven was. You think it was, dude, so you're telling me it is a physical place and your physical body enters heaven. Then what happens to your body when you die? So when you go to a funeral and you see somebody's dead body, they're no longer alive, or anyone for that matter, when they die, what happens exactly? And you're saying that what I believe is Star Wars? What the fuck? You don't even know Jesus rose from the dead in his body? I did know that, you fucking idiot. I did know that. You think I didn't know that Jesus rose from the dead? That's the whole basis of the religion. Hey man, tell that you just have a moving experience where I just realized the CC liturgy is built on use of sacraments and revelation prophecies. Beautiful. I'm thinking of converting. Yeah, you should convert to Catholicism. It's the longest. Look, it's the Catholic Church has been around for 2,000 years. Who gave the authority? The Catholic Church, Jesus. Jesus gave the church that authority. Every time I come back, it's always yelling at each other. Can't we all just pop us in? Dude. I don't know, retard, I can't understand the power of God. Are you dense? Dude, so let me get this straight. Somehow, believing that heaven is non-corporeal is Star Wars, but believing that somehow, what is your argument? That your body is duplicated? That your physical body is duplicated or some shit like that? Dude. We're all Nick, I guess, Sunrise. I was raised Protestant, also realized Luther, Masoretic, chat's moving, instead of the suffering night, and therefore his ideas of the sacrament are heretical. Mind blown. Yeah, we consider Martin Luther a heretic. Do not convert to Catholicism, just read the Bible. Catholics are in deep trouble. Yeah, and who are you to interpret the Bible? You and your fucking 100 IQ. My goodness, it's just like this arrogance, this pride. You think you know better? You think you and your pastor Billy Bob know better than a 2,000-year-old institution? You in this current age, 2025, I know how to interpret it. Everybody else is wrong. It's just so silly, man. And I'll click with you. I've been looking up to your local Catholic churches. It feels like coming home. Welcome home, man. Come home to Rome. We all just pop this in, dare I say, we might all just mellow out. Oh, get me out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. Please get me out of here. Peace through Zen, we need a Zen more. Most Protestant churches look like probation offices. Yeah, I tend to agree. Pastor Billy Bob, the Holy Spirit helps you interpret. Is you absolute Kool-Aid drinking moron, you need him. Okay, have fun. Have fun. You'll find out you're very wrong. I pray that you repent. Because, dude, it's just painful, man. It's just painful. I've had many a Pastor Billy Bob in my life, but yeah. Just all these lay people think they know better. That's how you get all these heresies. That's how you get all these LGBTQ Protestant churches and shit. Where's the line of secession? Where's the authority? What authority do you have to interpret the Bible, or that your interpretation is correct? I'm on the broad road. I'm on the narrow road. It's very specific, man. What, you're gonna cite Matthew 7 at me? You know, not all those... Not all those who say, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, Pastor Bill Bob and his 6 million denominations. The Holy Spirit is the only way you can interpret it. The road you are on, you will never get in. Okay, based on what? Based on what? Because we believe the Holy Spirit is guiding the Catholic Church. Has Nick released a statement? He's not doing a show tonight. He said some things, but... Yeah, I mean... He's gonna pray on it tonight, which I think is the right move. Oh, man. Well, the guy that threatened Nick got suspended. I hope he gets fucking investigated. Only one path. Yeah, describe that path in full, because we believe that, you know, as Catholics, you have to confess and repent for your sins, and that your soul is healed through the Eucharist. We don't believe that, what, you just say Jesus and you'll be saved? That's so presumptuous. It's actually very difficult to be Catholic. It's actually very difficult to be a good Christian. I went to a Pentecostal service once. It's embarrassing watching grown men pretending to speak in tongues. Yeah, all that shit, dude. It's just like... I don't know how people take that stuff seriously. Yeah, of course the Holy Spirit is our guide, but that doesn't mean you're more correct than the church's interpretation by default. Yeah, these people just assume, man. These people just assume. Where's the humility? Where's the humility to recognize, I don't know, maybe like... The Catholic Church, this 2,000-year-long standing institution where the priests dedicate their lives, they take vows of chastity and poverty, as well as charity, devoting their entire profession to interpreting the Word of God. And then you get like these pastors on salaries. You get these mega churches. 2,000 years, man. And just to throw it away because you don't like the idea of the Catholic Church, I just think that's so short-sighted. Kirk gets his throat raped in broad daylight, and unhinged Catholic wants to debate a rando in chat. This is crazy. Dude, you brought this shit up, you fucking retard. Are we serious right now? Move on. Like, dude, you brought this up. You brought this up. Oh my gosh. Doesn't Trump's pastor speak in tongues? I don't know. Something like that. I don't know. His what was it? His faith counselor or something? You had any humility and want to go to God and only God. Well, you also have to recognize that God works through people, and the church is made up of people. So you would have the humility to recognize that maybe not everything is in your wheelhouse. Nick responding to Matt Walsh. What, again? This chat's always wildin'. Dude, it's... What is this? Reaction too soon afterwards. So this, wait, let me get this straight. So this guy watches Charlie Kirk get shot right before his eyes and he's cheering. Trump's pastor is Paula White Kane. Mellow, not exactly fitting name, but I'll try and chill. Real question though, do you watch porn? No, I don't. Only one path, dude. I'm Catholic. Yeah, we believe the one path is the Catholic Church. What a fucking question. Like, what, do I watch porn? But no, I don't watch porn. You get extra heaven privileges if you're gay in a Protestant church. Yeah. You get more coupons. More heaven coupons. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? No, I don't do drugs, man. Why, like, what is this fucking line of questioning? Do you do drugs? Do you watch porn? Does this sound like somebody that's acting in good faith? Or you're gonna try to find the faults in my behavior or character and then use that to attack my faith? Yeah, I'm guilty of drinking Coke. I do drink a lot of Coke. These are sad attempts at gotchas, man. So smug and hostile, just wondering. Dude, fuck off, man. Yeah, I'm the smug one, and you're trying to hit me with these gotchas. Like, hey, oh, you were a sinner, dude. You're sinning. Don't act like you're better. This is pathetic, man. This is pathetic. This is pathetic, and frankly, like, where's the benefit of the doubt? Where's the grace afforded? Yeah, it's this kind of shit. It's like, this is not Christ-like at all from you. Oh, I'm projecting. Oh, you just watched some porn the other day? Oh, great. That's awesome. And you think that's okay? You think that's a good thing? You think that's an acceptable thing now? You think porn is okay? Rosary Village. Vigil for Charlie Kirk. The W Vigil. Why would you think? Is it a... As in, what's your point, man? Yeah, a little in moderation is okay. No, dude, no. All porn is bad. No, don't speak. Oh, you got, I was taught to worship with humility. You do throw your religion at people in conversation. I'm completely zoinked. Can't even have a convo. Smug little freak. You're just so presumptuous, man. You're so presumptuous. You come in here, you know, you attack Catholicism. You make all of these false assertions about Catholicism. And you're wrong. And I tell you, you're wrong. And now you're asking about porn and drugs and stuff. Like, what is this? Alright, later. later, Max, but I'm pretty sure, like, Nick would call you a fucking retard. You should super chat that to Nick and ask him all the questions you asked me. My goodness, man. Comes in here, attacks me, attacks my faith, and says, whoa, why are you being so hostile? Really, man? What is this? This is just a... I don't know. Yeah, who's Nick again? Sorry. We never answered. I don't know who Nick is. Everyone's talking about Nick. Okay, seriously? This is schizo. We're gonna pull a tweet from 2014. Follow the White Rabbit. That's just schizo posting. Doesn't everyone throw their religion into a debate? I can't have an intelligent conversation with someone from a Middle Eastern background without being called racist or Islamophobia. So what his point again? Religion is thrown about all the time. Oh, welcome back, Kira. Sorry, I think you came in at the middle of that. No, we're not talking about Nick being a schizo. Wait, but who's Nick though? Who's Nick? Am I Nick? Nick Quat. Oh, Nick Quat. Okay. Makes sense, bro. You've been thinking you were talking about Nick. Which Nick? Who are we talking about? Who's Nick? I'm confused now. You guys are confusing me. I don't know who this Nick guy is. Nick is not schizo. Not that Nick. The other Nick. Nick who? Nickelodeon? Nick in your walls speaker. Somehow, I don't know what's going on now, but now I blame Kumquat. Nick. Oh, that Nick, but not Nick. Dude, another wonderful secret's just like comes in here to just drop like MSNBC talking points. Like actual Trump derangement syndrome stuff. And I'm not a fan of Trump, but it's just like, dude, some people are still just totally one shot by all that. Dude, I know Kumquat is so pleased with himself right now. I know he's so happy with himself. He's like hooting and hollering. He's giggling. He's like sitting in his chair. He's like, you know, like waggling his little feet around gleefully in his chair, watching me just fucking slowly losing my mind in real time. The bro thinks we're Trump supporters real. No, yeah, liberals just have no idea. Or I don't even know if this person's a liberal, but they just don't understand. They're totally like lost when it comes to the right-wing political landscape. We love our schizo lurkers, don't we? Don't we, folks? I just came back. I have no idea what's going on. Kumquat, you know, Kumquat, well done, Mellow, smart guy. Dude, I'm losing my mind right now. You don't understand, dude. It's like, I get it, man. You know what? Every crash out that Nick has on his super chatters is 100% fucking deserved. Every single time he crashes out, it is 100% deserved. Yes, he's in his little booster seat on his chair. I'm the smartest guy, you know. Kumquat, I'm gonna Kumquat, you know. On site, it's on site. It's on site, I swear. What size pants does Kumquat wear? It says a lot. He wears a suit all the time, but it's oversized. You know, it's like he's like swimming in it. And he likes to carry this briefcase around. And it has all these random papers sticking out of him. It says it makes him look sophisticated. I don't know what that means, but I believe him. It says he wants to look and sound the part. He wants to sound smart. I'm like, okay. This guy has little documents with him. Now, I need the carnivore diet and vitamins. Yeah. Now take that frustration out. Imagine if I had a Discord. Alright, you had me tilted. One last thing. For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. 1 Timothy 2-5. I just want you to address that generally. I won't rebuttal. I don't even want to. I don't want to do this. I don't want to debate theology right now, man. Like, you want me to read a passage in the Bible, which I would have to, you know, you'd have to put into context. For what purpose exactly? Like, just an open-ended question. Like, dude, I could go for some muffins right now. Me too. I could go for some muffins right now. Chan. Didn't want to debate, just wanted your take that directly refutes your church. Not even trying to get into a flame war, but okay. Alright, man. Whatever you say. Whatever you say. I really do not want to debate theology. Like, this happens all the time. Where it just, like, devolves into, like, the same theological debates. I'm just gonna be honest, I'm just not interested. I'm gonna be over here doing my own thing, happily being Catholic. And, I'm not really concerned about what Protestants believe or don't believe. Yeah, go to Catholic. Catholic Answers is a great resource. There's a cool guy you can talk to about Catholicism. Actually, he's called a priest, and you can find them at a number of different places. Yeah, look, I just don't feel like debating, man. I've had this same debate so many times. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. I actually care for other believer, though, so I came back. Well, I could say the same thing. Look, you want to know what I believe? Just, like, look at Catholic Answers. Any question you have... Shit, I'm sure, like, ChatGPT, if you ask for a Catholic answer to one of your questions, you could probably find a good source. So... yeah, I don't want to debate. I just want to get the last word in here. Yeah, it's like, then you don't want to debate, then don't. Then let's not. Let's just not then. Jarvis, ban that man. Jarvis, rape that man. No, that's a joke. Okay, well, we're virtue signaling now. You came back out of the goodness of your heart. Okay, man. Look, just read Catholic Answers. Read the Catechism. If you want answers for what I believe. I don't want to have to interpret these vague, open-ended questions and out-of-context Bible passages. Like, I don't want to do that. No offense. FBI reportedly has several leads on assassination. According to the leading report, the FBI reportedly has several leads on who the assassin of Charlie Kirk might be, with a little bit of foreign intelligence. What? What? Well, well, well. Oh, it's all clickbait. Is there any more to this? I'm very curious, which foreign intelligence? Is there any more to go off of here? The mullah escaped on a fly carp. Yeah, yeah. Can we find the original FBI report? That's what I want to know. Let's see, has Cash tweeted anything? The FBI is working alongside our local and state law enforcement partners in Utah to fully investigate and seek justice. Fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk in Utah Valley University. Anyone with information, photos, and video from the incident can help the FBI identify, to help the FBI identity more answers by sharing the files here. Perhaps something is in the report that news doesn't want to say. Perhaps. It could be, we don't know what the source is of this though. It's breaking, they're breaking the news. FBI has reportedly, but in who? And in what format? When? Can I get a source on that? I mean, we gotta do a due diligence here. But who's saying this? Is this hearsay? "100% going to be pinned on a Muslim. If Mello was a Gen Xer, he would be the X-Files #1 fan." I remember when I was a kid, I saw an episode of the X-Files that freaked me the fuck out. It was like somebody had like this like night terror, and there was like this demon at their foot of their bed. Freaked me out, man. Yeah, the reliable foreign source. Oh, damn foreign intelligence. Further, how would a foreign intelligence know about a domestic matter? A little suspicious. A little suspicious. What? Are we... Let me guess. Israel intercepted some communications between Iranian sleeper cells or whatever. This is all... Watch the liver episode. Yeah, let me look up X-Files liver episode. What does that mean? Okay. DPO? What's DPO? So stupid. Fucking dumb. Yeah, breaking. FBI reports that several leads on Charlie Kirk's assassin point to possible ties with foreign intelligence. Okay, so this is like a different interpretation of that. It's a little vague. The language is a little bit vague. With a quote, a little bit of foreign intelligence, does that mean that maybe foreign intelligence is involved in the assassination? Or the intelligence is one of the leads, or foreign intelligence is giving us leads on who the assassin is? What is the correct way to interpret this? Oh, I see. Never mind. I just need to read it again. Several leads. Nah, it's still a little vague. Still a little vague. Can we get some kind of report? Something a little bit more? Please, sir. Can I have some more? What is this shit? They're definitely gonna kill trans people over the... Okay. Alright. Alrighty. Okay. Okay. Of course. Go in there and make it about you. It's all about you. Called Squeeze, Season 1, Episode 3. It's all very yet to hurrah. Sign up for their updates, FBI updates, Salt Lake Field Office, MailChimp. Yeah? Will we sign up for their updates real quick? Okay, well, this is getting a little unhinged. We need to have, you know... So Brian Krasenstein's getting vague threats. He thought you were cute with the 8647 shirts. Now the protocols of violence. Now it's happening to you. It's not going to stop. Now it's only going to get worse, and no one should have sympathy for you. Be safe. Not a huge fan of that message. Gonna be honest. A little lacking in... How you say je ne sais quoi? A little bit lacking in tact, I guess. Kumquat has given orders. They must be followed. Yeah, my... Supreme Leader Kumquat. You already watched the Harrison Smith post-explanation video. It wasn't an explanation video per se. It was a speculation video. Where was it? I guess I lost it. I guess it's gone forever. Damn. It was something from like a month ago. Unless he had a new one today. Trying to report me after I don't kowtow to your pathetic attempt at sympathy baiting after you've spent months advocating for political violence. Who is this supposed to even for? Everyone can see through such transparent manipulation. How did, like... Guy gets like no engagement. For having like 1 million. I guess he gets some engagement. It's all like reposting. He actually gets a decent amount of engagement, I guess. For 1 million followers, though. Whatever. You're a fan acting like Dark Road Jasmine arc? Yeah. I like Asmon. I keep saying this, but he's kind of like, he's a good normie barometer. If you want to know where the normies are at, I like to tune into Asmon. We all know who. Bro, J-hit? What? I don't know what that means. I watched it, he said nothing useful. Didn't watch it, yeah. It was, I think, if I recall, just kind of speculation. Just talking about sort of implicit threats that we all understand the Mossad are capable of killing people, and they do kill a lot of people. It's kind of their modus operandi. Ryzen, kill first. Mossad, or do they cover it with other BS? We don't know yet. We do not know yet, but it's the best thing we can do before coming to any kind of conclusion is let's just wait. Let's just keep collecting the evidence. Let's just wait, because we don't even have a shooter yet. There are some bizarre things about all of this. I don't like how there's quite a bit of silence, which I find a little disturbing. But let's just cool it, you know. Do you think they will try someone at the funeral? Try something at the funeral? Who knows, man? Oh, pro hit. Hey, bro. Everyone will be there at the funeral. Security needs to be crazy high at the funeral. Again, we don't know. You know, who knows? They could do it. We don't have a crystal ball. We can't look into the future. It's all speculation. They released one of the suspects. I think they released 2 of the suspects. They just didn't have the right guy. Seems like Harrison Smith not gonna have a shooter. No amateur gets away. Yeah, I mean, if this is a professional hit job, I mean, look, I don't know. Again, this is all speculation. So, fuck, did we just lose it? Okay. I mean, there was supposedly a private jet that took off and turned off its transponder shortly after. That could have something to do with it. And it was just a little over an hour after takeoff. We don't know. This is all speculation. It's all developing as we speak. Could be a professional hit job. We'll see. Kind of can't believe AF was canceled. Think there might be another motive for that besides just gracefulness. It was def a pro, whether an actual pro job or not, perhaps debatable. I mean, maybe. Look, Nick is getting a ton of death threats. Look at the compilation of Chief Trumpster put together a compilation of like people wishing death upon Nick. Let me go ahead and bookmark this real quick. Here's just a snippet, a small short compilation of all of these death threats towards Nick. So look, I think Nick has enough on his plate. We don't need to like harp on him. I believe his reason. I don't think we need to look in any more into this. So I just saw a clip of him, Loki, saying back off on the Israel war after a year of supporting it. Now he's gone. It's just weird. It felt like he was forced to support it, and I've been following him for years. Well, certainly that's what his financiers wanted. That's obvious. I think him, and we talked about this earlier. I don't want to rehash it, but there's a case to be made that this could have been Mossad. But we don't know yet. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. That's irresponsible and in poor form. Kind of classless. Let's just let things come out and think more about. Our thoughts really should be more with Charlie and his family. I know everybody wants to know the truth, and we're waiting with bated breath, but everything right now is speculation. Yeah, I think Nick has serious security concerns, which is obviously why I think that is related to the cancellation. Could be. The best thing we can do as supporters is not talk about it. Let's not draw attention to that. Chief Trumpster is underrated. He's a goat. He does good work. He had a vest on, it bounced up to his neck. It didn't look like it. I don't think so. I think he just got one in the neck. I don't think he was wearing a vest at all. There's a close-up video of him. I didn't see anything like that. I don't think a liberal makes a snipe from 200 yards like that. Could be. It's not something. It's not like an outrageous shot. If it were a mile and a half, if it were like a mile, okay, you could say this person is definitively a pro. But 400 feet or so, it's doable. You don't need to be a crack shot to make that. I'm sad as fuck for Charlie and family, but honestly more concerned with Nick and the future of the country. Yeah, not really the point though. I agree, I'm just praying for his family. Yeah, fair. Yeah. I mean, we should all be concerned about Nick, of course. Let's just pump the brakes. Just cool off. Let's not be overly, because I'm seeing a lot of emotions. Maybe some people are saying things they can't take back. Maybe things that they wouldn't necessarily mean. Things that are maybe dive into the Fed posting incitement of violence territory, and you know, that's not good. Let's be smart now. Fuentes needs to lay low, not just him, but a bunch of these guys. Yeah, it's scary, man. It's scary. I mean, Myron canceled his. I think he canceled his event that he was going to do tomorrow on a campus. Ben Shapiro did the same thing. I don't think we're going to see a lot of these events in the foreseeable future. And if we do, it's going to have maximum security. Speaker, when you move to something less depressing, will you be playing the CS jumping game today? I don't know if tonight's the night for playing the CS, playing Counter-Strike only up. Benny said so. That must have not been. I mean, I've got the video. I don't know if I want to show it again. It's right here. I don't see it. I don't see him wearing a vest. It looks like it just hits him in the neck and he recoils. Just sad to see one I just watched for so long get smoked. It's like JFK all over again. I hope it's not like JFK in more ways than one. You know, it's probably past the point of no return already. They kind of been setting the stage for a while. Let's not, you know, doom post like that. If you believe there's no political solution or whatever, if you believe that we can't, you know, avert violence, then what's the point? We always have to advocate for nonviolence. We should be advocating for peace. We should be advocating. We should be advocating for nonviolence, period. For peaceful solutions first. We have to believe it's possible. And I do believe it's possible, and I do think things are changing. I think a lot of people are saying shit that they really don't intend on following through with. Like a lot of guys are going up there and they're puffing up their chest and saying, you know, civil war, this, that, and the other. And it's like, what's the plan, dude? What's your plan? When you say stuff like that, now what? Civil war? Okay, what does that look like? What are the battle lines? What do you really say? Like, I saw Andrew Tate tweet that earlier. He said, civil war, and that's it. And the guy's living in fucking Romania. It's like, okay, I'm sorry, are you gonna be the first, you're gonna be the guy to kick all of this off? What does that even look like? A civil war. Does anybody really know what they're advocating for when they say dumb shit like that? You think everybody's gonna like put on their penny, like their colored penny? I'm on the blue team. Well, I'm on the red team. Okay, everybody ready? Go. And like everyone's gonna like scatter to their. No, that's not how civil war is gonna work. It's just like, we've got to stop with this telescopic bravery, man. Do people know what that looks like? Civil war? No, we should not want civil war. There's just a lot of like rhetoric like that people either don't believe, they don't truly believe in, and they're saying it to capitalize off the moment, or frankly, maybe they do mean it, but they're just being reckless, or maybe they're bad actors and they do want to incite violence. I mean, let's just be smart. I mean, troops are already in different spots of the country considering everything else. It just seems like a funnel to a specific arc. None of us actually has to do anything. They could just false flag it. They'll just frame it a Kuiper or something. Yeah, a lot of things could happen. A lot of hypotheticals could happen. Do you think gun laws are going to be harped on again? I think it'd be tough for them to pull that. If the left decides to make this a gun issue, I think that the obvious rebuttal from conservatives would be, well, look at all of the vitriol that the left has spewed towards conservatives for years now. The dehumanization, calling everyone Nazis, and then saying the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. I don't think that's the angle, but I just don't think, look, we don't even know who the shooter was yet. You know, how can you ascribe a motive when we don't have anything to go off of? You'd really just be forced to talk about the response to the shooting and how people have reacted to it on social media, for example. Civil war occurs when the military fractures and different factions, groups, and alliances rise. I think, look, I think war in the current day and age, a civil war, would look very different than people think. Like a real, like, hot civil war. I don't think the authorities can do anything without the weapon. Gun issues are done. Those debates were Obama-era debates. We will never know the shooter. We might not. We might not. All we can do right now is wait and see what happens. See how the administration responds. Because how, like, if we never catch the shooter, you know how bad that's going to make them look? You know how bad that's going to make? Anyway. I know, but they love to play the gun bad narrative. Yeah, and that's like one of the first things they were doing. They were making about guns. Some of these pundits. Yeah, they're not going to get rid of guns. There's way too many guns. It's unrealistic. These tragedies are going to come faster and get more extreme. We can't lose our minds every time this happens. Yeah, we need to keep level heads. Let's not doom post all the time, you know? Let's not panic and be histrionic. Generally speaking, thank you, Kumquat. This is all acidic, above the shoulders, mustard stuff. Some CS would ease attention. Kumquat, you want me to go from we just watched a political assassination, let's pray for Charlie Kirk. Anyway, I'm gonna play this silly game where I try to climb up increasingly harder obstacles in Counter-Strike. Like, don't you think that's lacking in a little bit of decorum? They'll probably parade someone for us, but not like we can believe them. Let's just see what happens. They can't frame anybody without a weapon. Don't panic, but this is like pretty big new buddy, or pretty big news. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's big news, but I know, like, we've been covering it for 8 hours now. Don't get me wrong, I understand that this is enormous news. This is sort of transcending the right-left political dichotomy. But yeah, like, just pump the brakes a little bit. If Trump invades Iran during an economic crisis, the military loses, then a civil war could happen. Look, things could happen tomorrow, you know? Like, we don't know. It doesn't necessarily need that kind of catalyst. Like, what is a civil war? Describe it to me. What do you think that civil war would look like? Who are the major players? Who's who? A lot of things could happen. This one isn't gonna fade, you know? Yeah, I know. It's this. We're in for some. I think it's fair to say we're in for some tough times. What those tough times look like, hard to say. But the way things are going, we already know the economy is going to continue to dip. We're going to see more instability. We're going to see more turmoil, not just here in America, but around the world. Forced military drafts. That's going to be a tough sell, man. That's gonna be a tough one. I think they would probably need a false flag for that, which I don't rule out at all. I think we're actually in the danger zone as far as false flags are concerned. This was more brutal than 9/11. I got sent home from school during that and watched it on TV. Yeah, I mean, look, 9/11 was bad. You had people jumping off of, you know, out of windows. But, I mean, we just watched. Yeah, I mean, look, we don't need to make comparisons. It was bad. They were both bad. Oh boy. In the infinite wisdom of Laura Loomer, one of Charlie's last tweets, one day later he was shot in the neck. Islam is the sword the left is using to slit the throats of America. Yeah, oh Laura, you dumb bitch. You stupid bitch. You stupid, stupid bitch. Just saying, for me personally, is more brutal. 9/11 comparison, this is, yes. You don't have to make certain comparisons, you know? You don't have to try to make comparisons sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Who knows is getting over her skis again. Laura's in her 30s, but she looks way older. Yeah, she's pretty bogged, isn't she? She's pretty bogged. Ugh. Yeah, people are starting to circulate this story a little more about the private jet. Jump out, a landing somewhere, who knows? Certainly worth investigating. Do you think this is a cover up for anything? Just wondering. No. I don't think this is like a distraction or anything like that. Again. And look, if there's evidence of that, then sure, but I don't think they're trying to distract us from the Epstein files or anything like that, you know? Or Hunter Biden's laptop. Max and Unc, for real. Like, what bill is getting passed as we speak? I don't know. I don't know if there was any bill getting passed. If you can find one, let me know. Demoralization agenda. Could be, we could be. Yeah, every post on Blue Sky is celebrating assassination. Such unbelievably sick people. It is. We were looking at, like, that's like, there are a lot of fucked up people in this country, man. A lot of hate, man. Palantir adjacent? Who knows? What if it was an illegal immigrant who did the shooting? A lot of what ifs. We don't know. What if this? What if it was an alien? What if, you know, it was Vishnu? What if... I don't know. What if it was Biden getting his revenge? Who knows? You know, I don't know. Epstein files aren't real. I mean, they could very well be destroyed. Normalizing murder agenda, maybe. I don't know if that's the intended effect, but it's certainly going to do. We're going to see, I think, more of this, unfortunately. That's the like dark. Yeah, I just have this suspicion. Imagine targeting random white guys with the red flag laws and seeing all these mentally deranged evil lefties saying all this in the open with zero repercussion. Yeah, dude, it is just like this kind of, I mean, that is one of the topics that has come out of this is you do see this kind of vitriolic hatred, but also even open calls for violence that has just been allowed to fester on these platforms for years. And that's like consensus building. Like it's normalized this behavior, it's normalized this mindset. Simply because they're allowed to say it and they're allowed to, you know, these sentiments have been allowed to gain traction. That is real. I see, no, yeah, Vishnu. That's right. Yeah. They're encouraged by mainstream media. Yeah, there's a lot of provocateurs. But again, we whatever. It's sick. It's sad that this is our country. This is a tragedy. Everything about this sucks. I saw a clip everywhere, and I think they're trying to normalize it being normal to people to get killed publicly or desensitized to it. I don't know if it's like a vague thing, or just it's a symptom of a decaying society. You know, you get copycat killers, like just like after the like the Luigi Mangione case. There was some other case that happened shortly after. I can't quite remember. And then even just like a few weeks ago, or I guess a couple months ago now, you know, that one guy that shot up that BlackRock executive. Remember that? A guy in New York waltzed in. So we're seeing a lot of this kind of dysfunction, this violent dysfunction. Can't see a college student doing this. Who knows? I don't think it's impossible. Gutfeld dropped an F-bomb. Whoa, that's crazy. Who are the most evil involved? Think we know? Yeah, chat behave. Really wish Nick dropped the show tonight. Can't wait to hear from him tomorrow. Yeah, I think him canceling was the right move. I think he's got the better discernment. We have zero leadership. POTUS is a joke. Nick is literally all we have. Yeah, you know, imagine where we'd be if we didn't have Nick. Man, shit would be so cooked. And then you would see like real, I think, evil coming out of the right wing. What people need to understand is Nick, as far as like extremism goes or whatever, Nick is very much a moderate. There are people far more extreme than Nick. You get these people saying stuff like TND, you know, kill them all. It's just this really awful stuff, this hateful stuff. They do exist. They're out there. I've seen them. You know, I'm sure some of them are feds, but you can't attribute it all to federal agents or bots. Because I've seen it in real life too. And so, you know, heaven forbid, I don't even want to speak this into existence, but if Nick were to be taken out, where does the energy go? It could easily go to more radical, extreme, violent places. Yeah. Before Nick, Spencer was on top. Yeah, I like Spencer, but, you know, Nick, I don't know, and Spencer's a very smart guy. But Nick has been able to galvanize and mobilize a generation of young men. And he has the morality. He's sort of the beating heart of the movement. I don't think Richard Spencer's a Christian. Who's Nick? I don't know. I forgot already. Certain cultures live by deceit, lies, and death. By way of deception. Nick is our sheath, our scabbard. Ah! And my axe! Nick the goat. He is the goat. The only reason I don't drift there is because God and Nick. Well, there you go. There you go. You know? There you go. Nick hits different. You don't hear from Spencer too much? I mean, he's posting on regularly on Twitter. He's got his Substack and all that. He's very intelligent. And also, apparently Fox News is saying that they're going door to door in the area where the shooting happened. That was hours ago. Are they still doing that? That was like 6 hours ago that they first reported doing that. I mean, now look, if it's true, foreign intelligence is somehow involved in this. Yeah, we have to pray for Charlie. The repose of his soul. I like this account. I like Sack and Jose. To me, it's always like white pills. Still doing it? I don't know. Maybe they just don't even... Do you think they would have a lead? Do you think they'd still be doing that if they had a legitimate lead? Maybe they don't know. Or is that just due diligence? What do I think of Alex these days? I've been losing touch with him. You know, Alex's son was on with Anomaly and said everything you wish Alex said. Yeah, I still like Alex. I don't think he's like a total... I don't think he's like totally controlled op. I wish he would say certain things, but I think they fucked with him so much. And the fact that he's platformed a lot of people that take it there, he's platformed Nick. So many people know of Nick because of InfoWars. To me, that says a lot. I think it's easy to criticize Alex for not taking it all the way there. But I think he's taken his blows. You know, I think he's taken his arrows. He was on the hook for $1 billion. He's been lied about, smeared, and he has got people he needs to look out for. He's got employees and a family. I don't think it's the globalists. I don't think that's the deepest layer we can get to, or the WEF or whatever, obviously. But as far as like, he's been an integral part of the pipeline. And again, the mere fact that he's platformed Nick, he's platformed many people, I think that says a lot. Used to watch Alex all the time. I can't stand him anymore. Literally unbearable. I don't really watch his show anymore. He seems like he's kind of shutting down, you know? Not as authentic. I don't know. He's gotten threats. Apparently he's gotten threats by Mossad before. I don't know. It's tough. I give him a little more... I give him credit because he has platform people. I think he's done a lot of good. And Nick vouches for him. He says there's no pretense there. He's a straight shooter. And, you know, I think, sure, there's suspicious things about Alex. That's fair. I've had my criticisms of him. But I think we've got bigger fish to fry. We've got bigger problems to deal with. And the mere fact he's been platforming Nick, and he's had these, and you can go back and watch the debates, they do seem in good faith. I think that says a lot. If you're more pessimistic, you could say he's doing it to maintain relevance because of the shifting sentiment about Israel and all that. I don't know. I don't know if I'd go that far. Anomaly's a real one. Yeah, he's been calling this out for a while. Come back, kumquat. Him having Yay Nick I respect, but now he's just a little fucked now for info. Yeah, look, I think you kind of graduate after a while, you know? I think you kind of graduate from InfoWars. I've been combative earlier. Thanks for holding it down for the AFers. No problem, man. Look, ultimately, we're on the same side. I love Jesus. I'm sure you love Jesus too. We're cool. I don't find him as fun as 8 years ago. It's just hard to hate Alex. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's hard to hate him. He's just so funny. Yeah, Alex Jones. It's hard to hate Alex, you know? I don't know, man. It's hard to hate him. He's like Unk. He's like Unk. You know, he's a little out of touch, okay. I don't know. I don't want a purity spiral, you know? It's like, it's a lot easier to criticize when you're an outsider looking in and you're watching people in the arena that are putting it all on the fucking line. It's like, I should do this or you should do that, or you're not going hard enough, or we disagree on this, and it's like, I give these people a lot more credit, a lot more grace, benefit of the doubt, because they've put up so much already. And you know, for Alex to be like a bad actor, a lot would have to be false, a lot would have to be fake about all of that. And I have a hard time imagining somebody would willingly put themselves through all of that shit. So until some big expose comes out, you know, I think Alex is cool. So my crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. Yeah. I don't think I've ever hated someone on the internet before. That's low-key cringe as fuck. Not even low-key, it is just cringe. Yeah, my homie. It's hard to hate Alex unless you actually just sit down and watch his show regularly. Yeah, look, it's easy to just fling shit from afar, but yeah, I like him. What can I say? And simple as. Nick said AJ is an alcoholic and they drove around while he was drunk, but Nick still appreciates AJ. Yeah, Nick said he loves Alex. He's a real one. He's a patriot. There's no pretense that he's the same way behind the scenes than as he is during his show. He vouches, and so that's good enough for me. Nick would know more about it than I do. And at this point, it's clear I trust Nick's discernment on that. You don't hate him, it just seems might be tugging his leg a little. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to buy everything he says, you know? Alex had massive for many years. He's a performer, but goes off the chain and he knows to stay in place. Well, regardless, he's using his platform to platform Nick. I think that's the W. Jesus Christ, is my homie. Real. Imagine hating someone that doesn't even know your name. Put your energy elsewhere. Real. Based. I can do that. Is why it sucks so hard. He sucks so hard now. I don't think it's that serious. Here we go with another wonderful secret. If the suspect ends up being a longtime registered Republican and a fire owner who disagree with some of Charlie's views, will Republicans walk back all of their calls for civil war or no? I don't agree with Republicans calling for civil war. Who read the room? Do you think we're a MAGA? You think we're a MAGA here? You think we're still on the Republican plantation here? I think you've severely miscalculated. You're 33 years old. The one thing we got to remember about Alex is he's lived through a lot of technological changes and political change. He's a real one. Yeah, look, I think there's people far more deserving of our vitriol, I think, than Alex. If he comes out and he snakes Nick and snakes a bunch of people, it's a different story, but we don't have to always engage in, like, a lot of this stuff is speculative. Let's just wait for things to actually happen before we develop certain opinions. Like, you don't have to believe everything he says. I don't think it's that serious. Chick-fil-A does not miss. Have you ever tried their new sandwich? Oh no, the one with the bread, right? The pretzel bread. No, I heard it's gas. I saw review brah. I saw his review and he said fast food has peaked. I should have gotten it the other day. I was just there, but I forgot about it. I should have gotten it. Big mistake. Yeah. Joe Eddie, dude, that's what that was one of my favorite of all time. You know, I gotta be honest with you, Joe. I think it calls for it or irrelevant. It just seems like it's coming, and the only reason it wouldn't is total panopticon and martial law. We'll see. In a certain sense, you know, part of the clear pill is just like, you know, not worrying about things that haven't happened yet, you know. We can worry about every potential possibility, every hypothetical. And we should entertain some of these, but I don't know, some people I think take it a little too far. And they engage purely in speculation. They rolled out some new sauce. Sheesh, you're making me hungry, man. I haven't eaten in hours. I haven't eaten in hours, dude. My voice is getting very hoarse. As I'm mentioning about what do you think comes from Kirk's death? Dude, I'm not feeling this playlist. I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know. What do I think comes from Kirk's death? We'll see. Trump's admin has to do something. If they don't, they look weak, and the base will eat them alive at this point. I think this will probably invite more political violence. Because this is an ongoing trend, this upward trend of political violence that's been going on for quite some time now. Years, as a matter of fact. The temperature's going up and up and up. I hope that we don't see more right-wing violence, because they will crack down harder on right-wing violence than they will left-wing violence, and we all know that's true. Again, we don't know who is responsible for this. I'm just talking about the future. Worst case scenario, either way, it's bad. I don't think good stuff is going to come from this. Maybe this could precipitate like more, you could say, censorship, surveillance, policing. Ostensibly, that's a good thing, because there's clearly a problem with violence. There's clearly a problem with a lot of the rhetoric going on, excuse me, social media, the mainstream media. So ostensibly, it could, you know, it seems like a good thing, but I don't want it to usher in. I don't want it to be a bait and switch and usher in a Patriot Act Part 2 with Palantir and all that. We know it's been talked about to death, and so I do have my reservations. It's going to depend on how they respond to this, how the administration responds to this. But I think a lot of people are becoming radicalized just in the past week. Just seeing how many people, you just browse, you peruse through Blue Sky, and any sensible person would find this nauseating. The level of vitriol, the evil. And the whataboutisms, this, that, the hypotheticals that they use to justify attacking, you know, justifying the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk. Total lack of humility, empathy, and humanity on top of that. So it's a scary time. I think it's just not like a bold prediction by any means, but I do think things are going to get worse. And I think that they're going to get worse before they get better. And I don't, that's not even just isolated to what this shooting, but look, you look at what's going on around the world. We are going through a tumultuous transition period. There's a lot of chaos. And that has a lot to do with the rising multipolarity, the decline of America, as well as our economy. I mean, just yesterday or 2 days ago, they had to correct the jobs report, that there were actually 1 million fewer jobs in America that they had initially stated. Like, that is such an enormous... So the economy is worse than people understand. And you look at, like, ask anybody that's in hiring right now, and they'll tell you just how fucking awful it is. So things are really bad in multiple ways. And people are pissed, and I think this will just make things worse. Yeah, the next couple of months look like. Yeah, I think the economy will continue to slide. I think tensions will continue to rise. Maybe more bombings on Iran, maybe a false flag. Because Israel has to make their play now. They're not going to have the political will in the West in, I don't even think within like 2 years. by midterms. So they're really pushing for this. That they're accelerating their operations in the Middle East. So it's scary and very unpredictable, very tumultuous. So, I mean, the country is literally falling apart. It's not like this is fringe theory. Yeah, you can, there's, by so many metrics, the country's falling apart. You walk outside, man. I crash out every time I walk outside because the roads are fucked up. People are driving like assholes. It's just like, what is going on? It's like people have just become savages. It's just... literally, like, from top to bottom, things are just falling apart. When is the mukbang stream? Yeah, you would like that, wouldn't you, Kumquat? You freak. I'm eating, hang on, chat's moving. It's fucking me up. I'm eating freeze-dried pulp-covered cocoa beans. Yum. Nick still likes Gavin McGinnis, even though he doesn't trust him. Nick knows how to work with people. I trust Nick. When Tucker and Candace stabbed him in the back, Nick's popularity exploded. Yeah, just trust the plan. Just Nick's plan, not Trump's plan. He has such better political instincts, and he's in it. Like, he's in the weeds. He's messaging people behind the scenes. He's interacting with people behind the scenes. So it's like, he knows better. Like, actually, he has access to more information than you or I. So it's one of those things, like, people super chatting Nick like, I think you should do this. It's like, you know nothing. I like Gavin, but he's clueless about most things while he's being very witty, intelligent. Well, Gavin apparently red-pilled Nick on a number of things. He just doesn't touch that third rail. Evil comes from the Jesus haters, yeah. Who are the biggest Jesus haters? Right, it seems like it just keeps going. Like, I don't IDK when it stops. Gotta pray. Pray for better times, but I know it's gonna be worse. Well, pray to have the strength to endure. Pray to have the strength to endure and to have the correct discernment on right and wrong. Worse and worse, and then AI and robots take public square and we stay at home. That's a whole nother problem, man. That we like, the AI and automation apocalypse is like, that is like humanity ending. If we don't address that properly, we're gonna replace humanity entirely. That needs to be treated very seriously. And maybe it'll take some kind of non-proliferation agreement, the same way we treat nukes, because of how serious that this problem is with it might already be too late, who knows? Well, I shouldn't say that. It's never too late, but when it comes to AI and all that, but it's not good. There's, I know, it's people, this has been talked about to death, but yeah, there are serious repercussions that I don't see being taken in consideration around AI and all of that. A whole bunch of neocons were formed after 9/11 because people didn't have their priorities straight. Stay vigilant, guys. Preach the truth. Don't put politics over your faith. Yeah, just keep a level head, you know? Don't let people appeal to your worst impulses. We need Christ now more than ever. If Vance takes it, Israel wins. Yeah, dude, it's the situation's dire, but it's not over. And remember, Christ wins in the end, so there's nothing real in the end. There's really nothing to fear except for God. So I had to switch accounts for safety. That's bizarre. Buckle in, guys. Get your money in order. Get your soul in order. Stick close to those you love, your friends, your family. Good people will make it through the troubles ahead. Yep. Just get your shit together, man. Take your health seriously. Take everything seriously, you know? Driving is actually Mad Max. It is, dude. It's so fucked up, man. I cry every time. Even if I'm going a few blocks, dude, I just see the most egregious shit. Have you tried just popping us in? I'll try that next time, going quiet. I'll just pop us in. All my problems will go away. Just the plane, yeah. Trucks doesn't explain except about food, vaccines, and plastic glass bottles. Oh no. I used to harp on this shit all the time before coming to God, and now I'm kind of at peace with all the fuckery going on. Yeah, you know, it's... You're gonna die someday anyway. Doesn't matter how you die, per se, it matters how you live. Yeah, leave it to faith. Let your faith guide you. JF is pretty black-pilled about humanity. They have our DNA, CRISPR, and soon artificial wombs. They don't need us anymore. Look, it's not over till it's over. You know, do you have friends at work? I don't. Try to make friends, even if they're normies. You know, not everything has to be political. It's tough sometimes, but yeah, try to have friends, try to have a network, try to engage with normal people, you know. Almost living in New Jersey, driver's less crazy here in Kansas, dude. It's like all over the place, man. They got your DNA. You imagine 100 kumquat clones, dude. If I, yeah, imagine 100 kumquats in my chat. I need a Zin. I need a Zin. Oh, you need a Zin? I also need a Zin. I just Zin, but you know what? I'm thinking of getting another Zin. You want to watch a man go insane? Potato. Yeah. JF killed his wife and got away with it. I love that. That's so funny. Unless... Generally speaking, I'm back. You're back. I'm back. You're back. I just got back too. What are you eating? Oh, I'm eating Chick-fil-A. What are you eating? Oh, I don't... Oh, kumquat. Actually, I got those bear chicken nuggets. I did. I actually did get those chicken nuggets. They're good. They are good. They are good. Good chicken nuggets. I'm probably gonna go eat some after this. Anvil is pure tobacco taste, by the way. Can you get us in? Yeah, we're back. We're so back. Shadquad army marching towards Melody. We live in the worst timeline. We live in the worst timeline. Let's see, anything new? You're not a big Costco head? Neither am I. Cartoon Murdoch? No, I don't actually. Yeah, it's over. It's cooked. It's so over. Yeah. It's also tiresome, isn't it? Oh, they're actually addressing the laughter. Remember when it was breaking that Charlie Kirk died? There were a bunch of people laughing in the background.
We were
at TMZ.
live streaming all day during this tragedy.
And then they made the excuse that they were reacting to something else. I don't know if that's true.
When something happened in our
Seems
office,
dubious.
As we were reporting the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there were some people in the back room away from our news desk here who were watching a car chase. And
yeah, that's what the excuse was.
They were clapping, and you could hear it out here. And we want to make a couple of things clear. One is that I know these people, and they were not laughing.
I mean, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Ban Sunrise till 2520 for being cringe. Murdoch was peak NPC slot. I don't even know what that is, man. I don't even know what that is. TMZ is so fucked. Laughing Israelis, yeah. Shoplifters. Looks like Kumquat Melody. 9/11. That's before my time? Okay. Whatever. I won't worry about it.
They were not reacting that way about Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were not. They would not work here if they did.
And that being said, we acknowledge that it was horrible timing. And for that...
I mean, whatever. You could be telling the truth.
That's the guy with like the
Could be lying.
crazy ass takes, right? Or some shit. He be saying some crazy. He be saying some crazy shit, right? Holy shit! What the fuck? Don't watch, okay, bet. He got assassinated. Shit. All right, chat. Hold on.
That's it? That's the whole clip? Sure that there's more to it. Liars. They could be lying, I don't know. Don't feel compelled to die on that hill, you know? If they're lying, maybe they're not. TMZ, it's like whatever. Who fucking watches TMZ anyway? So many demon-possessed people? Yeah, real. Israelis were caught celebrating 9/11 on that day? Yeah, they were. If Kirk, God first, love you all. Looking forward to the next vid or stream. Good night, Jord. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here soon too. My voice is getting really tired and I'm getting hungry. It was yeah. One hell of a day, man. What a tragic, terrible day. Bro, we expecting something insightful, deeper profound from Kai. Just that's it. I don't know, like, you know, hey, this was bad. Yeah, it's was there. It seems like there's more to the clip. No, I don't know. Whatever. That was just J-Pill 30 minutes ago. Damn, J-Pill 30 minutes ago. That's crazy. Man. Bro. And then you get shit like this. 111,000 likes. Myron is considering canceling his show because there's credible reason to fear for his life. And then you get people like this. No, don't cancel. Go have fun. 111,000 likes. We've got a problem, man. And yeah, now you guys probably saw this, the guy cheering. I'm actually Jewish. Don't spread false. What is this? Calling me Jewish? I'm not Jewish. You're Jewish. I've been mad. I've been found out. Oh no. Now I'm craving Chick-fil-A and they're closed. Yeah, me too. Fuck, man. I'm actually really, oh my gosh. I am so hungry. All right. Anything else before we wrap up here? Looks like there's no new developments. What a fucked up day, man. Not a Jew, I'm just Jew-ish, yeah. Go to bed early so you can get up early and get that Chick-fil-A breakfast. No, we did a nose check last stream. Yeah, I remember that, yeah. Not Jewish. Okay, my throat is actually starting to hurt. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap up. I've just been yapping for 8.5 hours straight. Yeah, thanks. Let me do my chilling and all that. Thank you guys for watching, for tuning in. It doesn't even feel right, man. It doesn't even feel right to like. Yeah, you know, like the video and whatever, comment, follow the socials. Yeah. Is there a post-stream show after the meal? No, dude, no. Don't know who Nick is. Who's Nick? Yeah. Yeah, everyone, don't forget to say a prayer for Charlie and his family. Pray for our country. And pray for the people sticking up for the truth. And pray for the people that are really saying some sick and deranged things. Pray for them as well, of course. Pray for the health of our country. Yeah, I don't know. pray for Nick and pray for, yeah, again, a lot of these people that are speaking up and telling the truth. Pray for their safety as well, of course. Yeah. Follow for more kumquat analysis. You guys want to do a meetup at Chick-fil-A? Okay. Yeah. Okay, on that note, thanks everyone for tuning in. I appreciate you. I'll go live tomorrow. I'll aim for around the same time. But yeah, hopefully tomorrow's a happier day, but we'll probably have a lot to talk about. Yeah, everybody keep it chill, you know? All right, I'll catch you guys later, 07, and God bless.